in Masters, so welcome in.
The microphone. I know you can't hear me, Reptic. I've literally had to just change my sources. This is a last minute change. There we are, fixed it. Yeah, an absolute banger to start off with Vortic versus against Team MPB. It's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams come up against each other. Of course, Team MPB are the favourites. No need for us to look at the schedule right now because we don't know who's to play next. Of course, we need to have the first lot of games played. If we do have a look here, Beeping Sheep, at the team stats.
I'm not going to lie, those wins are really calling out because that MPB team, they drew one and they lost one in this season, and that's 5 of their losses gone already, which means almost every win that they got this season was a sweep, which really shows you how dominant they have been in prospects. I remember watching one of their series where they played our prospect team. They played Chinas in the last week. We needed a good result to make playoffs, and yet, with how good that MPB team was, they just swept the floor with us. Like, there is absolutely nothing you could have done. So I feel like with the roster they've got on offer in Rex, Dendo, QE, and Sparta, it's a force to be reckoned with. You see all these stats as well. You see that 144 goals for as well. It's just an absurd goal difference. Even the demos as well. You can pick out just about any stat on this screen, and it just looks ridiculous on the side of MPB. Not a problem. Yeah, looking at these player stats, we have, wow, that gigantic goal participation from Cutie Pie, and even Jazz as well, or Rex, I should say. Both of those players having plus 60% goal participation. I believe there was someone else on the side of Tide who had a 67% goal participation, which is absolutely outlandish. So, across the board, safe to say, the stats are not looking bad. I mean, if we do have a graphic for caster predictions as well, I believe it's fairly split in terms of how many people predict MPB to win the lot, how many people predict Tide to win the lot, because from what I believe, it's at least 3 on either side, and that's people just ignoring that first place in places, that death cloud just waiting on the other side of the bracket, which is on the B stream, by the way. If you do tune in, it will be Occultus versus Thunder for the first match of the evening. But of course, on the A stream, we're going to be having a little look at Snap versus Tide with those other 2 lower matches going on elsewhere in the RSC server. So if you are in there, a mod is running that on a stream, so have a little look. But of course, that is all the games we're going to have for the time being, and our focus is these 2 Titans doing battle in Snap and Tide.
Broken heart, tell me if I deserve this feeling. I thought that you know that we had
Well,
special till you end up all this way.
not gonna lie, I'm gonna go for it. I have so much faith in MPB to continue what they have been doing. This is the team that I believe is the best that Prospect has to offer. I saw earlier that Papa Sparta said that all 3 main players do have issues, but for my sake and for my prediction's sake, I hope all of those issues are fixed, because I would love to see a prime MPB going ahead. Of course, I talk so much about them as well, but we've not really mentioned Vortic yet. They're absolutely solid team in Tide. But I suppose with that all being said and done, with all these players looking ready, it's about time, Masters, that we get into this first match of the evening. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome it to the prospect here. You've got MPB, you've got Vortic, two new franchises doing battle for the first round of the uppers. Let's see who's going to take it to him the most. Wally now. Flick, elbows, goes towards Reki. Tries to find the first shot of the game, does manage to do so as well. Now Cutie Pie clearing that one out. Only finds Rizzo, who bumps his teammate on the way, so, you know, not the ideal start in terms of that, but no serious shock just yet. However, this is a bit of a step up from yesterday, because we did see Academy, we did see those misses, those own goals. Prospect is that tier above, where it's a little cleaner, it's a little faster, and overall, it's just a little better now. Javs not getting the hit that he's really looking for. Reki's going to hit this one backwards towards Wally, but it won't reach him. Means Riz has to go backwards, but Dendo now, a staple in this MPB side, trying to flick that one over the defender, doesn't manage to do so now. Goes back towards Rex now. Rex or Javs, it's the same person, just to let everybody know. But, opening minute so far, no drama yet.
Yeah, these two teams starting off really well. Of course, Tide making that win from their upper play-in game, trying to make the run all the way through. Dendo does find the first goal. I don't know if it was just me, but it looked like, yep, it looked like it, a few drop frames there, so I do apologise everyone for the production quality there, but a great starting goal here for the side of Snap Beacon Sheep.
Absolutely, I mean, there's one of your many sparks that the team has to offer from Dendo there. Lovely double tap to get things kicked off in game number one. I'm liking the preset as well that Reki is, you know, showing right now. I know the team colours may be a little different, but either way, it's always a fun look to see what kind of cards everyone's looking at. But Javs tries to eye up 2-0 there, goes for the defender, but doesn't really manage to find a goal off of it. Dendo now going to get demoed himself as Cutie Pie gets bumped backwards. The physicality now coming a bit out from Vortic, which, looking by the stats in that pre-game, it seems to be MPB to be the more physical team, but Reki does find the equaliser and Vortic are finally on the board.
Yeah, Vortic able to, of course, find that equalising goal. Wally on the back wall there manages to find Riz down below. And an equaliser for, of course, Tide coming at a very crucial time. They didn't want to allow Snap to have too much of the possession, too much of the control of this first game. Everyone knows that the first game in a series Beacon Sheep is the most pressure that a team can feel other than a game 7. So for them to find that equaliser so quickly, it's really going to give them some confidence moving forward.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you need. You need to really just set yourself into the series very soon if possible. And both teams seem to have done that so far with, you know, goal from either side as we approach half-time. No blowouts, no anything, just a close game. That's all you can really ask if you're either of these two teams, because it could always be worse. Now, Javs and Cutie Pie both going for a shot on 0 boost. Can't say it's the smartest idea in the world, but I suppose they tried to make it work. Reki now goes into the middle. Dendo will meet that one off of his own backboard, looking for a second touch as well. Not going to find it though. Javs, eye boost. Looks for the 50 as well. Demo's Reki while he's at it. Cutie Pie trying to eye up a shot. Almost manages to find the second goal for the side of MPB, but that goes just off the crossbar. And I'm liking the attacking patterns from them now. We're really seeing, Masters, we're really seeing the mechanical capabilities of this MPB side.
Yeah, of course, favourites for a reason. You know, that Dendo, for me, of first season in the league, an absolute standout player. And this team they rotate so well around each other. Everyone is exactly where they need to be. Cutie Pie there, you can see, not even on the ball, but having an impact going for those demos just allows the other two, in of course Rex and of course Dendo, to push up there. That they're just so strong as a unit. I just can't see anyone being able to break them down. And if anyone does break them down, I don't know if they're able to do it consistently, as Dendo finds the second goal here for Snap.
Yep, there's that man again. Perfect placement as well. Bottom corner. Could not have placed it any further away from the defenders. Riz trying his hardest, but just couldn't manage to get there in time. That's going to be Tide having that deficit stacked upon them for the second time this match. But of course they did, you know, reverse it the first time. So there's nothing to say that they can't score again. But of course, with MPB looking to have warmed up at the very least, it's going to be a lot more of a difficult task for them, as Cutie Pie is going to nudge that one outfield now. It's going to go towards Jazz, trying to eye up a second double tap of the game. Is he going to find it? No, that one's going to go off the post. Going to stay 2-1 for the time being, but the threats here are coming in more and more now from MPB. Vortic are starting to look a little bit nervy because there is so much threat on this side, from Dendo, from Jazz, from Cutie Pie, from absolutely everybody. It's a three-headed Hydra, and as Dendo will show here, he finds his hat-trick, and that's the lead double now for MPB.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock here for Tide to try and find a way back into this game. It's not looking likely, just with the sheer prowess, the sheer pressure coming from this Snap side. It's almost as if they've snapped the mentality of Tide in this first game. And it's going to be really interesting to see if, Wally and Reki, two well-known players in the RSC community, if they're able to help Riz sort of, help get back into this game. Called in the chat saying it's too easy for MPB. And I have to agree, they look completely comfortable. They've not really had any pressure against them in their own half. Most of the possession, most of the dominance has been in this Vortic side.
Yeah, genuinely. And I mean, there's the odd exception though. Wally now, reducing the deficit, giving Vortic a chance to really stay in this game number one. It's quite against the run of play as well. I mean, that's their first proper chance since their last goal. Looking at these shots as well, you've got 10 shots to 4 in favour of Snap. So this is just an example of taking your chances when you have them. So credit to Tide for doing so. They're certainly trying to keep themselves in. If we can see a Husky-like comeback from yesterday, if anybody tuned into just about any Husky series, then, they would absolutely take that. But of course, it's going to be tough to beat this defence one more time. And then final 15 seconds now. Jazz going to take that one over to Dendo. Taking his time now is Dendo in the back corner, because he knows in your corner is one of the safest places to be on a Rocket League field when you've got the ball, because there is almost no threat that can be offered to you. And of course, with that last play showing that another example of that, that's going to be the ball dropping, and that's going to be Snap taking the lead in the series.
Well, yeah, as we can see there, of course, the first game, we're going over to Snap. Obviously, they'll be absolutely delighted to take that first game. And as we obviously head into the second game here, we're going to be moving over to Forbidden Temple. What do you think from your side, Beeping Sheep, that we need to see from this Vortic side in order for them to sort of regain and get back into this series?
I think we need to see a little bit more from Drake, to be honest. I don't think we mention his name too much. He scored that first goal for them, but I feel like since that point, he was just a little bit silent at times. When it comes to these sort of games where you've got a unit on the side of Snap, you need all three players on the other team to be performing if they want to, come back with a fighting chance. And we saw little bits from Wally there. We saw little bits from Riz there. We weren't, besides his car preset, we just weren't talking about Reki all that much.
Yeah, Reki, I've played against Reki. I've played with Reki in obviously a few previous seasons. A really strong player once they sort of dig deep and actually get involved in the series. At the moment for them, it's not going. We're going to get into game number 2 now, of course. The side are behind by 1 game. It is a best of 7, so they do have the time to get themselves back into it. As we saw yesterday, the first series in the upper bracket of the Academy tier, the Mistaken team actually went on to win the entire thing, found themselves down by 3 games and then reverse swept. And Tide, with the way this one's going, Beacon Sheep, they could find themselves in the same situation.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that Snap are playing right now, they're really, really taking it to Vortic right now. For their sake, I'm sure they would hope the Tide does turn at one stage, but they're going to have to put a little more oomph into their performance, because with Cutie Pie on form, almost making that one 2-0 as well, it's such a tough nut to crack, Snap, because they score loads. Like, don't get me wrong, they score absolutely loads, and they don't concede very many. As proved once again here, there's another goal on the board for them. But I feel like the main thing to highlight here is just the fact that every single team member has synergy with one another. That on the ball, off the ball, it doesn't matter. They're always making themselves useful. They're always getting themselves into the right positions, taking out the man, getting the boost, and it just seems to be working out for them.
Yeah, Dendo is absolutely on fire, and I have to say, the Vortic side may indeed be terrified. A 2-0 advantage here to the side of Snap already in game number 2. And if this, Vortic don't do something quickly, readjust their strategy, then this could get a little under control. Wally is able to intercept this one, but again, instantly met by another player on the Snap roster. Rex is going to try and go for a ceiling read here. Doesn't quite work out the way they would like, but again, Beacon Sheep, the instant pressure from another player on Snap. It's not allowing any time to think for this Vortic side. I mean, if you don't have time to think, you don't have time to position, is there really anything that this Vortic side can do? Because Snap just seem to be everywhere all the time and always in the right place.
It really does feel that way. If you want to put it a certain way, it feels like they're smurfing, to be honest with you. The way that they're all set up in comparison to Vortic, I feel like Vortic can throw just about anything they want at Snap right now, but they're just not really going to have much luck. I feel like if anything is going to stop them, it may be a momentum thing, or it may be Reki finding a goal back. We mentioned not saying his name much last game. He's given us a reason to call him out this game now. Bringing one back, that's being his second goal of the series now, and just really catching up that last man, so fair play to him.
Well, with every Titan there is an Achilles heel, and for that one it was the defense for Snap. A little bit too overcommitted from the team. Reki managing to find the ball in the middle and sending that one into the Snap goal. And just like that, from when we were talking about the dominance from this Snap roster, we're now tied up almost with 3 minutes left on the clock. If Tide can find one more, they can really sort of apply that pressure to the Snap roster. Maybe snap a little bit of their mentality as well. Wally is going to try and take this one along the right-hand side wall. Fantastic demo there from Reki. Wally's going to try and get the reset, but it doesn't quite work out the way they would have liked. And once again, we're seeing this Snap roster immediately form back into the offense, and they find another goal.
Yeah, they just really know how to counterplay as well. There's Cutie Pie with that double touch down. Reki just didn't really get much chance on it because of that extra touch, and Jabs was just waiting and ready to poke that one home once again with yet another well-placed shot. So it is MPB with yet another 2-goal lead now. It's certainly looking favourable to be advancing along to that next round, because I'm not going to lie, Vortic do look like a decent team. They're just being played off the park.
Now, BBC, I hate to put you on the spot here, but with the way that this Snap roster is playing, if they were to play like this all evening, do you think we could see them go flawless?
Yeah, I don't think that's ridiculous to say that.
Well, that's it. GG's. Ban them for smurfing. Anything to stop Papa Sparta from getting his trophy. 3-1 lead here for the side of Snap, and, you know, maybe Vortic do need to clean themselves off here with a quick spin cycle, because right now the gameplay isn't as dirty as they need it to be. They need to make sure that they're getting some more demos. They need to make sure that they're taking the time away from this Snap roster, because at the moment, the way this is going, I think you could put any third man into this Snap roster and you'd get the same result. Cutie Pie finds a fourth in the top right corner. And every time we seem to speak about how this Vortic side needs to do more, Snap just put the principle in it and they find another. I'm going to have to agree with you, Beeper Sheep. The way that this one is going, I don't think anyone is going to be able to apply any pressure to this Snap side. I'd love it if we saw someone take them to a game 7, but let alone a game 5 at the rate that they're playing.
Honestly, I think the biggest threat to them is probably going to be Acolos, because I had a little look. They were the only team to end up beating Snap in that regular season, and of course on the B stream right now, I believe they're ahead 2-0 against Deathcloud. So as it stands, they will meet in that upper finals, and I think that they are just the only capable team to be stopping what Snap can throw at them right now. It certainly seems that Vortic aren't really able to, but can you blame them? Because, well, I don't think there's anything we haven't spoke about from what they can do. It's more of what can they not do, because it feels like they can just do absolutely everything.
Well, I've yet to see anyone on the side of Snap do a Zen touch into a musty flick into a psycho. So until we've seen that stream, I don't think that they're the best team in the prospects here. Get Papa Sparta on the pitch. Let us watch them win a game with Papa Sparta, because I think that's mission impossible for them. As Sparta has said in the stream chat, the series that they lost, he did end up playing, and they have to also use an FA. So technically speaking, in terms of using, you know, a 3-man roster from their squad of 4, they are unbeaten. So that's really interesting to see. It's nice to see the synergy on this team, that they are, you know, transferable no matter what 3 players that they put out. This one looks as if it's going to end 4-1 in the favour of Snap. I imagine we are going to see a timeout here called from the side of. Yeah, tactical timeout has been called from this Vortic side. 2 minutes will be given to them. I think you can give them 10. And I don't really think that there's going to be much change in this series, Beeping Sheep, because Snap have turned up, they've come to play, and they've come to claim their trophy.
That's the thing. Can you blame them for taking that time out? Because I don't. The thing is, I don't think they're going to be. They're going to even be making much of a tactical change. I think it's just a. It's just a matter of having 2 minutes to just breathe a little, I suppose, because you're just caught in an onslaught right now of just 2 straight games of attack after attack after attack. You need a moment to just go. Okay, well, let's have a little think. If this isn't going our way, how can we make the rest of the day go our way? So even if they do lose this series, of course, I'm sure Vortic do have that bounce back ability.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls
I do apologise for that, everybody. We just had to bring in a replacement caster. So welcome in. No, wrong way. Welcome in Zero. To our team.
It is pretty weird because if I try to look over to you, I end up just looking out my window, and it's a beautiful view, but there's no leaves because winter is not the nicest thing around here. But I'm happy to be here. I saw a little bit going on the last, I think, couple seconds of the previous game. I mean, it looks like one of these teams definitely does have a bit of the upper hand going into this series, but I mean, you know more about these teams than I do, so I'm excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there may be no greenery on your trees right now outside, but there is plenty of green on the field with both these teams with a green/blue colour scheme. So off we go then to Sovereign Heights to to begin game number 3 of what so far looks to be just an MPB coronation.
Yeah, I mean, I have to check series score. Who's oh, that was last game's score. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, I mean, makes sense. They definitely look like a little bit of a stronger team as we get off with this kickoff. A good kickoff strat out with Reki with that hard cheat, but Javs will end up clearing it out to Wally. Wally takes the touch out mid. It might go bad depending on how they play this, but Riz will end up clearing it out and buy a little bit of time for teammates to get some boost.
Absolutely. And just a quick update from around the grounds as well. Both of our lower bracket games have had 3-0 conclusions, with Umagi taking a sweep over, I believe it's Iskari or something similar anyway. I probably butchered that, so I apologise to you, Lynch. And on that other side as well, Fenrir taking a 3-0 over Kiano. On the B stream as well, Occultus 3-0 up on Thunder, so Thunder, trying to start their own reverse sweep bid to be mistaken-esque today. But of course, this game right now, MPB versus Vortic, we're 0-0 in game number 3. It's looking a little bit closer than it was pre-timeout, although it was a little bit more of a timeout than I'm sure Vortic would have imagined, but I wouldn't be complaining as well because there's been, no goals here from MPB just yet, which is always a good sign because you see how much they can get going. When they get going, they really do get going. As Javs is going to take this one downfield, looking back towards QTPie now, trying to find a shot on goal, but it's just no teammates to really follow that one up. As Dendo going to take this one, look for another double, ends up just passing it straight down. Riz is ready for that. And the defense is getting a little better now from Vortic, but they've still got so much to stop.
Yeah, I mean, right now, defense is a big key when it comes to a game, especially like Rocket League, where as much as having a strong offense is fantastic because you get to score all these beautiful goals, when you can't save any of them, then all of a sudden it comes down to not so good plays happening. But right now, I hope it's Riz. It might end up being Rise. I could butcher it. Apologies to the players. First time here. Don't cut me a little bit of slack. As I believe that's Reki trying to maintain control. Gets it past one. Cannot connect on that second touch. But Dendo will keep control. And it goes for the air dribble and gets it in. Taking the first goal of this, I want to say, is game 3?
Yeah, game number 3. Fair play from Dendo there as well. Just taking his time, recognising that Wally was on 0 boost, and just going for the slow air dribble above his head. I mean, I tell you what, that demo on the back line really, really did help him out there, because he started off in an awkward position, but it just really makes the task so much easier. If you are Dendo in that situation, a QTPie almost makes it 2-0, but ends up just passing it across net. Not quite what he's looking for, but at the same time, they still do have possession to snap, as Jav's now going to have his own turn. Not quite going to get the touch either, so, not as clinical so far this game are MPB, but of course, they do know how to keep control. Dendo especially, that they know, how to keep the ball, where to keep the ball, who to give it to at times. Usually Dendo at this point, besides the odd moment of magic from QTPie. But we're going to say 1-0, 2 minutes to go. I say we're going to say 1-0, hang on a minute. Riz has got something to say about that.
Biggest caster curse I think I've ever seen. He mention the score, instantly turns it around and gets a tying goal, and a goal that they absolutely needed, because I don't think they want to lose a lot of series against a team like this, especially when I believe the first 2 games looked a lot more dominant. I think. Hold on.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
they really did. Well, although that being said as well, it was close up to a point, and then it just felt like MPB sort of just turned it on. So there's still plenty of time for them to do that, but I think Vortic have taken a different approach to this game. They've looked a little safer, they've looked a little more secure in the defence, and they're actually looking a little more dangerous as well, as Riz will beat both defenders, just won't quite get that one on target. Now Cutie Pie going to take that down the other side of the field now. Trying to follow that one up, but it's going to go towards Dendo now. Wally going to try and get the touch over him. Dendo just playing it ever so patiently. A demo coming in as well. We saw from the pre-game stats how physical this MPB side are. They know that how is a defender going to save it if the defender's not even there?
I mean, yeah, that's where a lot of bumps come in. I mean, a good save from, I still don't know if it's Rise. I heard you say it. I forgot immediately, but I mean, a beautiful save nonetheless. Keeps that ball out of the net as Cutie Pie will try and take it out to the corner. A little bit awkward. Passes it out mid. Dendo up. Gets the first touch. Tries to go for the bump, but does get beat out. And this will start the counter attack. And Cutie Pie with a good save, but it is kept up awkward in front of the net.
Ooh.
A demo from Reki, but it goes above the crossbar. And they get saved pretty much by the skin of their teeth.
More threat though from Vortic. Now they're bringing themselves into this series. Post timeout Vortic are a different side entirely. It feels like maybe it was just those first 2 games involving a couple of teething problems. Although they didn't even look that bad. It was how MPB were playing. But that spark does seem to have disappeared a little bit now. Dendo going to try lay this one off to Jazz. Goes back towards Dendo as well. Now Cutie Pie on the corner, looking to go off the corner as well with the sidewall as well. Oh my goodness!
Oh my Lord, that is not what I expected to see. Especially for me, it's a little early for me to see this. I don't want to wake a lot of people up in my neighborhood. But my gosh, a shot like that, I have to get hyped for that.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, it's just stupid levels of max being shown off from Cutie Pie there. There may still be time to make it 2-2 from Vortic, but there are certain plays where you can't save it. You know you can't save it. So all you got to do is hold your hands up and go fair play. And that Cutie Pie goal was a prime example of that.
I mean, that was beautiful. I see a lot of leagues. I cast a lot of places, cast a lot of teams. Any sidewall redirect or any redirect in general always is going to be such a hype moment, because you don't see them as often.
Yeah, in these lower tiers, you're not. They're fewer and more far between all of these highlight plays, so it just makes it ever so more special when one of them comes through. Although I say that, we did see Mistaken yesterday. You know what? No, there always seems to be one team. It doesn't matter what tier it's in. There is always at least one team who knows how to put on a show, knows how to really put on a highlight reel. As I don't know if 2 of them have left just for the fact that they thought it was best of 5. It is in fact best of 7. So they are still in the series, are tied, if barely.
Reki has come back. Okay, we're still in a safe spot.
Well, certainly one team's in a safe spot, and that team being Snap with 3-0 cushion. So it's going to take a miracle for Ty to come back.
I mean, it's going to take a reverse sweep for them to come back. And I don't know about you, but I'm a big fan of seeing reverse sweeps happen. Now, I hope it doesn't, because I don't want to be the guy that casts or curses Snap. But I'd love to see it happen.
Oh, it would be absolutely brilliant. I mean, I don't know if you tuned into Academy yesterday as well. We saw in that first round of uppers, Origin going 3-0 up on the tier favourites, and then them just remembering they're the tier favourites and just winning it 4-3, and then following up by winning the entire tier. So, I mean, if Vortic want to follow a similar storyline, go ahead. But I mean, this is just a little bit different. It's no walk in the park getting a single game, let alone the entire series against this team.
I mean, especially with what I've seen as of late, obviously, right? I mean, the Cutie Pie sidewall, not something I see every day, especially this early in the day. But just from what I've seen from this team so far, as I say that, bit of a mistouch, but it'll still go in. I mean, Tide is still gonna take that goal, but almost a bit of a misplay, as Wally didn't expect it to go as, didn't expect it to stay as close, and ends up backflipping, but keeps it very, very close in front of the net.
Yeah, and that was just sort of a question of where the defence was for MPB there, because I don't know about you, but they all just seemed to vanish there. It was a 3-on-none, so I can't say I'm surprised that Tide managed to score there, and they've certainly found that weakness. That's, I believe, the second time this series they've just managed to catch out that last man. So maybe that's just their new way of exploiting, but Javs, top bins, finds the equaliser with absolutely, without batting an eye.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they need to do to not only stay in this game, but,
Sorry, why is that bounce
win.
in as well? That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for you to mention it when you talked about him scoring, but that bounce was insane. That's not where I thought that was going. But then again, right, they played it so well, and I say this is Reki trying to go for the double tap, is going to get caught off by Cutie Pie, and I believe that was Javs clearing it out to the side. Cutie Pie staying awfully close, trying to put this out mid, but it just goes right past Javs.
Yeah, I mean, hang on a minute. Could be 2-1 here. Very nearly there from Tide. Almost managing to find another lovely moment. As well, he's just going to take this one backwards. Riz trying to boom that one away, but Cutie Pie's just going to meet him there. And giving another go. And guess what? It's Cutie Pie there again, now off the ceiling. Could this be another brilliant moment from him? Does get the dunk, looking for the final teammate, looking for Dendo, looking for the shot, looking for the goal. Does manage to find it and bar down to give MPB the lead.
I mean, this is exactly what they need. Team plays like that. Cutie Pie knows there's no chance I can get a shot on goal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make it so much easier for my teammate to bury it and make it 2-1. And that's exactly what happened. And kickoff strap might end up going to, I believe towards the side of Snap. But it ends up being a counterattack, and it doesn't work out as Javs plays that very well.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times we've said that this series as well. Is that just going to go straight in as well? That's another one.
Directly in. Wally thinking enough time was there to go get some boost, but didn't have the opportunity as it just goes right past Riz. I mean, not much you can do.
There really isn't, is there? I'll tell you what.
No.
This might be the most one-sided first round of playoffs I think we've ever seen. For anyone who hasn't looked at the chat or looked at the B stream, Occulters have just rounded out their 4-0 against the first Glacier Seed Thunder, which means, should MPB take this game, which they would be highly tipped to, then every single game so far will have been a sweep.
I mean, right now it's looking very likely that this could happen, as Cutie Pie trying to secure a fourth one. Cannot. Dendo will try to clear it out to the side. Javs will take it and keep it into that corner as it bounces out towards the mid. A bit of a double commit. They might have a chance for a shot, but the whiff might have faked out Wally and not allowed him to get that shot on. But this might... No, Javs is there. We don't need to worry when Javs is back on defense.
I'll tell you what though, going back to that play that you mentioned a minute ago, I don't think Wally expected Cutie Pie to miss just because it's such a rare occasion. Well, speaking of once again, there's a very common occasion of Cutie Pie not missing to poke
point
a
in case.
Case in point, Mike.
Yeah. You know, like case in point, mic drop, point in case, potato. Kind of feels like the same thing. But no, yeah. I wasn't expecting Cutie Pie to miss it at all either. So I understand where the whiff came from. Wally will try and keep it up. Riz will get the touch out to the corner, but there is nobody there to threaten the ball. And as I say that, Reki will take a pretty good challenge to keep it wide. As Dendo tries to go for the bump, cannot connect. Cutie Pie, another whiff. Rare occasion, like we've talked about, but this could go well for Tide. As I was saying that because the ball was right in their net, and now it's on the other side.
They almost had a moment there. They very nearly formed the thought, did Tide, but it just wasn't to be this time. Cutie Pie looking for goal number 5. Now looking for Riz as well as Dendo trying to find a shot, but with 0 boost, it's a little bit more difficult. Reki just trying to clear that one. Does get it over the attacker as well. Leaves Wally in a 1-on-1 with Cutie Pie. One which you would expect Cutie Pie to win, but that makes it a 2-on-1 because a beautiful pass from Wally leaves Riz with an open net.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot you can do on 0 boost. Bang that towards the backboard, especially when the opponent is already kind of facing you and has a challenge ready. Banging into the backboard, allowing your teammate to come on by and get the follow-up definitely works out well. I thought that just went in.
Oh, very, very nearly.
I thought that kickoff went right in the net.
I'll tell you what, that's actually something we've not seen so far. We've not seen a single kickoff goal. I can't remember the last time I saw a kickoff goal.
You say that, somebody's gonna score, and then instantly a kickoff goal is gonna occur.
Oh yeah, nah.
That's just how being a caster works.
The thing is, if you're new to this as well, the amount of times, even in the last just couple of seasons, that I can say anything I want, and it's gonna get caster curse. I remember we did a whole stream about it, and I just mentioned, I'm gonna test that theory. This guy's not gonna score a crossfield, no chance at all. And for some reason, he just goes and scores a crossfield.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? As, you know, like you mentioned, if they took the 4-0 sweep, that would be, I believe you said every match was a 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, we've got 2 upper matches being 4-0 and 2 lower matches being 3-0. So, really easy day so far. Minimum games played. And for the producers, I'm sure they're absolutely beaming at that.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely happy. They can go about on their day. I mean, casters as well. I don't have a clue what I'm going to be doing after this. I was hoping to see a little bit more games played, but like, you know, man, you know, Snap taking that. Wait, Snap, hold on. Yes, Snap taking that 4-0, 13 goals total. I mean, they doubled the goals that Tide had throughout the whole series.
Vortic didn't even, well, I say that. 6 goals, 1.5 goals per game. It's just your average showing, really. But, I mean, MPB had just about every stat on their side. It feels like field domination, ball possession, boost consumption, shots, goals, you name it. They were just better. And for Tide, all you can do now is regain, go again next series, and just have a think about how to form the rest of your day, as Cutie Pie does get the series MVP with 9 demos as well, just to really add to it.
I mean, very deserved as well for the, you know, for the 2 matches that I watched, or that I got to sit here and cast. I mean, I definitely could see why Cutie Pie getting MVP. 17 shots as well. You know, it's not easy to do that either. But to also keep up and have your shooting percentage be 50%, because you're scoring, I believe it was 8 or 9 goals. I mean, that's very impressive.
Yeah, I think that really just sums up his season. Well, Cutie Pie season anyway. I mean, I say he's been the driving force. Everybody's been the driving force for MPB, but yeah, Cutie Pie, at least rank-wise, does seem to be a slight cut above the rest right now. So, accurate shooter, good passer, good scorer, good saver. I mean, what can't he do, right? But, of course, for the next few minutes, we are just going to head to a short break before we come back at you with Fenrir versus Thunder in the lower quarterfinals.
take me back to the life that we once knew, when the walls weren't closing in like they are now. Cause it's been too many years since California. I wish I could get there, I don't know how. See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before we're done, gotta be patient for a while. Someday we'll look at stars in the same sky, when I'm on the other side.
Storm beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Oh, welcome back in, everybody. We've just had a very, very fast first 4 series, but of course now we're having a little look into the lower bracket with Fenrir against Thunder. You've got the same 2 faces as the last series. Obviously myself and this way. Yeah, this way. Myself and Zirek. So, yeah, we've got it this time. This should be an exciting one because Fenrir have got the momentum and Deathcloud have just been swept. So, what are you expecting, Zirek?
You said Fender has a lot of momentum. I'm excited to see both of these teams go. I'm the new guy here. I'm kind of mainly here just to see how these teams play. But I'm also here to offer hopefully some exciting and fun insight to the stream. It's funny to say because before we ended up introducing this game, there was a lot of stuff going on in the match chat, and I kept looking over, and it was pretty funny to see just some friendly banter going back and forth. But I mean, were these the head-to-head stats from last time they played?
I believe this is all season stats right now, so there is
okay. Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Mate, if it was 21-31, that's the longest series I've ever seen.
You never know. You gotta win by 10.
Oh my, you'd be there all day. I'd actually oh my days, I'd tilt so hard by match 30.
I think I'd tilt hard by match 10.
Nah, low key actually. To be fair, looking at all these stats and stuff, I mean, I'm just gonna highlight the demos, right?
Oh no.
It's safe to say Fenrir have got quite a few throughout the season, with racking up 165 at over 40 games, so 4 demos per game on average, which means we would expect to see quite a bit from them. However, on that other side of things, they are the less accurate shooters of the 2 teams. But regardless, here's your player stats for the season. You've got Bot Reshislav maybe, Merits, Ari and Talbro. I mean, look at the goal participation on Talbro there. And on that other side as well, similar with Roma, these two looking like the star players of either side. And Roma, of course, joined by Kincaid, Razor and Matoshi, who all have decent stats actually, but that is also because they finished first in the conference. So, certainly a lot of players to be keeping an eye on here. Kincaid, of course, being a 3-time RSC champion, looking to add a 4th to his tally today. However, they do only have 1 life to do it now, the Deathcloud. In terms of the B stream as well, we've got Umagi's versus Tide, but of course, this is what we're going to be focusing on here.
I would love to point out on Thunder, you see all the players with the win percentage. Matoshi is a 92 win percentage in 12 games. Not as many games as the rest of them, but that's still an insane stat to look at.
Absolutely. I mean, the way it's looking as well, I don't know if you're checking the match chat right now, these players are looking very, very, very impatient. So, you know what, we could just talk predictions while we start the game. I'm going to hand this one over to you. Best of 5, how is it going to pan out?
This one's a best of 5. I'm sorry, but I have to give it to Thunder. Their stat lines just look a lot better. They have that veteran player like Kincaid, like as you said, as Kincaid. So I'm hoping to see a lot come out from them. And as I say that, Towel Brawl gonna get shot on to start us off. 11 seconds in, and I hope, yes, that'll be Thunder down 1-0. But hey, we still pretty much have a whole game of Rocket League left, so let's not count them out.
Absolutely not, and I'm just going to highlight as well, Talbro rocking the Esper, one of the rarest sights you'll ever see in a competitive match. So, I do rate the car choice here from him, but Thunder trying to weigh up an equaliser here. And I tell you what, in terms of predictions, I'm going to go 3-1 in favour of Fenrir. I reckon they're going to have this one in the bag. Especially with Talbro looking like he is right now. That Esper is looking absolutely scary, to say the least. And of course, this one's going to go all the way up to the orange side of the field. Now, Razor accidentally centering this one, but Roma will latch onto the end of it. Now goes towards Talbro, bumped out for his troubles, goes back towards Razor. That's a dynamic duo we've seen all season in Razor and Roma. Kincaid, of course, just filling in those gaps and doing a very good job of doing so. And similar with the likes of Merits and Ariane, just taking that other job and, by the looks of it, just letting Talbro do the majority of the work, and it seems to have been working for them. Of course, finishing 3rd in their conference. And of course, on the day as well, they're 3-0 so far, looking to add to that tally, looking to get another series win under their belt. And from the way the first minute's gone, they're certainly looking like they picked up where they left off.
Yeah, and a big thing as well to, to point out too, and I'm gonna pause on what I'm saying as it's going backboard, and backboard, but the 50s from the Esper are absolutely deadly. Towel Bro, anytime a 50 has been played, it has been working out well, and I mean, they'll just score another one as Federer will go up by 2.
Well, I remember speaking to someone close with this Death Cloud side who said either they're going to sweep their way through uppers or they're going to bomb out 0-2 if they go out of the uppers. So, of course, from the way it looks, with them getting swept by Occultus in that upper bracket, it's not looking ideal for them right now, going out again. So you'd like to think that, well, you'd like to think that their mental is not going to be too bad. You'd like to think they still have a fighting chance in prospects as a whole, because you don't really want to be finishing first in the conference for nothing. But, oh my days, what a dunk, by the way. Surely there's still a little bit of capability on their side. We're just yet to see a goal from them.
I feel like we've talked about before with you and your caster curses, as you say that, the opportunities are rising as Roma will try and put it out towards the center, but it'll get cleared away. Towel Bro tries to get the touch. Razor will get the double off the ground, but won't be able to get it past Merits.
You know what, we're going to do a little test of the caster curse right now. Kincaid is not going to score from this play. Alright, we're good.
You might be right on that one. But you know who might? It might. Actually, hold on. Kincaid clears it out. Roma will fake the touch, but Kincaid can't put it on net. And, I mean, not where I thought that ball was going to be going afterwards, but Roma will get the touch towards the net. It will be to Kincaid, but Towel Bro has a open net, but I believe it's Razor's going to be there to defend it very well.
Yeah, Razor shot reflexes on him there to manage to get that save. I suppose so anyway. Now looking to find the shot as well. Ends up being a pass off towards Roma, looking for a shot now. Razor will follow that one up, and Talbro's going to clear that one away. Of course, with Kincaid being demoed, but I tell you what, they have offered a little bit of threat now, have this Thunder side. And they do look like scoring. I will give them credit. They don't look dead and buried. They don't look like they're in the ground yet. They just need to find a goal before this game gets away from them.
As you say that, Kincaid will try to get it past Talbot, but Talbot will play it out to the middle. And what a shot from Roma! Puts it directly under the bar to take at least a goal for Thunder and potentially help the team crawl back.
Well, if you're being named after a football team, it's natural that you're going to be a good shooter. Roma putting that one to the test with an absolute belter into the goal to reduce that deficit to 1 now, to give Thunder a chance still in this game number 1. I'll tell you what, Fenrir, they've not really had all too much to offer since making it 2-0. They've just sort of been playing steady, playing defensive, playing safe, and up until now they did do a good job of doing that, but they've got to hold out for this last minute because nobody wants to let a 2-goal lead choke.
I mean, you never want it to happen, but it always can. But Talbot will do his best to say no thank you. And Merritt will clear it down. It's gonna stay into this Thunder half, and it's gonna get cleared up high, very, very high up, as Talbot and Kincaid will both wait on it. Razor will take the touch towards the sidewall, but Talbot will backflip! Oh my god, I'm stuttering over my words! And Roma will score another one! I mean, that's the shooting you want to see.
Absolutely. I mean, it's unfortunate for Talbot there. If I was in his position there, I probably wouldn't backflip, but that's just me. So, look, I appreciate the idea, but unfortunately, that is the equaliser found there for Thunder. So, absolutely good job on the shot from Roma, but Talbot does need to have a bit of a redemption arc there after what I believe would be a misclick, or a misclick on the controller or something like that anyway. But Aryan, final chance of regulation now, going towards Talbot off the wall. Gets one touch, ends up accidentally passing it though towards Razor. Is there still one more goal in this game number 1? Roma looking for the hat-trick, Kincaid looking for the follow-up, but it's not going to happen. And Zirek, we have overtime.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best part about Rocket League is extra Rocket League. So not only not only can we have all 5 matches, but if we get overtime, we get even more Rocket League to watch. And more Rocket League cats as Razor will get a good first touch. Goes to try and 50 Merritt, but cannot get it past. Kincaid will try and bang it wide. Oh. And Razor with a beautiful bump. And that was a fast overtime.
Quite the bounce back there from Thunder there. 2-0 down. Beautiful bump, as you said, from Razor there to throw off that last man. And all it takes, a boom and a bump. And Thunder are back in the series. And you know what? No, they're leading the series now. Look at that. 2-0 down, winning 3-2. It is a lovely, lovely start for them.
Yeah, and definitely something they need. A weird thing to see as well on the side of Thunder. Roma having 2 goals, still being bottom on his team for points. Not something you really see too often, but assists and saves do play a very big part in how many points you get. So, not shocked, but also kind of shocked.
Yeah, that is quite a rare one. That's especially looking at as well at Razor, because he's only got 1 save, he's only got 2 assists. So I don't know, maybe. I mean, looking at his ball touches as well, I think that's where he got most of his points from, to say that for sure. But on the other side, Talbot having the most touches on his team and also the least points. So maybe it's not the quantity of the ball touches, it's more the quality. So
yeah,
I'll tell you what, in terms of quality, Thunder absolutely showed it in the final minute of that game.
So I want to point out it's funny because you talked about predictions. I didn't even mention what the score could be. I just went, oh, this team could win. I didn't even say the score. And to be quite frank, I forgot which team I mentioned. The game that I just watched was so exciting. I went in one ear, out the other, and I mean, Thunder's gonna be up 1-0 in the series.
I remember you saying you back Thunder, but I think that's about as far as we got, because we were just getting into the game because there was just a goal straight away.
I mean, yeah, and as we say that, almost a good shot for Talbot, but it'll get cleared out to the side. I believe it was by Kincaid, and Razor with a shot. What a beautiful save! Oh my, I don't know how he got back towards that one. A good fake from Roma, low shot from Razor, and it'll go in taking goal number 1 in this game number 2. And we see Roma getting hyped for Razor on the cameras. And that's exactly what you need to do for your teammates. Hype them up, make them know that goal was worth it.
Oh, almost forgot. We've got player cams, haven't we? Oh, that's the... I love that. Just seeing all the reactions from everybody every time a goal goes in.
I also just realized that.
I mean, yeah. Wait, do we have any on the side of Fenrir, or is it just Thunder?
I don't know. Okay. So we just have the cameras for Thunder. I really would have loved to see the side for Fenrir as well. But, you know, you do what you gotta do, and a bit of a backflip from Roma as Razor will clear this one wide. Double demo as Maris takes out Kincaid, but Kincaid takes out Maris. Talbro's gonna steal that one away. Razor with the shot, bangs it high. It's gonna be a shot for Kincaid and the goal as well.
Oh, up to that ball pretty quickly is Kincaid. Lovely pass off the backboard there from Razor as well. Good dunk down. Does beat the last man there in Ariane. And that is 2-goal lead now for Thunder. That is now Fenrir put in the same situation as Thunder were last game. Difference is, they've not really offered any threat in a good 5 minutes now.
Yeah. The worst lead that you can have, funny enough, is a 2-0 lead. Only reason is you think it's a comfortable enough lead where you don't have to worry as much. But you quickly find out how soon that fades as Razor gets an awkward touch, but Roma will clear it hard to the sidewall. A bit of an unfortunate miss as Roma will just keep going with this.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what you said as well, yeah, that 2-goal lead it's on that thin line between, yes, this is fine, and no, this is not fine, because it's just how quickly it can absolutely change. Like, if say, Talbro goes all the way up to the other side of the field right now and scores, then that is absolutely Thunder in trouble. That's a sudden momentum shift, but that's not going to happen right now. Talbro is forced into a save, goes towards Maris now. Going to find his teammate again in Talbot. Razor going to dust him to that one though. Arian demoed for his troubles, and Roma trying to have a shot, but a good save from Merits to stop it from being 3-0. Now Razor off the sidewall. Can't find the flip though, as he only manages to get a 50 towards Kincaid. Kincaid now looking for a dribble. Looking for a 50 now, but Talbot is going to beat him to it. Does get it clear, and for the first time in a minute now, this is out of the Fenrir half. I'm sure Thunder won't mind that too much though, because there is just not that much threat now, unless your name is Talbro, who tries to pass it off to Arian, but they're not quite on the same wavelength right now. They're not on the same page. And Fenrir, honestly, I don't know. They're just looking at different teams to game one, but not in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, Fenrir definitely doesn't have the explosive start that they had in that game one. The ball will bounce a little awkward for Razor, trying to get that read off the sidewall. Will end up playing it to the other sidewall as Kincaid will take a good demo onto Merritt. And Razor tries to clear this one mid for Roma. Roma with the shot, it won't go in. Razor bangs one off the post and will take goal 3 for Thunder. And right now, minute 52 left. I want to say it's still anyone's game, but with how I've been seeing Fenrir play, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I reckon you'd be absolutely right there. He's not looking like anyone's game anymore now. They've been looking a little bit toothless, have Fenrir, unless Merritt can find a goal here. No, he cannot. Now Arian trying to challenge that one, but Razor's going to beat him to it. Charbro towards Kincaid. I'm sure that is not exactly what he planned there, but sometimes things just don't always fall the way he goes. Roman's just going to try and force a 50 here. Gets a good shot off as well as Kincaid goes for the follow. Tries to make it 4-0, just inflict more and more damage on this Fenrir defence, and they're certainly doing a good job of it so far. And for Fenrir, it's looking a little bit bleak for them because Razor's going to make it 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play, as I believe that was Roma taking a very good 50. Razor there, Kincaid is there. Everybody's there to make sure that that ball is going in to the net. Now, which net it goes into depends on the 50, but it does work out really well. Kincaid doing really well to dodge the demo from Talbro. As a bit of a mistouch, will get another shot. What a save from Merritt!
Where did that come from? Just out of his own corner. That was in. That ball was in. And then all of a sudden, Merritt just pops out of the goal.
A good chunk of that ball was in the net. And then Merritt comes out of nowhere with the squishy
okay.
save. You know what? You can have one miss. You had the squishy save. You can have at least one extra miss. But right now, okay, that one, not so much. As Razor will clear this down, Talbro tries to control it. Bit awkward for Merits, and Roma will take advantage.
I feel like he used all his ability on that one save because it's just been a bit of a slip since that one point. It ends up being 5-0 now to Deathcloud, and you would expect a timeout to come out from Fenrir now. I don't know if they know that they have got timeouts in a best of 5 because they do. So you'd like to see him use it because if you have just been dusted off 5-0 and you put against triple match point, then it shows that you've got work to do. That could very nearly be 6-0 as well. Razor will absolutely make sure of that. And Deathcloud Thunder have made a statement on Forbidden Temple.
I mean, you called it. You said it could be 6-0. And the second you said it, Razor decides, you know what, let's make it 6-0.
Oh, he's right, yeah.
So, I mean, the caster curse again in the air. 19 seconds left. I mean, Thunder has taken this one in such a dominant fashion compared to game 1. I mean, I was shocked to see this scoreline. Like, if somebody showed me game 1, 20-second overtime, and then showed me that this game 2, 6-0, I would not expect that.
Yeah, especially looking at
And they're going to call it. They're going to call the timeout.
It is the right decision. You've got to call the time after that because now this is 9 unanswered goals from Deathcloud Thunder, who, I mean, I'm looking at the colours on the stream. It looks a little bit flipped because Chrome's in purple and Deathcloud's in white. You'd expect it to be the other way around, but I guess that just isn't the case today. So, you know what? Fair enough.
What can you do?
What can you do? You just got to go with it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at Razor right there. 4 goals, secures the hat trick. Roma getting the playmaker. I mean, fantastic performance. Kincaid also being a solid, solid with the demos. Heavy demos galore as he opens up the field, allowing Razor and Roma to do whatever they want. And yeah, like we said, Fenrir will end up calling their timeout. And yeah, it's exactly what they need to do. There's no reason for them to not call a timeout. As I have a small feeling the lobby might have crashed.
It always happens in a timeout for some reason. I don't know why. It just feels like we just... It
always happens. Every single series full series that I've ever casted, always black screens halfway through.
Yeah, can we just get a W lobby chain in chat, please?
You know what? Maybe Rocket League thought somebody was lagging a little too much during that game, and they thought, you know what? Let's change the lobby. Request a lobby change. This one's on us.
Yeah, I mean, unless it just felt bad for the likes of Chrome after that one game.
Yeah.
6-0 in this lobby. Oh, it's just not what you want, is it? But yeah,
it'd be a shame if the lobby just died.
Wouldn't that be a shame? Yeah, but you can't cast a curse that one. If we can cast a curse a lobby dying, could you imagine that one?
I'd be shocked if somebody could cast or curse a lobby just gone.
There's got to be someone who's done it at one stage, definitely.
Oh, there's probably an RLCS caster who's done it.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see a clip of that. Any league really, a clip of the lobby just gone, and a caster prior just calling it out. I'd be very shocked if somebody has the forethought to call that out.
Well, something that we can call out, though, is the fact that the timeout is very nearly over. Fenrir have had those 2 minutes to try and figure it out, to try and mount a reverse sweep bid. And on this other stream as well, Umagis have gone at 2-0 up against Tide now. So we are currently on course for the minimum amount of games played across 6 series, which means we are, well, far ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I mean, how long did they expect all of these games to go? Because they had to have expected these games to go an hour, and right now, depending on how Thunder does in this match, it might not even go an hour. As a bit of a backflip, you know, we love our backflips here. As Razor will get a touch past Merritt, but there might be a backup shot, but won't connect. As Kincaid will try and control it, will go out. Razor can't connect on it. Roma can't connect on it. Kincaid can't connect on it, but Razor will clear it wide.
And there's a little bit of a threat now from Fenrir for the first time in about 2 games worth now. Of course, they had their chance at the start of the game, but with all that threat, they didn't score from it, and Razor did. So who's got the last laugh there? It is once again Thunder for their 10th unanswered goal.
I mean, this is just not what you want to see for Fenrir. I mean, Thunders have come out hot. Has come out hot. I mean, 6 unanswered game 1. What was it? 3 unanswered game 2, and then they've already got 1 unanswered so far. I mean, how long can they go until Fenrir gets one back? And I fear as if I say that, something might happen, but who knows, as we just gotta wait.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see if Fenrir can actually offer anything. I noticed Merritt's doing the car change now, so that GK decal, absolutely lovely preset there from him. Orion, of course, rocking the Flame Fennec, but this is going to go back to Talbro. In his cheeky little Esper there, just dribbling it across the field. Kincaid will meet him and go down towards, trying to look for a second touch as well, off of the backboard. Won't manage to find it as Razor into the middle, only as far as Orion now. Going to try and clear this one away, doesn't have a flip to work with, so Merritt's going to look to take it off him, but there's a little bit of a miscommunication there. Bit of a clash coming from the two, but that's going to go in the middle. Maybe a goal here from Talbro, but Kincaid will stop that one last minute. Good reflexes from the man there to keep Thunder at a 1-0 lead right now. However, Fenrir are finally starting to heat up once again.
Yeah, as right now, both players are just waiting to see what happens. I entirely thought Roma had disconnected. There was no movement whatsoever. And Razor will clear it out wide. Merritt keeps it in close. Roma with a good bang, but Towel Bro will be there to collect it. Doesn't opt to go for the boost. Could definitely be a bad thing, as, you know, you still have your rotate back. Kincaid will take a good 50. Razor pops one up. Is going to leave it for Roma. Roma with the shot, but Towel Bro will make a good save.
Yeah, I mean, stopping Thunder from adding any more to their own tally, but this is going to be a tough 2-on-1 now. Razor and Roma versus Orion. Orion, of course, making brilliant work of that one to keep that away from both of them. Now making a dribble towards the sidewall. Kincaid will be first to it, and hang on a minute, Roma's going to be second to it. Lovely shot as well now, and that is Thunder with yet another one on the board. Now 11 goals unanswered.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the team chemistry I feel like they needed early on in game 1, but a lot of teams use game 1 just to kind of feel out their opponent, see how it's going to play out, and I mean, I feel like they've got Fenrir under a microscope with how well they've been playing, and I mean, Kincaid with a beautiful demo. Razor, no boost in the tank, has to play it as close as he can. But Roma will clear it out to the side, tries to go up to the ceiling, but Razor's there, and Merritt will make a good touch to keep it out. Kincaid will be up, Merritt will get the touch, Razor will be up, and it'll get cleared out to the side by Towel. I feel like calling him Towel instead of Towel Bro sounds a lot like more flowy.
It does sound a lot more flowy. I mean, although the name in total, this is quite a unique one. It's another one in that long list of RSC names of just, why is he called that? You've got the likes of, we had Wash Machine the other year, we had Burger Bros, we've had my name in there every now and again. There's someone else, I don't know, I'm forgetting something. Can anybody in chat just remind me of some of the best names we've got to offer? Because there is definitely a list on it.
I'm sorry, you had Washing Machine?
We did. He's called Cozy now, but he was called Washing Machine. Heinz Ketchup, we've got another one as well there, yeah.
We've got a Heinz Ketchup. I mean, that's a pretty good name. I mean, personally, best bottle of ketchup. As Towel Bro will back up the post and the crossbar, and he'll stay out as Kincaid tries to get the ceiling pinch outwards. Towel will clear it out, but a 50 from Roma. Plays it well. Kincaid with no boost, but Razor will be there with the touch. And right now, I mean, like I've said it time and time again, a 2-goal lead is not the lead you want. Merritt's with the double, and he scores.
Yes, he does. Merits, that's a beautiful angle to stop that flow there from Thunder. Show him a little bit of lightning. Lovely double tap there.
But with 35 seconds remaining, Fenrir have to pull magic out of their pocket to make it happen and potentially not get swept.
Yeah, they need one more magic moment. That bump's going to come in. Kincaid's got Ari into beat. Ari will get one touch, but it's a little bit awkward for him. Razor can't find the dagger. Roman's going to look for it. Does beat his man there, but Merits over to the side now. Ari, maybe one more chance in the tank before this game's going to come to a close. Merits tries to beat Roma, doesn't manage to do so. Talbro just waiting in the wings now. Merits does beat one. Talbro looking for the final shot. Going to go only as far as the backboard. Kincaid not going to miss that one. Stay as a staunch defender this entire time, and Roma puts that one to the ground, and Thunder will complete the sweep on Fenrir and advance to the next round.
We've actually played the least amount of Rocket League for what was it? Upper semifinals, lower finals, or lower round one.
And now lower quarters as well.
And lower quarters. So we've had what, 3 reverse sweeps. And when did y'all start?
Wow, well, this started at 5, so well, yeah, an hour and a half ago, basically. But we've had
3 series played in an hour and a half.
Well, okay, mainstream we've had 2, but like I know there's a lot going on at once. I think this one only started on the hour as well. Like we've not even been going for half an hour in this series alone. We've got quite a long break ahead of us. So I suppose, post series we can just take a few minutes to yap after that demolition job by Thunder.
I mean, look at this stats. Goals. Thunder with 11. 11 of those being unanswered, too.
Yeah.
And Fenrir, their first 2 goals were in game 1, and they couldn't make the comeback. I was hoping that they would take game 1. It would have been really exciting to see it, especially seeing how Thunder played games 2 and game 3. But I mean, congratulations to Thunder. I mean, that was no easy task, and they did it pretty well.
They did do an absolutely brilliant job there. As Razor are going to take home the series MVP. 5 goals, 4 assists, 2 saves, 2 demos, and about 45% shot accuracy as well. So definitely done a good job. Almost 500 points per game as well to take away with that. So big performance from the Thunder captain there to try and spur his team on through the lower bracket now. Of course, looking to meet Umakis in that next round, but that series not being done just yet on the B stream. So still awaiting the conclusion of that one. But for the time being, we've, this has been quite the series. And earlier when we were on about names, I found an absolutely brilliant shout from Vice. We have got someone in, I believe it's Charlie Tier, called Bot Snorkeler.
Sorry, we RSC allowed the name Butt Snorkeler.
He's called something else in game. I think he's called Big Swifty 200 kilos. So it's not even much better, but
it's not. I mean, that's still not something I expected to see and or hear. But yeah, I mean, what more do we have really to talk about? I mean, there's quite a bit of time until the upper semis.
There's quite a lot of time until it, but well, I think for the time being, maybe if we have got a spare channel, you could actually just run the B stream as well on the A stream until that one's over, because hopefully, fingers crossed, if that isn't a sweep, it's a bit more of an exciting series. But you know what? I'm out of words for now, so I'll leave the floor to you. And then if you got once you're all done as well, we can head to a quick break.
I feel like we should go jump it right into that break. I mean, it's not a sweep, so it's going good, but
we're getting better.
I do not have much more to say. I'm just glad I got to be here to watch some fantastic Rocket League.
Yeah, it was a brilliant series. So, yeah, for the time being, That is going to be that for the next half an hour. And when we come back on the A stream, it will be Occultus versus Snap, with the winner getting those 2 lives in the grand finals. As Subi once said, you don't want to go anywhere, don't go anywhere.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Gets me thinking, by another shot you got me drinking.
Artificial love. Artificial love. Artificial love. We just make it up. 'Cause reality will never be good enough. And even if it was, we just mess it up. How can you know what's in our mind? When in between the good and bad, there's such a thin line. How can you know what's in our heart? When often hate motivates and love takes the storm that meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Who you think you are? Who you think you
Welcome back, everybody, to the playoffs. We're in the prospect tier. I'm joined by Xerx. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I actually watched an RSC stream, and you were casting it, and I kept mentioning the wall of monster cans you have behind you, as the addiction for energy drinks is real. But you know what else is real? The matchup between Occultist and Snap. You're showing another one. I mean, we talked a bit about it beforehand. Occultist having a pretty good series against, I believe it was the number 1 seed. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be
No,
thinking
yeah,
different.
You are correct. It was the number 1 seed with Deathcloud Thunder. They were the number 1 seed in their conference, and they got absolutely murdered by Dexterity. And we may get a little bit how do I say this without sounding too bad? Absolutely slandered and slaughtered for our predictions today. Because we were talking about it before. We were saying, oh yeah, they were playing well. Snap is predicted to win the entire thing, I will say, by most people. But I think Dexterity are gonna have the momentum from the last game. I know Snap also 4-0'd, don't get me wrong, but it was against the 2nd seed as well. But you never know, There's upsets that can happen, and we feel like there will be an upset. I know I'm going for one.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be swinging for that 4-2. I know Snap can definitely come out flying. I mean, I casted. I think it was a bit of their 4-0 sweep, but I mean, some of these stats as well. You know, a lot of teams love to look at the with the win-loss and be like, oh, this team guaranteed to win. A big thing to look out for too, as well as goals for, is goals against, to see, if a team's playing more defensively or offensively and how well it's working. But the save stats are almost dead even.
Yeah, there's not much separating between the two of them, and I feel like I don't know how to explain this properly, but I feel like MPB, they could end up looking a little awkward, because I was thinking Deathcloud Esports would absolutely destroy Dexterity, right? Okay, I went for a 4-0 to Deathcloud. They got absolutely destroyed. They didn't get to play their game at all. I feel like Dexterity is going to do the same again to Snap, which is why I'm going for them. I just think whenever Dexterity are playing these higher seeded teams, they're able to just recognize the tough choices that the players on the other side have to deal with. And I feel like they're going to end up doing the same sort of thing. It's going to be Taffy Jones, Tilted Waffle, Raid, Sub-Dexterity. It's not that much of a surprise though, is it? And then it's Cutie Pie, Dendo, and Rex, whose in-game name is Javs, just in case anyone gets confused. I know you would have seen them earlier, but might as well let you know again. But yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting game for sure, and I think we can just kind of get right into it, yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Tezek, I don't know if you saw what I saw within those stats, but Cutie Pie has a 95% win rate in I believe it was 20 games. So definitely something to look out for. And we'll start off, like always, with a good kickoff. Cutie Pie will try to take control. Raids end up trying to 50 both as Cutie Pie goes off the ceiling, met by Taffy, but isn't gonna get any threatening shot towards, as I believe the rest of Snap just kind of went off the ball. I believe Cutie Pie is AFK.
Yeah, we may have some technical issues, but no one's called for a restart yet, so I'm not sure what's the story. But since neither side have called it, we're just gonna have to keep going, and there's a chance now for Dexterity, but it just about gets cleared away. We see Cutie Pie again, just maybe having some issues, but it's working out well for them so far. There's no goals conceded, thankfully, for MPB Snap, as Cutie Pie trying to go alone, able to off the post and bar, and finds a way. Maybe having technical difficulties, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, that's one way to come back from technical difficulties. I mean, you sit there AFK for a bit trying to figure out what's going on, maybe a controller disconnect, and then you come out and you hit one of the best ceiling shots and sneaking it under the bar. I mean, that's exactly what you have to do to keep the momentum going. Jabs will clear it out towards the side of Occultus, and I believe that was, I think that was Dendo that was trying to pre-jump, and it almost worked out very, very well, I will say.
Nearly, but he has to get it cleared away from now. Cutie Pie not able to beat out Raids as Waffle goes up, finds the touch into the corner. Raids is there to try to get the pass midfield, and Jaffe Jones is there, able to equalize this very, very quickly on the restart.
Yeah, Raids with a beautiful pass out towards that mid. Taffy Jones able to beat out Cutie Pie, and we are all tied up already. 3 minutes 33 left to go, and the kickoff goes for Taffy. And you know, Cutie Pie, that felt a little personal, but we'll see how it goes, as just taking as much time as they can. Taffy gets a good shot towards the backboard, but Dendo will take control. Taffy does, I believe, get the demo on to Cutie Pie, so no threatening shot towards that side. I was about to say, it almost happened. Caster Curse moment again.
Yeah, they cut away lucky though, so they're not going to complain. There's nothing conceded there. It's still a tied game just under that 3-minute mark. Taffy Jones finds Raid still on the attack, and the net is open. No one's home, and Raid's able to find the lead for Dexterity, and a very good way to start this game one.
So beautiful shot, by the way. I'd love to point out we have cameras, we have player cams, but Raids and Tilted Waffles cameras are the exact same.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised though. Sometimes issues happen, especially with Masters being so new. But Taffy Jones has to play the 50. Dendo keeps control. Tilted Waffles just going to take his time in the corner, plays it to the sidewall. Raids is up immediately for it, trying to get a fast one over. Cutie Pie gets demoed, but Dendo's there for a free shot. Taffy Jones not able to get back, and they tie the game up again.
I mean, perfectly played from Dendo. Knows Taffy Jones has no chance of getting back, and will secure that tying goal. I mean, still 2 minutes 23 left. It's only been a minute since the last goal. I mean, this is still anyone's game, and I feel like a lot of these games in this series will be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, to be honest. They are going to be. We both know that these sides are indeed here for a specific reason. Cutie Pie trying to find a way through, but the double commit able to get it out. Dendo has to race back. Raids couldn't find the touch, but Taffy Jones is there for the shot. Cutie Pie just about able to get that into the corner. Dendo's trying to follow it up. It gets pushed back into the MPB side, trying to find the pass midfield. Raids is there for the shot, and what a shot that is! Into the bottom corner, and they extend their lead once again.
I mean, that is not an angle I thought Rays was going to be hitting, but sneaks it right past Jabs and will take the lead once again. And almost another minute has gone by since each goal. Almost a kickoff goal. I don't know if you were watching the stream beforehand, but me and I believe, I want to say it was Beeping Sheep, we talked about how we haven't had a kickoff goal happen just yet. But what we might have is another Rays masterclass, but Taffy Jones with the shot, but Jabs with the save. As Tilted Waffle isn't able to connect on it, does get it past one, and will score! Taffy Jones to take the 4th goal for Occultus.
Yeah, and DXT doing what I thought they would, making Snap awkward as can be, not letting them out of their own half. They're making sure they're playing their game, and Snap aren't allowed to do anything about it. As Taffy Jones, it's a great kickoff as it went towards that Snap side once again, but that pass comes through. Waffle's going to keep following it, however, that comes down. That could find its way into the net, and Taffy Jones is able to follow it up. And just as I think everyone is surprised to see, TXT might be able to take this game.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely looking like that. Taffy Jones with the hat trick and a Tilted Waffle with the playmaker. I mean, everybody on here has got some participation in every single goal. As we might have another one for Raids as Cutie Pie cheated up a little too far and cannot get back. And a beautiful clear from Raids. I believe that'll give him the hat trick as well.
That might be game 1 done and dusted in Masters before. I'm just going to call him out on this. He was saying DXD aren't getting a single map, and it looks like they're getting the first one. It's 6-2, 50 seconds left. Snap, you're looking a bit flat-footed currently as Dendo's just going to try push that one forward. Cutie Fly's there. That's a great play coming through. And they do technically still have time. There is a possibility where they come back.
I mean, yeah, 44 seconds is definitely plenty of time to score 3 goals and take it to overtime. But at the same time, it gives Occultus the chance to potentially score some more and lower their chances of getting the 3 goals that they need. As a good fake from Tilted Waffle leaves Cutie Pie flying up to that ceiling. And Dendo try to clear it out, gets 50'd out towards Taffy Jones. Raids ends up playing low, knows he doesn't have to do anything fancy, but Taffy Jones with a shot, and they will secure a 7th goal. I mean, like I said before, all of these games are probably going to be high-scoring games. I just didn't expect 10 goals in one game.
Yeah, it's happened before. I've seen it. It happened, I believe it was the play-ins actually for Prospect there a few days ago. I don't actually remember the sides, but there was a time where it was, I believe, 8 goals before half of the game was even done. So you'd be surprised how often this stuff will happen as Raids has to play the 50 in his corner. This one just is out of Snap's reach as that one will drop to the ground, and Occultus take game 1 in incredible fashion.
I mean, incredible fashion as they do. But I want to wait for these stats to pop up. Taffy Jones getting that MVP for game 1. 4 goals on 6 shots. You're at least over a 50% accuracy. I mean, same with Raids. Raids is at almost 100. Oh, what, 25, 75.
Yeah, and Waffle as well. He may be the lowest point tally there, but 5 assists tells you everything you need to know. They are shooting for death right now. They want to make sure Snap are scared in their half. They won't want to see them do anything with the ball, and so far they're doing an incredible job of it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely DXT keeping them all on the back foot. There was no chance for them. They didn't really have a lot of opportunities. They had a couple here and there, but you gotta always make sure that you save the ball. I mean, it sounds easy. It sounds easy when you say it out loud, but I mean, shots like these, not as difficult, but I will say, for teams like these, I'm very excited because Snap 4-0'd their first series that I got to cast, and then Occultus has been doing fantastic. We got Tezic chair cam as we get into this match. Taffy Jones will try to take the 50 onto Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie will end up playing this out to the mid for either Jazz or Dendo, but nobody able to connect as Raze will try to take the one-on-one and it won't connect. Cutie Pie will get a touch. It will be a bit awkward, but Dendo's there. Dendo clearing it out to the backboard, but Taffy Jones with a good clear out to the side. Jazz trying to play it out. Cutie Pie does have a potential for a shot, but is beat to that ball by Miss Taffy himself. As Tilted Waffle gets one out, but Javs will be up. No boost in the tank. Fakes it past one. Trying to stay in front of it. Trying to stay in front of it as much as he can. Tezic, I believe you are back. Why don't you go ahead with some good commentary?
As they nearly have a chance there, DXT. They're trying to keep that pressure mounting from the last game. They don't want any chance of Snap finding a way through, but it will eventually fall out of their half. But Raids is immediately making sure it gets back in. Taffy Jones gonna call back a little, goes off to the side wall, tries to stick with it, has to try play the 50, but it doesn't work out. Rex is able to cut him out quickly. Cutie Pie off the back wall, has to play quick as Tilted Waffle not giving her any space. Raids pushes it down. Taffy Jones not able to get that one off. Unfortunately for DXT, Tilted Waffle just trying to keep the pressure on. Raids is there in the corner, tries to find the pass midfield, but pinches it a little bit too hard. So now Dendo has the chance to start a counter-attack opportunity. It's not worked out too well as Waffle cuts it out, but it will get pushed back onto that back wall. It's into the corner, tries to go off the sidewall into the ceiling, but Rex is waiting, letting that ball fall onto him, and Raids in the midfield trying to keep it on, maybe find some sort of shot, but nothing coming through just yet for either side. And Taffy Jones off the back wall, no double in sight for him, and that one just about will get away for now.
Yeah, Raids takes a good 50. It tries to keep it as in the half of Snap, but Cutie Pie will bang it out to the side. Raids with an unfortunate miss, but Taffy will get a good touch as Tilted Waffle tries to keep this out towards the mid, but is going to get cleared away by, I believe that was Denzo. Dendo, yeah. I always keep thinking there's a Z, but there's never a Z in that name. And it's kind of sad because it sound Denzo, I don't know why in my head just sounds insane, and then Dendo, even more sick of a name.
But yeah, definitely. But getting back into the action, Rex is able to find it over one. Raids was waiting on that sidewall, not letting any pressure build, and Dendo keeping it into the midfield, gets pushed by Waffle immediately as it falls to Snap's corner. Tilted Waffle, a bit of a misread, I think, as Taffy Jones alone on the back line has to try and fight for his life, fight for Dexterity's life, and Waffle has to back out of that one this time. Raids is going to force the challenge. Tilted Waffle's there. It's over one. Raids is there, though. Can't find the shot. Rex not letting anything come to fruition. It's tried to push across the goal line, but there's no follow-up just yet. Is that one falling down? Rex is there. Can he find a second touch? Waffle able to push it away. Tries to get the 50 off Dendo. It's a great one as well. Cutie Pie takes control. Takes to the skies. Plays the 50. And there's no dangerous opportunities just yet. Well, never mind.
You have to say it too. This is the textbook definition of a caster curse.
That is insane.
It couldn't have been any better timing. There's no threat whatsoever. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Tilted Waffles immediately scores.
they're just listening to me at this point. Is that one off the crossbar? What's happening? Snap can't find the target just yet as Raids gets that one cleared away, tries to follow it up. Dendo into the corner. Taffy Jones is there to find one touch. Raids is gonna leave the play. Cutie Pie have to be awkward on that back wall. Taffy Jones is there again. And with 33 seconds left, Dexterity have a 2-goal lead.
I mean, Taffy Jones could not have threaded this needle anymore. Gets it under Cutie Pie, but far enough that Javs isn't able to connect enough. Javs still connected, just not as much as he would have hoped, as an unfortunate touch from Dendo almost puts it right on the Raids' car, as Waffles will try to end up getting a clear, or at least a soft touch out, but Taffy Jones is there, tilted Waffles up. Gets that one extra touch, might end up getting it in a threatening position for Occultus. Oh, but that'll be the threatening position as Dendo with a long bomb.
Oh my word, there's still a chance. 7 seconds left on the clock. They only need one. Raid's not able to get back in time for that one. So MPB, they do have a chance. It is unlikely, but it is still there. This kickoff will mean the world to them, but it doesn't go their way as Dexterity with Raids pushing forward. Just needs to let that ball drop, and it will. And Dexterity take game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a chance for Snaps to end up calling that timeout. As we look over on at the stats, Tilted Waffle ending up with 1 goal on 5 shots. Not the best accuracy, but it's the goal that matters.
Yeah, definitely. You have to say, it is always the goals that matter within these games. And they're putting on quality as well as quantity compared to Snap. They had 7 shots compared to 5, so we'll have to see. And the timeout is called. Cutie Pie letting us know, so they have 2 minutes now to figure out what's going on and how to fix it, and they need to do it quickly.
I mean, not a lot they can do. I mean, Occultists have been coming out very, very dominant, very, very fast pace off the get-go, and it feels like Snap hasn't been able to adjust as much to their playstyle. I mean, right now, your prediction's looking a lot closer than my prediction.
Yeah, and I'm happy with that considering the last few predictions I've had have not gone well, I'll just put it that way. Especially with that DC Dexterity game. Yeah, that one was really bad. But, hey.
I'm curious now.
I said 4-0 to Deathcloud and they got 4-0'd.
So Caster, you Caster.
But hopefully Dexterity can make me happy this time. And yeah, but MPB Snap, there's a lot going wrong currently. It seems like it's not even a case of they're playing badly. I just think Dexterity are playing a lot better, so it makes it so much harder for them to actually get into these games.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing as well is, just simplistic things too. Simple rotation mistakes. Their third man cheating up a little too far, a long bomb's gonna go in. Their third man plays too far back, you get bumped. It's one of those things where it entirely depends on who you're playing and how they're playing. So, I mean, it's gonna be tough for Snaps to try and come back, but I mean, the Cultists is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, they're looking incredible. And yeah, I don't know how to explain this, but Dexterity, they're just, again, it's kind of like the Deathcloud game. They're not letting Snap play how they want at all. So it's working extremely well, and hopefully they'll continue to do it, because Snap, they are going to come back from this time out with a fight, and a very dangerous one at that. So they're gonna need to kind of be prepared for any sort of playstyle changes that come through. Maybe say bumps, demos come out a bit more, maybe some extra counter-attacking pressure. Even if they try to play fully defense and it just doesn't go the right way, Occultists need to kind of be prepared for quite literally anything.
Yeah, and being prepared for something like a kickoff, as it does end up working out better for Snap, but Taffy Jones will clear it out to the side, does end up getting the extra touch, and tries to dunk Jazz, but isn't able to connect too much on it, as Tilted Waffle is gonna try to pre-jump it, but won't get the touch. Raids will try and go solo, but will be met by Cutie Pie, as it'll get cleared to the opposite wall.
Yeah, and it does get better for Snap currently. They're keeping that pressure on. They're trying to be more aggressive, but that could lead to some counterattacks coming through. And it looks like there is a chance right now for Dexterity. Raids up immediately for that shot. Can't find the target, so Rex is able to get it cleared away. And it will get played back into the corner of Occultist. Tilted Waffle not able to follow it up. It goes high from Raids. Dendo's on no boost, but able to push it out for now. Cutie Pie gonna try follow it. That's a big whiff coming through from Jones, and it doesn't seem to have been countered upon, as that's off the post. Tilted Waffle able to follow it up, gets that corner boost. Will try to slow it down. Rex is onto him immediately though. And Cutie Pie has to try do something on their own. Raid's able to make it stopped in the play. And Dendo, a good bit of control. Taffy Jones just about able to get back. And Tilted Waffle has to play the 50. Raids is there towards it. Has to try turn that one in. There's nobody home for Snap. And Tilted Waffle will happily take it back.
Yeah, Jabs and Cutie Pie end up cheating up as Dendo's trying to rotate all the way back on the offside from the ball, and it just doesn't work out. The double commit is definitely going to be the death of them. As I say this, Dendo trying to go for the sidewall, but Cutie Pie will read the touch and will take an extra goal and potentially put some momentum in their favor.
Well, they'll need it, and they'll need it quickly, because we both know just how well Dexterity can keep them from doing what they want. Is Tilted Waffle just going to get one touch? It is up high from Rex. Cutie Pie onto it immediately. Dendo chasing, but Taffy Jones going to get that cleared away. Raids was still up, tries to find the pass over to Waffle, but he has no boost to make the play work properly. So Rex is going to launch that one down, tries to make the defense awkward, but no follow through. At least not a good one at that. That one dropping down. Cutie Pie is awkward, and Taffy Jones is there, and they regain it immediately.
You know, after game one, I started thinking to myself, after what our wonderful producer said about our predictions, I mean, it's not looking so difficult now. Our predictions don't look so out of the ordinary.
Yeah, no, they definitely don't, especially because we thought everyone was going to slate us for it, but it seems as though DXT just have Snap's number currently, as that timeout buff isn't helping. So Tilted Waffle goes up high. Cutie Pie is able to get there first. So Raids has to play the 50 against Rex. Taffy Jones is there for it immediately though, still has control, tries to find the shot, nobody's home yet again. And Snap, what's going on? You had your timeout, you used it to the best of your ability, and it's still not working out for you.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like, Occultist is coming out in a blazing glory. They are up 3-1 with 2 minutes and 19 seconds left. I mean, as I was about to say that, you know, kickoff goal almost happened. But right now, Dendo with a touch out towards that net. It'll get cleared away by Tilted Waffle. I mean, Tilted Waffle is playing phenomenal right now.
Yeah, definitely. And as you try to recover from your roboticness, Taffy Jones has to get that cleared away. There's a good demo on Dendo, so Tilted Waffle's there again, finds the touch midfield, no follow-up, but no touch from the defense either. So that one falls to the corner. Taffy Jones is up for it instantly. That's a great bump coming through from Raid, so Cutie Pie has to make the touch. Does well as it falls over to Rex, who tries to get that forward. Cutie Pie's with them. tries to get that into the midfield, but no chance of that happening with the defense looking as strong as they are for DXT. And that gets cleared away. QtPie racing back, plays it into the corner, has to play the 50 off Raids. Tilted Waffle's there, but Rex able to stop him in his tracks as Taffy Jones plays it to the midfield. No one was waiting, so Tilted Waffle has to play it back. But Dendo, no boost, tries to just flick that one forward. Rex was there waiting. QtPie pops it up high, tries to push it in himself, but Tilted Waffle gets it to the corner. Raids can't make the read, so has to leave it for Tilted Waffle. QtPie can stop in the midfield. It gets pushed in, tries to find some sort of danger, but nothing this time. Taffy Jones has control, plays it to the midfield for Raids. That's up high. Rex finds one touch onto the back wall, and it seems as though the chaoticness that occurred earlier is seeming to die down.
I mean, it definitely does feel that way, as not a lot of goals happening right now. And I mean, I'm gonna say that, and some team is just gonna, you know, come out of nowhere. And like I said, Taffy Jones almost with a beautiful shot. Rex with an even better save. So the last couple seconds remaining, as I believe Occultists are just going to let this drop, but they're going to try and take one home for the road, and it will drop 3-0 for Occultists so far. I mean, our dexterity, I don't know how you guys calm that yet. Does it matter what we say as long as it's...
Doesn't matter as long as you say one of them.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But as we're waiting for the next game, we'll let you know as well. Over on the B stream, Magus versus Tide. It's 2-0 currently to Magus in Game 3. So that's a big surprise yet again. Deathcloud Esports, they're not doing too great either. So we'll have to see whether or not the number 1 seeds that were so expected to go so far will fall too short. But we'll focus back here. DXT, they're making sure that everybody knows what they're capable of and make sure everyone realizes, oh, we may have underestimated you.
I mean, underestimated them. Everybody was saying Snap was projected to win the whole thing. I believe you did mention that a little bit before as well, but right now, Dexterity is looking insane.
Yeah, they're looking incredible.
I believe we black screened.
Oh, lovely. So we'll have a little technical difficulty. It gives Snap I don't know if you'd say a timeout, but like a little bit of timeout.
Mini timeout.
Mini timeout. Yeah, just to try and figure out what's going on. Because they need to figure it out very, very soon. There's a lot of issues happening. They just aren't playing how they might have wanted. So it's not looking good for them currently. Yeah, Dexterity are just looking incredible.
I mean, I will say, seeing Snap play now versus how they played their last match, which was a 4-0 sweep, it just seems like two entirely different teams on the field. I mean, if the Dexterity that went in their 4-0 sweep, I guarantee you that it would be a lot different of a story for Dexterity right now. I definitely could see a couple of these games going towards the side of Snap, but right now, with how it's going, Dexterity's on track to complete the sweep.
Yeah, and that's going to give them so much confidence going into the actual grand final, sweeping both Deathcloud Esports and MPB. So we'll have to see, can they keep this momentum going? Can Snap figure out an answer that they are so dying to look for, as that kickoff immediately goes in favor for MPB, and that is exactly what you needed to see for them.
And I guess there it is, the first kickoff that's gone in immediately, and it works out well for Snap. And I can guarantee you that Dexterity's going to do whatever they can as Tilted Wall demos Dendo and Cutie Pie, I believe, demos. I think it's Tilted Waffle. And
Not sure. Wow. And Rex is able to double that lead very quickly, so I'd say that little mini timer has helped them a bunch, considering DXT, they look a bit shaken. They just need to close the series out, basically, and from the looks of things, they're struggling to do that. But
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know if my mic is better.
it's not the greatest, but hey, that's RSC, you got
I will try to fix this. Give me a moment.
As Taffy Jones trying to put a shot on, it will find the back of the net in the end, which is what they needed. They were down 2 very quickly, but they find a response just as quick, able to cut that lead back down to 1, so we'll have to see, can they keep this one going? And the kickoff will go in favor of MPB, but Taffy Jones is immediately up for it. Raids is there, can he find the touch? Not this time. But Rex is gonna try play it into the corner. Tilted Waffle's there, it's off to the back wall. No one's up just yet for a follow-up. Taffy Jones is alone in a 1v1 situation, gets the better of Cutie Pie. And Rex is immediately up for that one. Raids having to stay back this time.
Yeah, as Raids will take a bit of a controlled touch. Gets the dunk out and win!
Wow.
Oh, no.
And that is incredible from Raids. Maybe a little bit of luck involved, but hey, you'll take every single goal you can, especially when you happen to be down. So, Raids, fair play. You're getting your team there. Dendo is gonna chase that one down. Raids is up for it immediately off the ceiling. That might be a mistake as Cutie Pie's there. And immediately there's another goal coming through for MPB Snap. And both these sides, they are absolutely begging for goals. We see already not even a minute and a half in, we have 5 goals already put through. Both sides wanting to make this one a very entertaining one.
Yeah, as a Cutie Pie will end up scoring another goal for the side of Snap as they end up taking, you know, that 4th goal. But this is the kind of Snap that I remember seeing in that 4-0 sweep. This is the team that, you know, dominated that series. And right now, that is exactly what they are doing to Dexterity.
Yeah, and Dexterity need to find another way back. They're down 2 again. Make it 3. Dendo able to find one. We're just over a minute and a half in, and we have 7 goals scored already.
You know, I think they heard us talking about how, you know, it's going to be high-scoring games. So there was, you said, I think it was 11 goals and a half. I think they're going to be looking to try and take that as Tilted Waffles goes up, gets it to the back, Reigns is there, and he takes another one. Now we're at 8 goals total in a less than, a little over a minute and a half. But DXT's, I mean, right? Yeah, DXT.
Yeah.
I think
DXT looking good even when they are down. Tilted Waffle trying to play the fake. Raids is there. Has to try and leave it as Rex trying to start some sort of attack now for them. And Tilted Waffle able to find one touch out. Tries to lay it off to Raids, but he decides to pull back. Cutie Pie gets bumped away, so Dendo immediately onto it. Finds a shot. Taffy Jones gets it away for now. It gets played into the corners. Rex is waiting. Gets the 50 and Raids is up with no boost. Has to just play one touch. Taffy Jones there, but Dendo able to make a way to stop it. And Tilted Waffle gets one away. Has to play the clear, but Rex isn't letting any of that happen.
Yeah, and as we see both of these teams, Tazik, you know, they're both really going for it. They know what's at stake here. The winner of this series, they are going to go on through to that grand final in the upper bracket. They'll have both of their lives remaining. And I think here that the real shocking factor for Snap, you know, all 3 players on their main roster super confident that they were going to go all the way, that they weren't going to lose a series. And now they're finding themselves at series point. There's still 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on this clock. I think they're probably more worried about making sure they don't concede compared to scoring, because, we've seen from this Dexterity side, they've got the firing power, they've got the mentality behind the team.
Yeah, they look a little bit nervous right now, trying to close this series out, but they're not playing how they did in this first 3 games, as Taffy Jones able to find one out, can't get anything else, so Tilted Waffle takes control, tries to find the bump on Dendo, but it doesn't come through, so Raids is alone, has to try play the 50, gets bumped out of the way instead, the touch comes through, Taffy Jones and Tilted Waffle, double commit, but works out in their favor for now. Cutie Pie up again, plays the 50 from Rex, but there's nothing too dangerous just yet for MPB. Taffy Jones gets it out of the midfield, tries to just get that slammed away. Raids, that's a last man dive. There's no one back right now. And Cutie Pie tries to just play it slow, which wasn't what you needed to do in that situation. You're 2 goals up. Why not go for that third one, as Tilted Waffle grabs that mid boost. Has to play the 50 in the midfield twice, able to make it work both times. Rex, that's dropping down, that's off the post, and it gets away for now, so we'll have to see can Dexterity find something and find it quick.
Yeah, and right now they have 30 seconds remaining for them to find out if they're able to end up taking this full sweep, or if maybe one of our predictions will end up coming in handy. And right now, I mean, it's looking pretty close. Rays does get the touch towards that sidewall, and Taffy Jones will end up scoring to bring it 4-5. This is still doable for them.
Yeah, and they're gonna want to find something off that kickoff quickly, because there's only 10 seconds. It still could be out for you, but for now, we'll see how it goes. They decide to play the fake, but there's no touch on the cheat up, as Taffy Jones has to play it himself. Dendo, that's a big whiff coming through. It's up high. It gets cleared back again by Cutie Pie. It might just fall in. It's off the back wall, and that one will drop for Snap. They do take a game, and a very needed one at that. They still need to do the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, they still have the opportunity to do it. Maybe that extra time while our lobby ended up black screening could have ended up helping them out just a little bit. As, I mean, we still look at the stats. DXT Raids popping off when it comes to the defensive side, having, 5 saves, Taffy Jones having 3, and Tilted Waffle having 2. They all played very well defensively. It's just that, it's just the attacking half that they need to work on just a little bit. And hopefully when they do, they can complete this series and hopefully take it very soon.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, I think that is the biggest field domination differential I think I've ever seen. It was 77% to 23 for MPB that game. And honestly, I'm not that surprised. Occultist just looked a little shaky. I think the nerves of the 3-0 is kind of getting to them, so we'll have to see, and the server goes down for maintenance. Great! So we have to reset the lobby once again, but that's fine. We'll just have a little bit of waffling going on for a little minute. But so far, as we do indeed go on to, as we will be going on to the next map, I believe it's Beckwith Park, if I'm correct. We DXT have the chance to make at least my prediction spot on, which I will be very happy with, especially since they destroyed mine earlier. But, I don't know, we'll have to see, because both of these sides now seem to kind of be getting into the grasp of things. MPB finally looking alive, and Dexterity, we know how the first 3 games went. They absolutely were all over Snap, but that last one they were a little bit nervous looking, so we'll have to see if that will change this time. So I don't know, but with all that being said, I believe we have everybody in the lobby. Oh no, we're waiting for Zerix, my co-caster.
Yeah, I would think that would be me. I'm just trying to fix a couple audio issues going on my end. Apparently, I am becoming very robotic at some moments, so I've had to disable noise suppression entirely.
Well, that's okay.
It makes it so you also come through on my audio, on my microphone. So if you see me end up muting, I'll still be here. Just gotta make sure you don't hear two of text.
That's okay. Ah well. Anyway, we'll see. Do MPB find a way back, especially after that last game, or can Occultist close it out eventually? Everyone in the game, the countdown ticking, and as we get underway in Game 5, this one looking to be in the way of MPB. Dendo immediately up, fires a shot, it's off the post, the defense a bit rattled, and Waffle has to play it from the corner. Taffy Jones is extremely awkward, gets demoed. Tilted Waffle finds one touch, but there was no follow-up, so it was a bit of an unnecessary one. Able to get a great 50, however, and follow it up. Tries to maybe find a demo on Dendo, but he does get that cleared away for now. Rex is there, that one dropping down. He misreads the bounce, so that's going to be a chance wasted for Snap. And Taffy Jones able to take full control of that ball. Flicks it high over one. Bumps Rex as well, so that one having a lot less venom in the attack for Snap. And Raids just go try follow this one up, has no boost though, and gets demoed as well from Dendo. Rex is there again, finds one more touch. The follow-up is a little bit late, so the 50 can come through for Dexterity. Another one from Tilted Waffle, able to get it out for now. And Raids will play it to the side wall, and for now, it looks like it is a little bit of a back and forth again.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I'm trying to go for that sidewall. Cannot connect, but Dendo will keep it inside. By gets a redirect. Trying to keep it mid. Dendo with a good 50, but Taffy Jones clears it out. No threat shot here. As Raids will carry this all the way, but Dendo will touch it out, and I mean, he'll take it to the backboard, which is obviously a good place to play. QPie not able to connect that shot. Raids gets done by jabs, and I'm pretty sure Tilted Waffles also ended up getting dunked by QPie. As Tilted Waffles looks for the shot, jabs almost having the squeaky save. And Raids will try and keep it close. Dendo clears it out. Waffles is already up in the air. I mean, this man feels automatic with it.
Yeah, that's not wrong, as Waffle has to race back to grab that one. Is able to get that corner boost, gets it over one, plays the 50 off Dendo. Raids another full tank of boost coming through. The 2v1, the demo attempts coming through. It's off the back wall. Taffy Jones is there. And they start off Game 5 with a bang.
And a beautiful play from Dexterity. Every member on that team is involved in that play whatsoever. Tilted Waffle's going to be going for that, to look for that bump. Raids playing it towards the net. And obviously, you know, the one and only person to score, Taffy Jones. And I say that, and Cutie Pie ends up putting one back.
So we both had Caster Curse moments. Lovely.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, we both did.
The demo is incredible though there from Rex, able to just destroy that last defender when necessary. And Cutie Pie is still following it up, just kind of rolls it into the net at that point. As we see again, Cutie Pie going for a solo, has to be played onto the side wall. Rex pushes it up, it gets cleared away for now. Tilted Waffle finds one over Cutie Pie, but Dendo was waiting on the back wall. The 50 attempts aren't coming through right now for Dexterity, as Raids able to take full control of that ball, finds a way over one, tries to follow it up, able to get past another. Dendo is bumped out of the air, but there's no follow-up yet for Occultist. So there's no shot, and that's another great demo. And Dendo is able to slot that one home to gain the lead again.
I mean, a big key that Snap is doing. It's all about demos. They're getting rid of that third man every single time, and Dexterity's being caught out every single time, and it's just been working so much and so well for Snap. Staffy Jones will clear it. Dendo has no boost. The flick will go, and it will go in. I almost said twisted. Tilted Waffles will tie the game up with a minute 4 left.
Yeah, and that was exactly what Dexterity needed. And they're gonna need to keep it up, especially if they want to get this closed out as quickly as possible. Raids up immediately, but Cutie Pie able to beat him out to it. Taffy Jones is there, that's a big whiff! And Cutie Pie is able to just about slot that one past the post. And Dexterity is down again.
Yeah, and I mean, a goal that they needed, they definitely needed that goal to take momentum as well as the lead in this series, and they are playing very well. A mistouch from Dendo as I will leave this team.
Yeah, Cutie Pie has to play it off the corner of the sidewall, finds a way over one, Raids is there. Able to get that out for now. Taffy Jones finds one touch, will try to fake out the defender, does well, but Dendo is waiting and gets a great demo off of Raids. Cutie Pie is awkward, so it makes the save difficult. That one played again into the midfield. It gets cleared out for now by Cutie Pie. Dendo following it up, finds a shot, but Raids able to get that one cleared out to the corner and pushed away. Taffy Jones on the back wall makes it a little awkward. The double commit coming through. Cutie Pie's there for the shot. That's a great save into the corner once again by Taffy Jones. Gets it further once more. Rex, awkward on the corner, is able to find one, but Tilted Waffle was there, tried to find the double. Dendo gets it cleared away as Rex has to leave that one for Dendo. He has more boost, and Cutie Pie can try get a shot off, but Tilted Waffle is there. Dendo is a great touch off that sidewall 50. Cutie Pie can't make contact. Rex is there. The clock is ticking down for Dexterity, and Raids has to try find something. Taffy Jones gets it cleared away. Dendo is awkward, gets bumped. Raids can't find a way to take control. So that with 5 seconds counting, 3, 2, Taffy Jones tried to find the shot, but it doesn't come through, and that one will drop for MPB Snap. They find a way through, and they are able to bring one back, and Dexterity take their time out.
Yeah, well, if you look at these two teams, you know, they've been going back and forth throughout this entire series, and now two straight for the side of Team MPB Snap, and
but yeah,
the timeout
MPB,
being called.
They've done very well since that little mini technical issue from the circle down the black screen, and Dexterity, they look a little bit shaken. They looked better that game, but it's still not enough to keep them ahead, and MPB Snap are finding a way through.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, obviously, how this one plays out. That 2-minute timer coming in for the side of Dexterity Occultus. Of course, you know, that 2-minute timeout will take effect from when the next map takes place. I think for this timeout, they're going to really need to focus on maybe the parts where they felt it's been lacking. So maybe obviously the defensive capability of the team. It's a lot closer. I mean, look, the reverse sweep is on the cards. I mean, for me, I think where Dexterity will be going wrong is the rotation hasn't been as tight for me as it has been in the first 3 games.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to see how they can, of course, you know, readapt to the play style here of this Snap team.
Yeah, and they're gonna need to figure it out very quickly because there's a lot of issues coming through for Dexterity right now, and it's just been unfortunate. They looked so great in the first few games, but now it's just looking a bit lackluster, and MPB are taking their chances perfectly within those games, and it's just been more and more of an issue coming through for Dexterity, and they need to figure something out quickly.
Yeah, of course, obviously this timeout being active, once obviously it's finished, we are heading over to Neo Tokyo. So we're going to have to see if Snap can make an epic saver of their series and of course force us to go over to Champions Field. Zeke, you obviously predicted a 4-1. Obviously that's now out of the window. Zerix, that was here previously, predicted a 4-2. Do you think we're going to see that 4-2 prediction come out for Dexterity, or do you think we could be going all the way to Champions Field?
I don't know, especially because of how Dexterity have looked the last 2 games. It's been very, very shaky, and they need to figure that stuff out quickly because MPB just look like a different side now. Dexterity have just been a bit iffy within those last 2 games, and they need some sort of momentum shift quickly because it's just not working out for them. Everything they try to do, they barely get out of their own half, and MPB are making sure that pressure sticks for such long periods of time that Dexterity can't fully think properly, and I think it makes them panic a bit more than they might want to. And they just haven't played the same way that they were in the first few games.
Yeah, of course, and obviously it's all going to come down to this moment. We're at Neo Tokyo, game 6 of this series. The side of Snap looking to snap back into play, snap back in to the reality where they win this tier. They are between themselves and 5 minutes from falling to the lower brackets or booking their place in the grand finals with 2 lives to their name. And of course, Occultus are in their way. They have the series point. And it's going to be the first goal here over to Snap. It's not ideal for the side of Dexterity, of course, calling that 2-minute timeout. And conceding the first goal here to Zeke, it's not going to do wonders for their mentality.
No, it's really not, and they need to figure something out quickly. And Raids might be able to start it off as Rex gets that cleared away. Waffle's there. Dendo has to just sky it high. It's a bit of ping pong action coming through, so Raids will find one touch. That's a missed touch coming through from Rex. Tilts a Waffle onto it immediately, but Dendo able to cut him out just in time as Taffy Jones takes it slow, finds a soft touch. Can't really do too much else. Has to avoid the bumps and demos coming through from Cutie Pie and Rex, as this does stay in the MPB half for now, as they're trying to go back to how they were playing, but it's not working out. Cutie Pie able to take great control from that side while Rex is there, and that is a ripper coming through to double the lead for MPB.
Yeah, 2-0 lead now for MPB, and maybe we're starting to see some of the mentality shift from the Dexterity players. Taffy Jones turning off his camera. Maybe the mentality is starting to crumble. Maybe Snap is starting to snap their way back to where they want to be. Occultus starting to crumble. We're starting to see this Snap side, as we saw in their first series to Zeke, where they got that sweep. You know, this team, maybe all they want is sweeps. Maybe they want to go for a sweep, then a reverse sweep, and then maybe a sweep in the grand finals to say, hey, look, no matter what, we always swept. But, you know, there is still 3 minutes 30 on this clock, and we do know that this Occultus side has a lot of firing power behind them. This one is going to fall into the middle. Raids unable to make the connection there, so it's going to fall nicely to Rex, but a quick interception once again from this Dexterity side. Raids in the middle, does get the shot on target, but it is going to be saved by Rex with a slight double commit from both teams here. And I can't help but wonder, to see, are both these teams now, 3 minutes on the clock, are they both starting to have a little bit of panic in what they do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems they're, yeah, as you said, the panic's coming through, and Tilda Waffle has to try and get that one cleared away. Try to find a dunk on Cutie Pie, but it doesn't come through. Raids was alone there for a minute, had to play the 50 off both players of MPB, and yeah, the panic I think may be setting in. The double commits happening a lot more frequently, and it seems as though unnecessary dives, as we see another double commit from Snap coming through. Raids tries to play it into the midfield, but Taffy Jones not able to make contact this time. And it's just becoming unfortunate now for Dexterity. Taffy Jones is up immediately. That's off to the ceiling. Raids is up. Tries to find the shot. Dendo able to get it cleared away. Cutie Pie was waiting upfield. And they just about get it away for now. Dexterity, there's a lot of issues coming through. And they need to be sorted out quickly. But it's not going to happen this time as Dendo just sends it long, gets a great bang, nobody home for Dexterity, and it's looking like a big issue for them.
Here, milliseconds in between that goal happening and not even being a question. Dendo, of course, gets that ball faster, securing that third goal, potentially the third game here for Team MPB Snap. The question is, can Tilted Waffle, Raids, and of course Taffy Jones find a response? We've seen comebacks with this amount of time left. I've done it myself in a series where I've been 3 down, 1-4-3 with a minute and a half left. The question is though, does this team have the mentality? Do they have the composure to find themselves being demoed, being put down back into their defense? 1:20 on the clock here. Waffle's going to try and make an attempt, make a play to find that first goal. But once again, Team MPB applying that pressure, getting those demos on rotation, wasting time on the clock, more importantly to Zeke, removing any opportunity for the Sakota side to find a way back in.
Yeah, but Taffy Jones tries to play the 50. It doesn't work out too great for him, however. And Rex off the ceiling, no touch, but Cutie Pie is able to follow it up. Maybe try find something over Taffy, but not this time. Raids is trying to be a bit of a nuisance on that back end. Does well as well, and Taffy Jones can get that one to sneak its way into the back of the net, cutting this lead to 2. But it's just looking more and more concerning for Dexterity. 47 seconds left. They're gonna need to find something quickly as that one gets pushed dead onto the spot. The pinch attempt coming through from Waffle, but it doesn't work out. Cutie Pie tries to do it alone. Rex is there as well. The follow-up not there for MPB, so that can get cleared away just for a second. And Taffy Jones is able to push it away. That might find its way into the back of the net, though. It sits off the crossbar 3 times, and somehow Rex doesn't find a way to push it in. And that could be a lifeline for Dexterity. Taffy Jones chasing it down. Rex is able to get a great 50, so Tilted Waffle's there. Has to play it up high with no boost remaining. Taffy Jones finds a shot, but Dendo able to get the save. We may be going to Champions Field as that one's sent far too high. And we're going to Game 7.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that goal should have happened. We should have seen a result here for, of course, the side of Snap winning that game 4-1. But nevertheless, 3 games to 1. And as we can see here from the team stats, Dendo, the leading player here, 5 shots, 1 goal, really applying that pressure as a team. And the funny thing is that they've won this game 3-1. Yes, they've had the more boost consumption, but they've had less of the ball to Zeke. And I think that really shows that the mentality of this team is, if we can starve them, then we can play the game that we want to play, even if we don't have the ball.
Well, I don't know how much I agree with that, considering MPB do have more ball touches, but you know. But yeah, no, I get what you mean. The field domination for Dexterity is higher, and they couldn't really do too much with it. And it's unfortunate because they just used their timeout and it didn't work out. But it didn't work out for MPB either earlier, and then we seen them get to this 3-3 position. Oh, we are in the wrong map. Lovely. So yeah, it's unfortunate there for Occultus, but it happened to Snap earlier and they went on a 3-game run straight after. There's a very high chance that Occultus could do a similar situation, but just instead it's on the very first, it's on match point instead, so they could just win the series from it.
Well, it's obviously going to come down to how the mentality of each of these teams is going into the last match. For me, I think with the way that this series has gone, the momentum now falls with obviously the Snap roster. I can't see any sort of outcome here where they don't win this series now. Taking 3 straight. We saw Dexterity do it. They had their opportunity. They've had 3 games here to close out this series, and they haven't done it. So for me, going into this last game, I can't see any other outcome other than Snap taking the series.
Yeah, I don't really blame you either, especially because of how well they've been playing during those 3 games. But Cultists do still have the chance to break Snap's heart in the last minute, and we'll have to see where, in the place where legends are made, most big moments in RLCS or RSC come from this map. And as we get started, the 5-minute counter ticking down. Can Snap keep the momentum, or will Occultus bring back their form?
Well, of course, the first goal here is going to be ever so crucial for both of these teams. Raid's going to try and make a play here that rolls back towards the side of Occultus. Thankfully, Taffy and, of course, Tilted Waffle in the defense there, able to get that one clear. Still in the side of Occultus. Pass into the middle here from Dendo. No one from the side of Snap there. Double commit in defense here from Snap, but a demo from Dendo manages to reduce some of that pressure that they're feeling. And they're now going to go down the other end, try and find a goal. Cutie drops it down, but cleared by Tilted Waffle. This is truly end-to-end stuff. It's almost like we're watching a Merseyside derby, to Zeke.
Oh my word, Waffle. Gone the other way alone. Found a great, 1 second. I think I need you to go first for a second.
Well, as obviously we look here, that goal puts Occultus up 1-0 in this grand final. And as the clock ticks down, the pressure falls to MPB Snap. Taffy Jones trying to find a second one here. Demo in the middle by Cutie Pie on to Raids. Cutie Pie now once again in possession, sends this ball longing for the Occultus net. And Raids is there to obviously man the goal here. Dendo going to try and find it in the middle. Raids once again clears this ball down. And the pressure from both of these teams really, really starting to mount. Rex now sends this one into the corner. Cutie Pie is going to try and maintain this 1-goal deficit for Snap. Give them an opportunity to find their way back into it. Rex with the 50 against Rage. Taffy Jones has a shot, but he sends it onto the back wall. And the pressure from Occultus really starting to mount now. Snap, time ticking down. They need to find a reply back into this. Dendo left awkward, so Cutie Pie will take over the possession. Gives it away to Occultus. A shot on goal, but it is blocked on the line. Tilted Waffle gonna follow up. Tries to go for the fake, but Dendo reads this. Cutie Pie now sends this one high. Anyone up? Yes, Raids is able to clear that. A demo from Taffy Jones. Raids gonna have a free net. The Occultus find themselves up 2-0 on Champions Field, where champions have been made. This is the crucial moment. To Zeke, I'm losing my mind. What is happening?
I can tell. Occultus, they found their form again. They need to just hold on at this point. They seem to be doing so much better now. And as I said about MPB going on that 3-game run after the timeout buffer not helping, it's happening again for Dexterity instead this time. So they just seem to be doing so much better now. The help, the little extra timeout as well from the server going down seems to have helped. So now instead, they are on immense pressure. Waffle has to play the 50, it gets pushed into the midfield. Rex not able to do anything this time. Taffy Jones off the side wall. Cutie Pie, that's not the touch you would want in this situation as Rex has to race to it. Tilted Waffle avoiding demos constantly. Raids meets it in the midfield. It will get left for Taffy Jones, but Cutie Pie beats him there. That one falling up high. No shot able to be pushed through from Rex. And now MPB Snap, you're under immense pressure. Can you figure out a way to make this your game? Or will you crumble as you are seeming to do, as this one gets cleared away for now? PewDiePie trying to push it back forward. Rex is waiting in the corner. Dendo has to push back a little before trying to make any sort of play happen. Raids is high. Dendo meets him there. It gets cleared out from Taffy Jones. PewDiePie, that's not a touch you want yet again. As Taffy Jones up immediately. PewDiePie able to find one touch. Dendo's there, but gets stopped away by Tilted Waffle. Raids into the corner, gets bumped away. Rex is in the back wall. But nothing comes to fruition for MPB. The last minute counting down. That's a big mistake though for Dexterity, and PewDiePie will get credit for that goal.
Well, 52 seconds left on the clock. Snap 52 seconds away from finding themselves in the lower final. All the pressure is on them. And you have to say, if any team is going to do it, it has to be the Snap team. PewDiePie up high. PewDiePie with the fake. PewDiePie with the second. They were 2-0 down to Zeke, but they have the composure. They have the ability, and most important, they have the clutch plays.
Oh my word, what a game 7 this is turning out to be. 46 seconds left of the clock, the kickoff going in the favor of MPB, but it won't work out this time. It gets pushed forward into the back half for Snap as Tilted Waffle off the ceiling. Can't find any touch, neither can PewDiePie, but it gets cleared out from Rex. Taffy Jones gets one. Dendo is waiting in the midfield. Raids finds a touch, able to stop any sort of play coming to fruition. Rex is there, but the shot's too far wide as Dendo gets a great 50. Raids finds a touch. The demo in the midfield will help out Dexterity a lot as Raids has to stay in his corner. The last 10 seconds counting down. PewDiePie with the touch tries to find it over Taffy Jones. Does well. That's a great save from Tilted Waffle. And Raids able to push it high. Dendo making that ball stay up. The shot comes through, but it drops down from Tilted Waffle. And they go to overtime.
Overtime is here. It's time to see who has the championship mentality. PewDiePie in the corner. 50 hits. Falls into it. He finds the goal. Taffy Jones all the way from the west side of the UK. Manages to find the goal that sends the favourites to the lower bracket. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I'm calling out random names, but we see it here. The Welsh goat Taffy Jones, he finds the winner for Dexterity to book their place into the grand final. They have that double lifeline, and now we're going to see, what does Snap have in their back pocket? Are they able to regain in that lower final and then win 2 best of 7s should they make it against this Dexterity side?
Yeah, they're gonna need to figure out something, because after that one, that loss is going to hurt so much. Especially for a side like Snap, who believe and know they can go into this and win the entire thing. But Dexterity, they've just taken down both number 1 seeds. They have got to feel incredible about themselves.
Well, we look at the post-series stats for both of these teams. 4 games to 3 here for the side of Dexterity. And there isn't that much between them when you look at, obviously, the goals. Only 4 goals in it in this entire series. But the amount of shots coming from this Snap roster, 73 to 54, you can't help but to think, if Snap took more of those opportunities, then they would be finding themselves in the grand final. Of course, Zeke, there is that opportunity that they win that lower final and then find themselves in grands. I'm sure that's a matchup that they want to have. I mean, from these series stats, what's the main thing that pops out to you?
Honestly, I don't even know anymore, because MPB having so many more shots, nearly 20 more, and not able to even score more, that is insane. Dexterity able to get 15 more saves. It's, yeah, they both played incredibly. I don't think either side can necessarily be too mad with their performance, but Dexterity a very well deserved win. And with all that being said, they'll move on to the grand finals. Taffy Jones getting the series MVP, and with those stats, it is extremely well deserved. 12 goals, 13 saves, 2 assists, nearly 3.3 thousand points throughout the 7 games. Yeah, they've played incredibly.
Well, it's yet to be seen how this one plays out. Of course, that Snap roster do fall down to that lower final. I believe from what I can see here, they'll be playing off against Umagus, Team Berserkers. So that's going to be a real interesting series. Of course, stick around. We will be broadcasting it right here live. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Of course, Zeke, thank you so much for joining me. I believe you're on again next, am I right?
I am indeed, yes. So I will see you all very soon, and hopefully you come back.
Silent breeze, I got nothing on my mind. This madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's time to hear the lights under the street lights, under the street lights. I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. You're the victim of your own mistakes.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls.
We are here, me, Veiled, joined by Tasik, and we are gonna be heading into the lower finals, where we find Umagus that has been here for the entire day, and even from the first series played in that lower bracket, where they have been going on an absolute tear. Only one series been remotely close, and that was against Vortic, a team that MPB knocked down into the lower bracket by 4-0ing them. But I don't think you can pair these teams up by facing the same opponent. I think they are in two different places currently. Of course, MPB just failing to secure that reverse sweep against Dexterity in the upper bracket, and Umagus having won 4 series in this lower bracket already. Tasik, what a day it's been. Talk me through it. How you've been seeing this whole playoff bracket?
It's been insane. It's actually been genuinely crazy. Dexterity have taken down both #1 seeds from both conferences. Deathcloud Esports completely out of it. It's actually been insane. Seeing a team like that just be deleted off the face of the map has been outrageous to see. We can even see there in the team stats that MPB look to be a case of so much. They look like they should absolutely tear through Vegas. But honestly, with the run that they've been going on through that lower bracket, I'm thinking it's going to be a close one, to be honest. Like, it's genuinely crazy to see how well they've been doing against some of the higher teams like Tide as well. It's just been insane to see.
Yeah, and just a reminder for anyone not aware, the last series that Umagus played, they played the first seed of the opposite conference, playing Thunder, and that they kept them to only scoring 2 goals in the whole series, and it was utter dominance from Umagus. So I don't think going off of these season stats would be fair. But just to reiterate, you have Dendo and Rex/JJabs on MPB, both being pretty good players on that side. On the other side, it's pretty balanced. But you have Noah being really good at facilitating. Francis, who has put up a case to be one of the best players in this season, just from that lower bracket run on his own. And yeah, I think this is going to be an absolute clash of titans. I'm interested to see how it goes. Looks like we're going to skip predictions. I'm just going to throw mine out there. I went with a 4-1 to Umagus. What did you say?
I said 4-3 to Snap, so we're on opposite sides of the field this time, but I still have it close to Umagus because of the fact that they are going on such a crazy run, and I think that momentum will help them a lot. But we get underway into game 1, both sides hoping to start off strong.
Yep, and kickoff is a go. Dendo's gonna have the first chance here. Gonna just lay it down to Jabs. Not able to do much as Francis pushes it slightly forward. Now it's Noah. He's been so good at facilitating. This time it's gonna be Jabs taking it away from him immediately. Francis with a good 50. A lot of midfield battle coming out right now. This one is gonna find its way towards Jabs, but low boost. He does deal with it beautifully though. Francis with a bit of a chance, but just can't quite seem to find the angle. Jabs taking a shot, lays it off to Cutie Pie, but he can only find Samsy on that backboard. I think my game might have crashed.
Lovely. Well, that's fine. I can solo for a bit. Cutie Pie takes control, finds a flick over one, and finds the shot as well. And that's a very early start for MPB, especially from Cutie Pie, able to just about find a way to flick that over Francis. And Noah, no boost, awkward position, can't find the save. So it's a great start for them, and Umagus need to find something quickly as well, because otherwise that momentum could swing the way of Snap very fast, as that's a great touch from Francis over to the sidewall. Noah takes one touch, able to bang that one long. Rex has to just get one clear out. Francis finds a way to keep the pressure going, still dunking out Cutie Pie as well, but they do stay on that ball. Rex can get around Noah, tries to maybe find a pass into the midfield. Samsy's going to cut it from behind, but that no follow-up coming through makes it hard for MPB to find a second as Cutie Pie pushing forward. Francis finds a great shot, and they equalize up very, very quickly into the startup.
Yep, and as I joined into the lobby, I saw on the side, on my second monitor, I saw that goal being scored by Umagus. And it's been, they might have given up the first goal. I saw the same in the last series, but the amount of pressure they are able to generate, it really goes to show that this is not just a fifth seeded team. This team has changed so immeasurably going into this playoff bracket, and they have just been showing everyone that they should not be taken out of consideration. But as we see Javs here on the back end here, able to deal with this one, it's gonna be Noah here, has a bit of time, recognizes it, takes it to the side. He is gonna have to jump over his teammate, but he is gonna carry it forward. Is Dendo is gonna be able to take care of it? Yes, he is. Cutie Pie also just clearing it away, but a lot of double commits coming out from MPB in this transition will make it difficult. But Dendo with the shot on target, saved away by Francis. This game going end to end right now. Everything on the line for both teams.
Yeah, both sides looking pretty good so far as that one soars off the bar. Noah can't get the follow-up on target, so Dendo has to play it low. Cutie Pie not able to get a touch, so Samsy's going to chase it down. Cutie able to get one in that situation from behind. As Rex gets it cleared away, no will meet it in the midfield. Cutie Pie plays to 50 with Samsy, it works out well for them. And Dendo gets dunked out by Noah as that bounces off the corner, has to play it to the other side. Both sides looking a little shaken currently, I think, as the 50 comes through. Rex not able to get a touch. Samsy gonna try find a way to turn it, but no way to come through, avoiding the bumps from Dendo. Samsy plays it low. The demo attempt on the Cutie Pie unsuccessful as they get it away. Noah's in the corner, has to take it slow, gets around one, will try to 1v1 Rex here, finds the pass over to Samsy, and that's a great 50 coming through, and they take the lead.
Yeah, and once again it's Noah facilitating his teammates there. See Samsy creeping up with him, just gets it straight through Javs, and then the goal is just completely open for Samsy. It has Umagis taken the lead after struggling to find the first goal. But now, one goal separates them, and it's Umagis that has the upper hand. Samsy is going to challenge this one early on. Cutie Pie is going to knock it forward, but it's going to be Francis to keep it away from two MPB players. They're not only Javs going to be back, it's going to be Cutie Pie tracking back behind him, but what a clear by Noah. This one's pretty open for Francis, but Dendo makes his way back in time. Now going to try and push this one forward. Noah has the save, gonna push it to Francis, just takes a shot. Noah is gonna try and redirect it, but Jav's reading it and able to clear it back down the other end before it gets too dangerous.
Yeah, and MPB need to find something as that 1 minute buzzer goes off. The demo attempt onto Noah not able to come through. Dendo waiting, tries to place it to the back wall. Miscommunication between Snap as both players making it more difficult for the other, and Francis off the sidewall goes up to the ceiling. Can he do something? Blaze it off to the back wall, but pinches it out, so it's gonna be helpful for MPB as Rex clears that one long. Francis is already up, finds one touch, able to play it to the corner. Rex trying to find some sort of accuracy, but it doesn't work out well this time. Dendo trying to pre-jump Francis there as Rex is able to play it to the back wall. Cutie Pie is there for the shot off the post. Dendo able to follow it up, and with 11 seconds left they find their equalizer.
Yes, and it looked like Umagis might just be running away with this game, but it's last minute disaster for them. It's one little mistake and it's led to a possibility of an overtime coming in. Samsy is going to be winning that kickoff, but it's just going to be Cutie Pie off that corner, able to take that ball all the way forward. Is there going to be a 0-second goal? It's off the crossbar. Is there a follow-up? No, it hits the ground. We have overtime in the first game of this lower finals. How is it going to go? It might just be a kickoff goal, but no, Noah gets back just in time.
Yeah, and they're doing well so far. They're keeping that pressure up. Rex has to make a touch off the side wall. Gets a great 50 as that one roars to the side. Noah having to do well. There's a double demo, a third attempted demo, but it doesn't work out just yet. The shot's on. Rex is able to make that save into the corner. Can get around two defenders of the TBK side, and Cutie Pie not able to do too much else to start some sort of counter-attacking pressure. Rex takes control, finds a way past one, can drag Francis away as well, but he does turn in time to get it touch. Rex able to get that cleared through, and Noah, that's not the touch you want to see. Samsey having a race back, can get that one over to Francis this time. No control in the air, so Cutie Pie gets a free clear, nearly finds his way into the back of the net, but Rex has to play the shot. Francis gets the save to the side wall. This pressure still mounting for MPB. They don't want to let it go just yet, but Berserkers in Omegas are able to stop this for now. That's just about pinched out from Cutie Pie, and that was the goal squandered, but Francis lets it rip off the double, and they take game one.
Yeah, and what a chance that was for Noah as well. Just trying to sneak in into that lower bottom left corner, but it's just dealt with, but it doesn't matter. Francis goes up, he takes it off the backboard and puts it in the bag. And that is Umagas taking game one here. Snap, unable to deal with the pressure of falling into the lower bracket in this first game. But it's not over yet. There's still lots of Rocket League to be played in this series. Can Snap snap out of it and bring themselves back in this series?
Yeah, they're gonna need to quickly as well. We all know how those first game losses can go, especially when Omegas are doing as well as they are in this lower bracket, and as well as that, the failed reverse sweep for Snap gonna hurt the mental a little bit, and that one will not help. And they're gonna need to find something very, very quickly, otherwise Omegas can run away with it once again.
Yeah, it might just be a case of Umagas being in this lower bracket for so long, able to deal with the pressure of facing elimination. You see them concede that first goal, but it doesn't matter. They bring it straight back, get into the lead, then they concede another goal, ties it up, and who is the one to make the difference in that overtime? It is Umagas. They have really just come to terms with the fact that they're facing elimination and they're playing just consistently well. Even when they make mistakes, they regain almost immediately. I'm looking to see the same from Snap, but it's the first time they find themselves in this lower bracket. Maybe that pressure could just prove to be too big of a mountain to overcome. But it is only game two. Still a long way to go for both these teams to make it out of this series. Cutie Pie is gonna try and set up his teammate with the first chance, but a bit of miscommunication means that now Umagas has a lot of space to push up the track. But it is maybe a bit of a mistake from Samsey, but it's saved away by Francis.
Yeah, the double commit still coming through though for Omegas. You can see the pressure getting to them a little bit as Rex has to try race to it, but Francis beats him out. Noah able to get the touch forward. Dendo has to just bang it along, follows it up off the corner, trying to get the read, but no touch coming through. So it's safe for now for Omegas. Samsey's awkward, has to use his half flip to try get that one away. Noah able to get a good 50. Dendo's there waiting as well. Tries to find the bump. There's no follow through coming out. So Omegas are getting away with lifelines currently. Noah, a great touch, able to beat out Cutie Pie. Rex is there waiting. Tries to lay off Dendo, but it's just too far to the right, sorry. So it gets pushed forward and out of the Omegas half for now.
Yep, Javs gonna launch this one forward. Cutie Pie on the end of it, but not able to squeeze it past Noah. Now Javs trying to take it up. Looks like he's gonna leave it for Dendo, but an early challenge sees that offense coming to an end. But they still have a little bit of possession. Can they carry it forward with low boost? Dendo is gonna have to settle with the bump. Javs now pushing it forward, but it's gonna be Samsey now dealing with that. Dendo on the back end here doesn't get the boost, and that sees that play slow down. Cutie Pie with a bit of a missed jump. Noah gets beaten out by Javs. Perhaps that fake is just what they needed, but it doesn't lead to much for Snap in this situation. Francis trying to see what he can do in offense on his own, but it's just back and forward right now. No team really able to take solid possession when it matters, and just not really many chances created. As you see another infield pass coming, but just no one on the end of it.
We see now Snap trying to let one rip with Cutie Pie, but it does get pushed away from Noah. Immediately still on it again from Rex. Cutie Pie not able to find the touch, but does get a demo in the back end. Dendo going for one himself, and Rex will put MPB on the scoreline just before halftime in this game.
Yeah, and a good fake by Dendo, then putting some pressure onto Francis, making that save that should have been very simple, ever so hard for him. And now it's once again Snap in the lead at the beginning of the game. Still 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Can Umaga strike back? It looks like not, but Dendo has absolutely squandered that chance. That was completely open. Is he going to be able to make his way back? He gets saved by Jabs this time. Now has a lot of boost to work with. He is looking to take possession, but a bit of a miscalculation on how to handle that ball. We'll see. Umagis now having another chance. It's in the corner. QtPie gonna hit it forward, but unable to follow it. Samsi now is gonna just fake out his opposition. That shot almost perfectly top corner, but it's not good enough. And that is just the difference of if you get a goal or if you don't in this upper final. The level is so high, and you see J-Jabs in the other end able to put that one in.
Yeah, and MPB look like they found their way into this series. 2 goals up, just under 2 minutes left. Umagas need to do something about this quickly. Otherwise, it could be lights out in this game too. There's still a lot of time left though, as Rex trying to find the double. QtPie's there for the shot though, it's off the bar. Dendo not able to get there first, so that gets cleared away. Francis, there was an open net and you sent it the wrong way. Noah finds a shot, Dendo makes the save to help out Jabs. There's a rule 1 coming through between Rex and Noah. So it's a 2v2 now. Dendo just gonna take one touch. Samsi's waiting in the corner. Will just take it slow. The demo helps out with time. So QtPie has to play it backwards. It's off the back wall. It makes it awkward for MPB as Francis immediately onto it. That shot off the post. It's not found a way to crawl in. So QtPie takes control. Can't find a way past Francis. Dendo gonna take it slow off to the side wall. Will try to challenge Samsi, but it's too slow this time. So he takes it into the corner. It's off for Francis, and that will be a free net. And they cut the deficit to 1.
Yeah, but it might be a bit too late. They had that open net earlier. If they would have been able to if they were able to convert it at that time, it would have been a much easier task. 58 seconds on the clock. It is a long time, but if anyone knows in freeze, that can also be over just as quickly as the kickoff goes to start. It is gonna be Dendo, gonna launch a shot, gonna give the possession away. It's gonna find the demo and the boost as well. And this one chance looking very good for J-Jabs, but what a save by Samsi. He is gonna take possession, but is gonna be dispossessed by Dendo. Francis having to throw everything at that challenge just to delay the chance a little bit coming in from Snap. 29 seconds now. You see that time just dwindling away, and Snap, they don't mind it. They don't care if they're not scoring goals right now. They just want to see that clock hit 0 as fast as possible. And well, the time isn't going to tick faster, but for any goal scored, it is going to be a little bit more time to think about what to do. In Noah taking this one into the corner, now floating high. 5 seconds left. 4, 3. QtPie with a shot on target. Francis saves it, but the clock has hit 0. It is just about keeping this ball up now for Magis. Find that chance. It is gonna be launched straight back from J-Jabs, making it ever so harder. It is gonna hit the ground, and it's Snap finding a game back here in game 2.
Yeah, and very well played. 204 cars bumped for Rex? What the? I didn't even think he was bumping that much.
I think there might have been a bug when he was in a Route 1. Surely that has something to do with it.
Surely, because what? There's no way somebody gets 204 cars bumped. That is incredible if so. But Snap, you've done well this game. You need to keep that momentum going, otherwise there could be some more issues on loose. And Umagas, that is unfortunate for them to come back to. They find a win in game 1. They can't close that one out. And Snap just looked like a different side that time.
Yeah, Umagas having some struggles in this game as well. Struggling to convert, I believe, 1 or maybe even 2 open nets. And that is just what the difference is. But all the pressure in Snap's in Umagis's half, Snap having all the pressure in that game as the server has just gone down for maintenance. So you're gonna have to bear with us for just a little while we get the next lobby set up here.
Yeah. But what do you think either side needs to do to try and take the lead in the series?
There's not much splitting them right now. It's just about staying composed. Don't let the series get away from you. If you're on the side of Umagis, you know that your playstyle can work. You just need to keep the pressure going. Because you saw this game, they let it dwindle away from them. And they were on the defensive side for a long time. And it just made the difference this time. MPB, they had a lot of chances, only able to convert 2 of them. If you can minimize the amount of chances they have, you're going to be in a much better position to take the games away. On the side of Snap, you just got to do exactly what you did in the last game, get all the pressure, and you set yourself up for success. So that's what I would be saying if I was in those chats, because they're doing 99% of the things correct right now. Of course, there's a little mistake here or there, but I don't think that's what's going to make or break either team.
Yeah, and it just seems to be a case that these sides are very, very close, surprisingly, especially since Snap being that much better in terms of league play, but Umagus, they are absolutely destroying in this lower bracket, and it seems as though they need to try and keep that going. So I don't know, I'm not sure which side will be able to take it first, but as we get underway, game 3, we'll see which one of them will take the momentum and bring it with them.
Yep, and Francis gonna get that one out of harm's way. Dendo is gonna keep it in, but is the challenge gonna be good enough? It's a double commit that leaves Francis in a very bad position, but he is able to deal with it. He gets bumped away. Now Samsi has to make up for that, but a low boost amount on the side of Umagis right now. They are holding on, but they need to get out of defense if they want to find something. That one is a good challenge from Francis. That frees up some space. Go and find some boost on the side of Umagis. Francis still on 0 boost. Gonna have to challenge this one. Sets Samsi up to deal with that, but it doesn't matter in the end because Cutie Pie launches it in again off the save. And that will be the first goal in this third game.
Yeah, and they needed that one as well to keep that momentum going. And they're doing well so far. It's an early lead in this game 3. Rex is going to be able to double it as well off the kickoff. And Umagus, you're in a bit of bother now. You need to figure this one out.
Yeah, they do. It's 2 goals now. It's slowly drifting away from Umagis. And I do get them. They have been playing all day. Ever since the B stream went live. Ever since the main stream went live. Umagis has been duking it out in the lower bracket. Snap have had a bit of an easier time. They've had a couple breaks in between games. But now they find themselves in the lower bracket. Maybe perhaps at the perfect time. Because after having all those breaks, playing against an exhausted Umagis, it might be just turn out to be an easy job for them. But I would like to see Umagis fight back. Just stay with us for a little while longer. You have a lot of fans in the chat cheering you on, and we all want to see some great Rocket League. Don't let it slip away this early. You can let it slip away when you get towards game 6 or 7, but just keep it going for a little while longer.
Why have you said that?
No. I put an or in between on purpose because just let it die. Just let that meme die.
I wish it would, as that is going to hurt the lives of Umagus especially. So, yeah, that one is unfortunate. It's off the bar, no thoughts coming through, and the follow-up from Dendo, it's gonna hurt Umagus immensely, as that kickoff as well, not helping them out in the greatest, as Cutie Pie can find one touch, plays it into the corner, Francis is there, Rex can get that cleared away, back to Cutie Pie, the shot's on, and that is not gonna help them anyway, as this gets to a 4-0 game.
Yeah, 4-0. Snap slowly taking this one home. It's only the third game. It will set them up with a lead in the series. We have another kickoff here. Samsi is going to get the better end of that, but it doesn't make its way that far. Francis now taking care of business, carrying it forward, gets the 50. Goes to the side now. Cutie Pie carrying this forward. Jazz with the shot, but it's off the backboard. Cutie Pie keeping it in a little bit, but it's gonna be Noah there first. Just a little bit of a whiff. And Francis as well. Maybe this is just a fatigue, because I don't think I've seen Umagas play like this all day.
Yeah, and it's looking unfortunate as that one's just gonna make things worse. And I think at this point, Omegas need to just write this game off and take it as their own little timeout, because it's just not looking good for them.
Yeah, indeed it isn't. There's a little bit of composure lacking from Omagas in this game. I hope that they will call a timeout after this and just get things settled a little bit. They have that timeout for a reason. It might be a bit early to call it, but I think it would be the right decision. Don't let this series slip away before it even gets started.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate, but Snap will happily take every goal they can. They won't want to see Omegas happy. They'll hope to crush their dreams now rather than later, and Samsey going up, trying to make it awkward for the defense, but Rex is able to make the save, and that's going to hurt even more for Omegas, seeing that your shots, no matter what you try, is not working out. And especially since that was your first shot of the game, you can see Snap are absolutely all over you, and you won't want that to continue as that tries to get cleared out, but Cutie Pie not going to let it happen. It nearly falls in itself, and Samsey too awkward to find a second touch. France is able to bail him out just in time. As it gets cleared again, Samsey no boost. That's not the greatest touch. It nearly just finds the back of the net from Cutie Pie, but it does get out for now. Mega is hoping to start some sort of pressure on their own, but with a whiff like that, it's never going to help your mentality. So you have to think, could this be a shaky time for Team Berserkers?
They are definitely starting to show some struggle. They are not playing like they have been for the entire day, or even in the beginning of this series. They played so well, and all of a sudden, it's all slipped away. They've gone from being the team that ends up dominating in these games to being the team that gets absolutely dominated by Snap. This game 3 has really gone to show that Snap has snapped back out of it, as I said earlier, when they lost that first game. And if they can keep it going, and if Umagas keeps playing like this, it might just be a quick series. We might be in the grand finals quicker than we would all have expected. But Umagas looks like they're fighting on. It is going to be taken away by Cutie Pie here. Noah is going to push it forward. It's going to be awkward for Javs. It's a bit open. Is anyone there? No. The follow-up isn't there. However, Samsey is still on this one. It's going to try and knock it down. It's not going to be able to find it, though. Francis gets bumped as well. Isn't able to get back to it. So now Javs taking a shot. Just not being able to find the target. But it doesn't really matter at this point. This game is over. Only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and it seems as though the pressure building for Omegas. They can't get out of their own half now, as that demo is not going to help. Francis, no touch coming through. Probably tried to play the fake, but there was no follow-up. Dendo, fake of his own, as that finally finding a way out, but it's too little too late. The double doesn't even become of contact. Samsey trying to put the shot on himself, and that will drop for Snap, taking game 3, going 2-1 up in the series. And Omegas need to be worried. They call their timeout, and I'm not surprised after a thrashing like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a thrashing, and as I said, the timeout is called on the side of Umagis. So they're gonna have a minute while we get load into the next game, plus another 2 minutes once we do get into the next game, to just sit and discuss what needs to happen. And well, I know what needs to happen. It just needs to be a little bit of a confidence boost here, and they just need to get back to see if they can get back to being locked in and play with each other perfectly again. But it's a very tough task. And how would you try and bring your boys back if you were in this situation right now?
Oh, I don't know, especially after that type of situation. There was 4 shots total from Omegas. Cutie Pie had double their shots. Rex had the same amount. And it's just unfortunate for them I genuinely don't know what I'd be able to say to help them out in this situation. I feel like you kind of just need to take that breather yourself and try figure out your own game rather than fixing everything, because it's clear there's miscommunication or there's slight hiccups between the players, and I think they just need to figure that out themselves.
Yeah, it's a tough task ahead of them because they've been playing all day, and it's just been working. They haven't really faced a lot of problems. Only been in one game 5 in the lower bracket. Of course, it's a best of 7 now instead of being a best of 5, which gives them a little bit more of a leeway. But it's also gonna be taxing on them if they have to drag it all the way to game 7, or even if they can even make it there in the first place. Because if they played like they did in the last game, it looks like Snap might just run away with it. So it's a tough task for Marcus ahead. But I have seen them earlier, and they have been able to deal with worse situations. And let's see how they deal with it this time, though.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed, because that the timeout hopefully will help them a bit, especially because of how disastrous that last game was for Omega. 6-0. It's a bit unfortunate. I believe now that's nearly 2 games unanswered goals. But they did get one, don't get me wrong, game 2, but it was more so consolation at the end, and I feel like it's just gonna hurt them a lot more if they can't get into this game quickly.
Yeah, I believe the timeout is coming to an end, as it has. The players have been told to get back on the pitch. 3 minutes to discuss is over. Let's see if Umagas can come back stronger from that timeout. If not, it might just be wasted, and they'll have to figure it all out on the pitch while trying to just play their hearts out. It is going to be Samsey with a 50 here. It's going to find its way towards Cutie Pie. He's going to go back up for it off the backboard, but it's going to be Francis to clear this one out. Noah is going to follow it, but it's going to be Francis once again. No one here except Noah, who is bumping his man. Francis gonna 50 this one back to Samsey, but just not able to beat his man. Noah now back with 0 boost, gets 100. Dendo goes up very early, and Cutie Pie bails his team out this time. Francis pushing it forward, is gonna look for that pass, but there's just nothing to do in that situation for him. Samsey, a good challenge, but it was very risky. Had that gone over him, he had only had a teammate with sure boost behind him. And Umagis, they are playing very risky right now. They will have to play absolutely perfect if they want to make this strategy work out. And Noah is going to try and do just that, carrying it forward now. Gets the demo on Javs. It should be open, but it's just not heavy enough. But Francis on the follow-up finds the goal that Omagis have desperately been looking for.
Yeah, that's not the greatest touch from Cutie Pie. It sets Francis up so perfectly, and from the looks of things in this last minute, MPB have looked extremely awkward at all times so far, and that's not good for them, especially if Umegas get on the attack again, which they do, and they make it count off the kickoff. This is what the timeout buff is all about. They're able to push back immediately to try and force MPB hurtful.
Yeah, indeed. As now we get another kickoff. It's going to be Samsey pushing this one forward. Francis is not able to get there, so now Javs is going to take it up in the air. Gets challenged by Francis now, so big clearance coming out. Dendo on low boost back is going to be able to pick up that 100 and save that ball to the side. Cutie Pie has to clear it, but it's only going to find Samsey now, keeping it on the side here. Gets the bump as well, gets another bump as well. It is going to be cleared away by Cutie Pie, but Francis is expecting it, so he's just going to take possession of it right away. Is going to get a 50, but it goes back in his own half. Now Samsey gonna keep it on this side of the field. Cutie Pie gonna lob it back. I'm not sure that's the touch that he wanted to get in that situation, but Javs is gonna bail him out of that situation. Francis beats another 50. He has an open net. Can he make it good? Yes, he does, and that's the hat trick for Francis. That timeout looks to have come in clutch for the side of Umagis.
Yeah, and Cutie Pie looks a little bit under distress every single goal. Because of them, they are struggling so hard after that timeout. Is that kickoff as well? Rex, that's not the touch you should want, as Cutie Pie is able to stop it this time. Dendo gets it cleared away. Cutie Pie is already up, trying to find a pass again to Dendo. The shot comes through. It's off the bar and cleared out just about from Samsey, as Rex has to stop that in the midfield. Tries to leave it for Cutie Pie. Gets one clear out. Samsey pushing it back into the MPB half, as that will go over. Francis is able to get one, tries to leave it for Noah. That's off the corner. It's going to be awkward for MPB. There's no follow-up yet for Omegas, and Francis not able to get a clean shot off. Noah has to get that into the corner, makes it worse for MPB. Samsey's going to leave it for Francis. The shot comes out. Dendo will push it to the side wall. Samsey's already up for it, and Noah will just make sure that this ball is not leaving the MPB half.
Yeah, Francis up for this backboard read. It's a bit of a double commit. He almost makes it good though, but it's just not on target. Noah is the only man in goal right now. Is he going to be able to deal with this? Yes, he is. Francis going to get bumped, so Cutie Pie should be there first. Lobs it over Francis. Jabs on the follow-up, but it's just knocking it away from himself. Dendo and Noah. It's going to be Dendo beating out this time. Francis off the backboard. What a save by him. Zero boost, but he reads the path of the ball and he makes it good. And another save coming out from Magis. They are not letting this game slip away. They are here to play.
Yeah, definitely is that one. Sam, wait, was that just an own goal?
Yes.
Rex, you good?
What if, and hear me out here, what if we just see them do an absolute insane comeback now? Kind of like what Sen did back in like 2023, I believe it was, when he absolutely blasted the ball into his own net without any pressure and then just decided to become an absolute demon. What if we see the same out of Jeffs now?
I mean, it would be incredible to see, but with just over a minute left, 4 goals to get, I don't know how possible it will be, but that's a great pass coming through. Cutie Pie not able to get past Francis, so Samsey will break away. That's a great demo in the backline from Noah, and it's another own goal coming through. Cutie Pie the victim this time, and it seems as though this is just the opposite of the last game.
Yep, it is. Umagis, they have absolutely turned it around with that timeout. Maybe they just needed 3 minutes to just sit and breathe after all the Rocket League they've been playing today. I don't blame them if that's what they just wanted. Just to sit and have a little bit of a breather. They are going to be getting away from that shot and they are going to be bringing the ball up in offense, but it's going to be Jeffs dispossessing. Getting the flip reset here. He's going to be able to do anything with it. No, he's not. It's going to be cleared away by Francis. That is also charging it down, but it's going to be Dendo now going for a shot. It's off the backboard. Is there any follow-up? No, it's going to be Sabsi lobbing it away out of harm's way. Noah into the corner now, looking for the follow-up, not able to get it. And now Samsi is just going to lob it on up high on the right side there, but Dendo reads it. And now just keeping the pressure, but it's just far too late. Even if they get a goal here, which they are gonna, MPB putting themselves on the scoreboard right here, surely it's not gonna be enough to get this game back.
I mean, I've seen crazier. I have seen crazier. There is still like a very slight opportunity. They need to score every just under 5 seconds, but with a kickoff like that, it is very well possible. They are 3 goals behind now. Every 5 seconds is all they need. And if they keep doing kickoffs like that, there's a very likely chance that this could end up going to an overtime in a miracle fashion.
You say crazier things have happened. I mean, 4 goals in 19 seconds in a game of freeze. I don't think I've seen that before. That's like 4 kickoff goals back to back to back. And I mean, sure, you can make one play like they did, but the next kickoff, you see, just this is all it takes. The game is over, and it's gonna be Omagis tying up the series 2-2. Everything's still on the line, but keep in mind, Snap still have their timeout.
Yeah, they do indeed. Noah asking if he's MVP makes it his 76 points even funnier, to be honest. And yeah, Omegas, they've fought back. That timeout buff helping them so strongly. And we'll have to see if they can keep that up, or could Snap figure out what was going wrong that game, especially after the own goal from Rex and QDPie.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see when you're fighting to make your way into the grand final. Because keep in mind, whoever wins this series will cement themselves at least a top 2 spot. And yeah, that will all be streamed right after this series is done. Just a little intermission and then straight into the final. And it looks like if this series keeps going this way, and if the final ends up anything like this, we might have a long night ahead of us, guys. So make sure you have something to drink. Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you have a snack. Make sure you get to enjoy all of these games because we're getting straight into game number 5 here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no timeout called after for MPB. And honestly, I respect that decision, even though you do get slightly hammered. I still respect the decision not to. It is a tied series after all. You have one more chance to go down before you should be using it. As Rex, able to pop it over one, tries to follow it up, but Francis cuts it out quickly. QPie can get that cleared away. Francis, that might be a misflip, but it hits off the post. Endo's there to follow it up. It's into the corner. Can he find the pass midfield? QPie is waiting, does find the shot, and the shot is good! And that is an early start for Snap.
Yeah, QPie finding that shot, just lobs it over Noah, and that's a little bit of a mistake on the side of Umagis, but it's only the beginning of this game. Maybe they can fight their footing again. Maybe it will just end up like that game number 3, where they got absolutely battered. Maybe we'll just have a back and forth series, who knows? But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Samsi is going to clear this one out. Francis is going to charge it down, just going to force Dendo take a touch into the corner there as he just smashes it back into the Omagis half. J-Javs gonna keep it there. Noah now gonna try and clear it back down the other end, and it's a bit of a boomer ball moment from these two teams right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not surprised, especially after how the last 2 games have gone. Both sides being battered. QPie trying to redirect that, but it's off the bar. Samsi, a great 50, but Rex is immediately pouncing onto it. It falls down off the corner. QPie is up. Can they find some sort of lasting pressure as Francis, not the greatest touch, but Samsi clears it away. Rex is there waiting, gets a good pinch, it falls off the ceiling. Noah's immediately onto it, QPie on the corner, trying to just let that pressure die as it falls off onto the side wall. Samsi able to start something, but QPie gets a good catch. Noah onto it immediately, not letting any sort of pressure leave the side of the MPB goal as Rex has to chase that one down, grabs that mid boost, expecting that to bounce up, but it doesn't, so it makes it harder for MPB to start an attack and keep everlasting pressure. QPie waiting on that boost, does eventually get it, and that drops down. Samsi and Noah, that's a double commit coming through for Omegas, but it works out as Noah gets a great catch, able to pop that one higher than possibly would have wanted. So QPie in the other corner trying to make it harder for the Omegas defense. Dendo trying to take control, but Noah not letting anything come to fruition as this ball just over halfway gone. MPB still in the lead, and Omegas need to find something and find it quick.
Yep, Noah now onto Samsi. Put it in the center. Noah tries to go up for the bump, but just can't quite find it. Francis gonna fight to keep that one in the other half, but he's just not able to. Samsi takes a good 50 here. Noah should be able to be there first, but he just gets beaten out by Javs. Francis now with a big clearance. Noah looking to cause some disruption, and does. QPie now has to launch it straight back. Is there gonna be possession for Omagis this time? Yes, it looks like it will, but it's just given away immediately by Noah, and they are really struggling to keep this ball on the hood of their cars. This time it's a good challenge. Samsi forcing it back to Francis. He just can't quite seem to find the target. That one rings off the crossbar, and you can't help but feel Magis kind of got robbed there. They should have scored, if you ask me, but it's just unlucky. They have to get back on the horse because the game goes on.
It's a great save though from QPie, and that's a big miss from Francis, but Samsi's able to bail him out. It stays within this Omegas corner. That's not the greatest touch, but Noah able to save his side from doom this time. It's off the post, off the corner from Noah. So it's just gonna be free for Francis. Has a bit of space. Has to play the 50 though with Dendo. Rex is there immediately. Cutie Pie, no boost. Trying to find a way to turn that one in. It's just too far though. So it makes it easier for Omegas to get that cleared. But Dendo's on it. There's nobody home. And Snap double their lead.
Yeah, 2-0 lead. But then now you get the kickoff buff for Omagis. What if they find a kickoff goal here, open things up, and then it's just one more play? Everything is not over yet. 49 seconds on the clock. It wouldn't be as crazy as what we saw in the last game, but definitely would be a crazy moment if they are to get back in this game. It doesn't look like it will happen though, as JJabs now is just gonna keep that one away. No, he's not. He gets dunked and Noah finds the flick. 39 seconds left and only one goal between them now.
Yeah, and that is what you needed, Berserkers. Noah taking it on his own. The dunk helping out so much from Francis as Noah gets a great catch and flick into that upper 90. Snap, you just need to hold on for 40 seconds and you'll be on series point. Cutie Pie, it's a great touch. Can they go alone? It's off the post. Dendo's up immediately with Francis. No touch able to come through though from Cutie Pie, but that's not the touch Noah would have wanted. Dendo's able to make a 50, it's off to the side wall. Rex is up instantly. Francis able to keep that one high, so it makes it hard for Cutie Pie to try turn it in, but that 50's not great, and Dendo will put the nail in the coffin for game 5.
Yeah, it is 3-1 for Snap. Surely Umagis cannot find a way back this time. Surely they do not find their way back in this game. And that timeout buff looks to be long gone in this game. But it's only 2 goals separating them. Can they bounce back once again? Noah is gonna find a goal. Hold on. 2 seconds left. It's not gonna be easy. But they've already found 2 goals in the last 50 seconds. We've seen 3 goals in the last 50 seconds. It is still possible.
There is hope, but it is extremely little. They need to make this kickoff work in their favor, and it very well could. Cutie Pie just gonna drop it down though, and Snap are on series point, hoping to get that rematch with Dexterity in the grand finals. And from the looks of it, they very well could, as we will be going to Neo Tokyo, a place where dreams are crushed. And there's a very high chance of another one saying goodnight.
Yeah, 2 chances Snap has now to knock Umagis out of this tournament, put them in the 3rd place, and lock themselves in for the grand finals. 2 chances to do just that. Berserkers, they have to win 2 games in a row. And while looking this shaky, it is a mountain for them to climb. It is definitely possible. They have the skill to do it. But it's not looking great for them right now. But they could still make it happen. I'm excited to see how they play this next game. If they come out knocking the air out of Snap, I mean, I wouldn't count them out yet. They have been playing insane in this lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm completely with you, to be fair. They need to just try and get things started quickly on the front foot. Otherwise, Snap will have a bit more of a pleasant time than Omegas will, as we will be going on. Game 6 is now underway. Snap to bring their chances to the grand final higher with that bracket reset needed. And Omegas with their lives on the line. Cutie Pie immediately starting the pressure. Can they find it in? No, Noah's able to get it away off the goal line. Rex is there though, will take control, tries to find the reset, no pop this time, so Dendo has to take it slow. The 50 from Francis is good, as tries to find the bump, but Noah able to stop it in midfield, try to start some pressure for Team Berserkers. Dendo in the goal, has to find the touch, does well, but Francis immediately keeping that pressure on. Rex able to get that cleared away. Noah gonna take his time, will take that corner boost as well. The 50 goes out to Samsey. who gets there first to the side wall. Trying to find the
the
pass.
pre-jump.
Oh my god, Omegas will feel robbed. It's off the bar once again. And this time, Snap are gonna try start their own attack.
What a play that almost was. Samsi, he sees his teammate Noah on the other side of the field going for that pre-jump and absolutely dimes him up, but just a millimeter off. Just makes that crossbar absolutely shake. And what could have been? Surely, if that one went in, the spirit of this team would have been absolutely crazy. It would have made it that much more likely. But even just the fact that it almost happened could have sent some adrenaline into these bad boys and just help them get this home. They have a long road ahead of them. 2 games needed to be won, and they're not even ahead in this first one. But they are holding on. They haven't conceded yet, like you saw them do in some of these other games. So they're still in this very much.
Yeah, but the pressure building for MPB. Dendo can't find the touch. Rex is there, hoping to find some sort of extra pressure. And Noah gets it cleared away for now. Cutie Pie able to find one touch, gets it around 1. Francis is waiting in the midfield, but that's a layoff to Rex, who finds the bottom corner. The placement couldn't be much better. And Omegas, your lives are on the line. You have 250 left to find a way to stay alive.
Yep, it is a goal found from Snap. They have put themselves in the lead again, and it looks like it's just gonna be a second one as Dendo carries this one all the way from the midfield. And Magis, that mountain is just getting ever so steeper for them. 2 minutes 43 on the clock, and you need to regain your confidence. You need to get back in this series because it is slipping out of the palm of your hand.
Yeah, and it's not looking good for them as Cutie Pie immediately on that ball after the kickoff. Samsey finds one, but Cutie Pie is onto it again. It's dropping off the ceiling. Francis is awkward. Dendo tries to follow it, but no touch coming through just yet. Rex tries to clear it high. Noah's up immediately, so is Cutie Pie. That could just drop in if they aren't careful, and it does off the bar. MPB Snap 3-0 up. And it looks like Omegas' lower bracket run could be over just now.
It is looking like Snap might have just locked in their spot in the grand finals. That 3-goal lead is so massive. The confidence they're playing with right now is insane. I've talked a lot about Umagas needing to get back in this series, but Snap have been playing really good this series as well. They've definitely put themselves in a position where it's Umagas fighting back and not them looking to try and secure their position. So many times you see teams like Snap that fail to secure a reverse sweep in the upper bracket, then go down into the lower bracket and then completely struggle to find any footing. But this, they have absolutely settled in, and now 4 goals between them. 2 minutes left. It looks like it's almost certain already.
Yeah, you have to think that was the nail in the coffin to knock out Omegas. As Samsey trying to find some sort of pressure, but it's not working out. MPB have an answer to everything that Omegas tried to pull up, but Samsey has to try to play the 50. It doesn't work out. Noah's able to get a good touch. It's into the midfield. That's a big miss from Cutie Pie as Francis does indeed find a goal eventually. 140 left. It's down to 3 goals. There is still life in this Berserker side, but Snap seem to have their number. And we'll have to see, can they figure something out?
Yep, another kickoff here. It is gonna go the way of Snap. It's gonna be Cutie Pie. He takes it high, looks for the bump. Just nothing connects there though. Noah is gonna knock it straight back. I believe Francis is up. He gets the dunk, and he will get the second goal for Umagas. They're not completely out yet, but it's still a very tall mountain. But they have just half the size of it.
Yeah, and they are doing incredibly for being on the back foot for so long. They find a way to push forward against the momentum. As Samsey, that could be working out well. Francis is there for the shot, but Dendo able to cut it out immediately. Noah plays it to the sidewall. That could be a mistake as Dendo is waiting. Finds the touch to the back wall. Samsey gets it cleared away. Rex is there for the 50. It goes to the other side of the field. Francis able to push it high off the ceiling. The shot's on, but it's a great save from Rex. The mistouch, the misflip coming out, and Samsey able to bring this to a 1-goal game with a minute left.
Yes, and just when you thought Umagas was down and defeated, they have just pulled a rabbit out of the hat. 3 goals in 57 seconds. They are on pace to not just tie this game up, but to win by 2 goals if they keep this going. I don't know if they can. It's going to be very difficult because surely Snap will wake up now and make it difficult for them. Javs gets tested a little bit on the backline. That fake looks detrimental, but the shot is just off target. Javs, low boost here, gets beaten out by Francis, gets another touch. Now Samsey is up. He takes a touch. He tries to pop it straight back down, but can't quite make it stick. Noah, infield to Francis, on target, but saved away from Javs. They're fighting tooth and nail right now. This one looks open, and it is. It's going to be Dendo, extending the lead to a 2-goal lead once again. Maybe taking some of the danger away that was just building up from the Umaga side.
And it looks like MPB will have their second date with Dexterity in the grand finals. They need to win 2 best-of-7s to have a chance at winning to be able to win the tier. Apologies. Cutie Pie tried to put that shot on target. Francis is able to make the save. Rex is onto it again, but it's looking like this could be a good night for Omegas. The 10-second timer upon us. Dendo keeping pressure with that ball. Samsey into the corner, and with 5 seconds left, this could be game, series. Good night, Omegas. Cutie Pie will let it drop, and MPP Snap able to find a way back into that grand finals.
Yes, well fought Umagas, but this is where your run ends. From all the way in round 1 in lower bracket play-ins, all the way to the lower finals, but that is where they meet their opponent, the one that they couldn't overcome. It's Snap. They have cemented themselves. They found their place in the grand final. They couldn't do it in the upper finals, but they'll have another chance to take on Dexterity in that upper finals. We have the match stats on the screen. We should be moving into some series stats shortly, but it's probably just going to reflect that Snap was the better team this series. In fact, it is. It is 6 goals differentiating them, and that's just what's going to make the difference this time around. I believe for series MVP, I, I'm not sure who's going to be. It looks like it's going to be Cutie Pie. Not the one I would expect, but 6 goals and 9 assists. Definitely deserve to be on that spot. And to seek any takeaways from this series.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for MPB. I don't know why it says there's a timeout timer. Anyway, moving on. That got removed immediately. But yeah, no, MPB, they looked so good at the end of that, so I just have to say, well played to them. Unfortunate to Omegas. They tried their best in that lower bracket run, but MPB do find their way in the end, and we'll have that game very, very shortly. We're probably going to go on about a maybe 5-10 minute break just to kind of cool down a little. And we hope to see you very, very soon for that grand finals. Veiled, have a good time casting it. I will say goodbye.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business.
No one can find me. There's no sign of life out here. I scream and it goes silent. I fight so hard, but I can't find my way out. Lost all
Ladies and gentlemen, the prospect winner is on the horizon, and we've got one more series before we can give it to you. the rematch of the upper finals is going to be Occultus versus Snap to etch your names on this season's trophy. My name, of course, is Beeping Sheep. Joined alongside me today is Veiled, who was cast in the last series, and by the looks of it, it was a belter.
Yeah, it was for the first 4 games. You couldn't really tell who was going to take it away, but it looked like Omagis ran out of steam. Snap, they turned it up a level, so that led to what we have now. Snap is going to be having a rematch against Dexterity here. Well, it still says Omagis in the lobby. I can't remember what the Dexterity's prospect team is called, but it's Dexterity against Snap for the final, a rematch of the upper finals. And yeah, how do you expect it to go this time around, Sheep?
Tell you what, it was proper close last time as well, wasn't it? I mean, we saw Occultus go 3-0 up, and well, for a minute, Snap looked dead and buried. But after all that, it came to a very, very close reverse sweep effort. But Occultus just managing to take it away from them and secure their 2 lives in that grand finals, which is all important if you are that team that wants to be vying for that trophy. So for Occultus, they have got a lovely cushion, and that means Snap would need to beat them twice to end up prospect champions at the end of tonight. But of course, we've had a lot going on today, so if we can have a little look at the bracket, we can show you exactly what you've missed if you are new to the stream. Of course, with the start of the day being full of sweeps. I mean, looking at that left-hand side, the first 4 series of the day, the first 5, including Fenrir v Thunder, all sweeps, but ever since then, Veiled, it's been a lot tighter between the rest of the teams.
Yeah, every single series we've been moving into tighter territory. That Snap Occultus up in the upper bracket, almost a reverse sweep happening, but not to be in the end, and that is why we now have a rematch. So maybe Snap can do it this time. Maybe they're gonna end up being in the exact same situation as they was just earlier on in the night. But we do have some team stats over the season on the screen right now. Dexterity finishing 2nd in their conference. I believe that's the opposite conference of what MPB was playing in. And 22 wins, 15 losses for Dexterity. Actually, was it the same? Might be. 33 wins and 7 losses for MPB. Absolutely demolishing their side of their conference. And a very good goal differential as well to boot.
Very much so. I mean, plus 70 in league play is absolutely absurd. But of course, sometimes there are those teams that just have your number. We saw it yesterday with Choms and Husky. Husky, of course, being the only team to beat Choms in the entire Academy season, and doing so 3 times. And likewise, Occultus are the only team to beat Snap this season. They've done that twice, looking to do it for a 3rd time now. But of course, now on screen we have these player stats in league play, of course, with some of these win rates, looking at you, Cutie Pie, being absolutely absurd. 95% win rate over 20 games.
That is insane. 95% win percent. I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life. But yeah, it looks like we are going to get straight into the series. I think predictions might have come up on the screen, but let's just go through it again real quickly before we get into the series.
Of course. Go on, Veiled.
I was going to say talk me through what you predicted, but I'm just going to take it away. 4-2 towards Snap for this first best of 7. Now, Beep, let me know what you had.
Yeah, I'm going to go similar, but I think this is also going to go all the way. We're going to have another 4-3 in here, this time in favour of Snap. We're going to be getting a bracket reset at the end of the night. And, well, for us two and Masters the producer, it's going to be a long evening.
Yeah, without further ado, let's get this first best of 7 on a go. Of course, I say first, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to get a second one, but it is likely if Snap can take this one like they ended the last best of 7. If they can just get it going early on, it might be pretty close doors in this first best of 7, but it is gonna be Occultus getting the first chance here going forward. It is gonna be taken away by Jabs. Raids looking to challenge that one, not able to do much though. Tilted Waffle as well. Raids on 5 boost here. He does challenge, but it is a lot of pressure coming in from Snap right now. It is going to be a chance, but it's saved away by Taffy Jones.
Well, both teams getting a couple of early chances now. It's now Snap with the majority of the offensive control, but first proper glimpse in the Snap half now. Occultus looking to take advantage of this and find the first goal themselves. Taffy Jones trying to hype a shot here, but that's going to be blocked by a defender now. Dendo just getting this one clear. Goes towards Cutie Pie. 20 boosts to work with as well. Ray's just waiting. Ray's, of course, being a legend of the scene, still vying for that first trophy. I've known him for a long while now. Absolutely deserves it. I believe more than anyone on this pitch. So he is going to want it. He is very much going to want it, but so are all 6 of these players. It really is a matter of who's going to get the first goal.
Yep, Taffy now gonna look to lay it off to Raids here. But a bit of a double whiff though there means Dendo has to take a launch, and he almost finds the back of the net. Tilted Waffle kind of has to feel a bit relieved that that one wasn't going in at the end, because there was no one home. Another chance taken from across the pitch, and Snap are really not scared of taking those chances.
Yeah, I mean, we can see they are just the type of team who can and will shoot from anywhere on the field. Dendo trying one from close range there, but that one's going to be stopped. Now Raids, interesting fake there on the opposition goal line, as Taffy Jones very nearly finds as the opener, but doesn't quite have the angle to do so. Now Tilted Waffle just trying to keep this one in that MPB half, and Cutie Pie does not want to let him, but Raids has something to say about it. Forces a save out from the goalie as Dendo's just going to try and take this one clear, but they are being a little bit suffocating now, our Occultus. Snap don't look like they're even allowed to breathe. They're not allowed to get out of their own half unless Jazz can get the boom, but he can't. There's just not much boost on their side either. Dendo 50s, Cutie Pie following that one out. Finally, a break in the play for Snap as Jazz is going to boom this one. Tilted Waffle last. That's going to beat him as well. Could this be the first goal? Not quite this time. As we're going to go to halfway, these chances are coming fast, Veiled, but this deadlock is still not broken.
Yeah, it's back and forward. Each team could be the one to take it away. I'm liking the chances I see coming out of Occultus. They are building up. However, on the other side, you see Snap. They do a little bit of building up, and then they just launch it on target. But kind of have to take care of the defense as well. You can't just be taking chances that it's going to be saved every single time and praying that your opposition is not able to deal with it. This one looks like there is no defense, but it's just off wide again. Dendo getting the demo, but Waffle able to squeeze this past. Just buys a little bit of time for Raids to respawn, pick up that boost, get it past this man. Dendo now taking it on the backboard. No follow-up from him, but Jabs putting it on target, but straight at Taffy Jones. It's just not good enough to secure that goal. However, this one could be from Dendo, just taking it around the last man and squeezing it into the goal.
There's the opener for your grand finals. Perfect 50 from Dendo, perfect follow-up from Dendo. It's going to be Snap taking the lead with just under 2 minutes to play. They've tried with the pressure for quite a while, and finally they've found their way through after quite a defensive performance, I suppose, from this Occultus side. But they're going to want to flip that now if they want to find their way back into game number 1. Of course, trying to fight back from behind against Snap is, well, as just about every team knows besides Occultus, very, very difficult. So a lot of work to be done now. Taffy Jones 50ing that in the centre as Waffle tries to go for the second ball, but Cutie Pie just going to look for that extra touch. Now Waffle trying to eye up the demo here. Dendo just manages to dodge it. I like the ideas though now. They're trying to get the physicality involved. Our Occultus, they're just throwing everything at it. I mean, Snap though, mirror image. They're trying the exact same thing. Doesn't work for either side, but Taffy Jones with the boom. Maybe that is too much for Jabs. There's your equaliser. Taffy Jones putting Occultus on the board.
Yep, it's a very good play. Taffy Jones following that 50-50 off of Tilted Waffle, just has a bit of an easy shot, makes it hard for Jabs, and it's just straight good team play off those two. And now we have an all-tight game again. In this game 1, neither team willing to concede early on, and usually what you see in these bracket resets or in this grand final in the first best of 7 is the team that comes from the upper bracket after having that hour where they don't really play the game. They usually are a little bit sluggish, and the team coming from the lower bracket is just there from game 1. But it looks like Occultus has come to play. Can they make it work though? This one is just gonna squeeze by Taffy Jones, as is not really expecting the shot coming in.
Yeah, the reaction time wasn't quite there from Taffy Jones, and on top of that is an unfortunate backflip from Raids there. Sometimes that is just all it takes though. One simple mistake and a team like Snap can just score from it. And in games like these, that is the difference maker. Just those simple goals off of those mistakes. So they need to be minimised, ideally, as that was very nearly another one. Courtesy of Dendo there, but Waffle going to beat his man. Now Jazz completely out of the play. Cutie Pie beaten by Taffy Jones. Now Dendo last man. Demoed as well. But that one's going to go all the way back into the dexterity half. Not what they want to hear with only 25 seconds to play. Cutie Pie going to chase that one down. Dendo, just a high hit, but hang on, that goal's wide open. Physicality has come back, and it's going to be Occultus finding yet another equalizer.
And it looks like we're in for a treat of a grand final, guys. Taffy Jones finding another equalizer here, and it's off the pass of Tilted Waffle yet again. 2 assists and 2 goals those two guys have. Taffy Jones being the goal scorer, Waffle the assister. Absolute cinema. Taffy Jones has a chance to make it free, but it's saved away by Dendo. A little bit of a poor shot, but I like the idea coming in. Tilted Waffle is just going to take a shot. Looked like he was going to go to the backboard, but changes it up last second, making it very difficult for Javs to deal with. This one needs to be managed, and is, and it looks like we are heading into the overtime in the first game of this grand final.
Yeah, you're bang on the money. We're in for a treat here. Both teams really just giving it their all already. Occultus, they're not looking like they've had an hour's break. They're looking like that they're looking like the team that have come from the lowest momentum-wise, because they are really just trying absolutely everything. But Cutie Pie wants to find that overtime winner, gets it over 1, gets it over 2, and hang on a minute, is that goal wide open? It will be, as Javs tries for the fake. Javs tries for the shot, and Javs will get the goal. It's Snap who take that first game.
Yep, indeed. Javs just playing it so slowly, flicks it straight over Raids. Absolutely nothing he can do after he's sold on that fake. And it is going to be Snap taking that first game here, and I wonder how Occultus is going to let that impact them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they won't let it affect them all too much. It's only one little fake there, but you know, very, very close game number 1. I know the shots say otherwise, with it being 13 shots to 7 and all, but Occultus really put on a show there in defense. Like, that Snap could have had 4 or 5 more, and I mean, a team like Occultus, they know when to take their chance. They get much less, but they always somehow manage to take them. So that's what Snap have got to watch out for. Of course, in that upper final, they had, I believe it was 19 more shots over the course of the series. Ended up losing it, of course. So just a testament to how good Occultus' defense is. And that they definitely do have the capability to bounce back from a game like that. That's just one of those tough losses that you got to take on the chin.
Yeah, indeed it is. And you don't make your way to the grand final by letting a game like that dictate how you're going to be playing for the rest of the night. And I think we're going to see just why that is a thing in the next game as the server goes down for maintenance. And it does seem like Psyonix love making it very hard to stay in a lobby for a long time.
I don't think I've cast a series this playoffs where the servers actually stayed intact the whole time. I don't know how it does it, to be honest, but you know, classic Epic, classic Psyonix, just how it works sometimes, I suppose. So, you know, is what it is. We go again, I suppose.
Indeed. I think I had one series earlier where there was a lobby for the entire time, but yeah, it looks like it's getting very difficult to stay in a lobby for more than 20-30 minutes at a time. And I would love to see a change, because this is what keeps this game going. All these things we do in private games, it's not just ranked. But yeah, nothing we can do to impact that. We are getting ready to go into the grand finals again. It looks like we're missing a team here still. Yeah, huh?
Maybe. Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, they're probably just sitting there waiting for some call for the server to be back up, as they do get into the lobby there. And yeah, we're ready to get into game number 2 here.
Yep. Run it then. Forbidden Temple. Home of... To be honest, I don't know what it's home of, but it is a lovely little arena, and we're about to play a lovely little game of Rocket League.
Yep, indeed we are. Raids getting a good kickoff there. Taffy Jones following very closely. Fakes out the shot and gets a good 50. Can Tilted Waffle make it count? No, not quite. Dendo is going to hit it wide. It is going to be Taffy Jones now taking a little bit of possession. Shouldn't be able to do much. Gets the reset, but it is just going to be launched by Javs. Testing out if Tilted Waffle is ready for the shot, and indeed he is. Raids onto the sidewall here. Might have just helped out Javs as it goes straight to him. Launches it on the backboard, but who's waiting there but Tilted Waffle, just taking care of business. Raids now going forwards here. Oh, he does make it past Cutie Pie there. That opens things up. Javs now has the task of keeping this ball away from danger, and does so very well. Raids now putting on the pressure in the opponent's half. Is there a follow-up on it? No, not quite. So now Dendo can just move it forward. And it looks like right now Occultus is struggling to keep the possession going forward.
I mean, from this opening, however many seconds, all I've judged is that it just looks like Dendo is just such a scary player. I feel like whenever he's on the ball, any sort of defender just has that little bit of hesitation of what can he do, what will he do, because this guy is just capable of anything that a prospect would be capable of, I suppose, and more. But Javs as well, looking to be the same kind of guy for that. Can't quite find the shot though, and Dendo with the follow-up won't manage to find the goal. Cutie Pie just taking that one out the corner. Javs will just try and keep that though in the Occultus half, as Taffy Jones will touch that one away. But Dendo with a follow. Raised with 0. Tell you what, all of them have got 0 now on Occultus. And this one could be very dangerous if the keeper's not there, but the keeper is Taffy Jones, and the amount of times we've seen that this series, he really does know how to keep all these shots at bay.
Yeah, indeed. And now Raids is looking to get this one out of defense. He's gonna look for a tilted waffle, squeezes it past Javs. Now Raids on the side while they're waiting for the pass from Dendo. Cutie Pie now touching it to the corner, but Raids staying in here, running a lot of disruption here, making it very difficult for the Snap team to make it out of that corner. And in the end they will, but it's not before Dendo gets dispossessed and a team pinch comes through. Oh, Raids was up for that one. He wasn't expecting Cutie Pie to be on that ball. And sure, if he wasn't, that would have been a very good chance. But it all of a sudden became very scary for the side of Occultus. Once you saw Raids fly right past that ball, and that one is launched into the top of the net. And nothing Raids can do to stop that shot from Javs.
Speaking of scare factor, everybody on MPB has that ability. I know we've talked about Dendo already. Javs and Cutie Pie equally similar. They all have that pop-off ability. They all know what it takes to 1v3 a team, and they all know what it takes to, you know, get those slots, to find that little gap in the goal, and Javs doing exactly that to get the opener. But of course, Taffy Jones trying to pile that pressure on straight away with, I believe that was a pre-jump, but now Dendo on the board, dusted by Rays there. Cutie Pie isn't ready for it either. Fourth man bails him out though. The bar finally getting involved out on the side of Snap as two of the players do crash into each other here. Dendo misses the corner boost. Not very helpful. You know, if you're trying to steal a boost, I try and make sure you get the boost, but that's just me. Anyway, Taffy Jones will clear that one on 0 boost, so as is Tilted Waffle and Dendo. Very similar, but difference is he's the attacker, so is Javs. They're not quite going to find the second goal, but they're looking the more dangerous of the two sides.
Yeah, and now Raids looking to push this one forward. Forces a bad touch out of the Snap defense there. That shot almost squeezes its way through, but it looks like they learned from the last series they played. Those shots are very well smart placed by Occultus, but they're not impossible to save because there's not that much power on them when they do come through. And it looks like they have taken that upper finals as a valuable lesson on how to play against the Occultus side. But it's not like you should be ignoring the Occultus side completely, because they are getting the chances. They just need to be converting, and they haven't been doing so far.
Yeah, not really. Some of the shots are just a little bit too weak, but I mean, on this other side, it doesn't matter how weak the shots are. The assisting is absolutely peak here from Dendo. Just putting that one on the goal line, so all Javs has to do is touch it, and it will go in, and go in it does. Lead doubled now for MPB, and with this clock ticking down, they're looking the more likely of the two sides to be advancing later on and vying to go 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, it's looking very likely right now as these games have been very low scoring, and we could end up having a complete opposite of what happened in the upper finals if they are not only able to get this game Snap but also the next one, putting Occultus in a situation. Oh my god, what did Cutie Pie just score there? He goes up off the sidewall. He gets to the ceiling. I don't think he got the reset, but he gets the ground pinch and just sneaks it past. What a beauty from him.
It's incredible control from Cutie Pie there. I mean, the fact he managed to just keep that one glued to his car, literally the entire play as well. Like, you just stand no chance. It doesn't matter how good the Occultus defense is. You're not going to be able to stop a play like that from a Cutie Pie that's in flow state. And here he is again now, looking for yet another one of those. Going for the ceiling pinch this time as two of the defenders crash into each other. The fear factor that MPB offer is now starting to kick in a little bit as some of the nerves, hang on a minute, some of the nerves on both sides are, I suppose, going somewhere. As one goal does come back now for Occultus. Raids, of course, pouncing on that dunk from Taffy Jones. And if this game is still in the balance, it is still winnable if you are Occultus. And a kickoff goal would really, really make things spicy, Veiled.
Yeah, it could, but this comeback would be very, very difficult for Occultist, but they're showing that they haven't given up yet. And that play especially is what I like a lot about this Occultist team. Because you see a lot of teams, they play very structured, they play very routine, and they never really go for any challenges up in the far end of the pitch. But you saw Taffy Jones just absolutely going for that dunk because he knows that there's a realistic chance that he's going to be able to get it. A lot of players will just try and bait the player into booming the ball back to teammates, but dunks like that can just open up space out of nothing. And while they're not always good, I do like seeing them every once in a while, and the Cultists have been making them work so far in this tournament. However, it won't work too well this time around, as they will go down in the series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this time as well, besides that final 30 seconds, they did just look a little flat-footed for most of that game, only registering 3 shots on goal. Rays, of course, with the only goal with that dunk from Taffy that you did just mention. That could be something they could look at to do more of, because we see how much Snap just like to ping the ball to each other. So maybe the method is just to send that one man and just try and cut out all of these passes, cut out all these infields, and just really put them under a lot of pressure just by applying speed. But I mean, Occultist can do any sorts of approaches. That last game they just let Snap come to them and then scored off the counter. It's just a bit of a shame that this time there wasn't really many counter opportunities because Snap just kept them pinned in their half, and the server's gone again.
That is a world record on how fast you can make a lobby go down, I believe. We got one game in both lobbies, and they are done and dusted. We're gonna be heading into a third lobby now. Maybe we can go for 14 lobbies and 14 games, maybe, if we make it all the way to that.
Oh my god, could you imagine? New lobby every game. Alright. Oh, okay.
Crazy. Imagine 14 lobbies in one series.
Can we just wait? I don't know if we've got an admin on the Twitch right now. Can we get a poll? Can we get a bet in chat of will there be more than 5 server crashes in this grand finals, including the bracket reset? If there is one.
That is crazy. I can't seem to get into the lobby.
Yeah, neither. This might be a record, honestly.
Yep.
It's happened before as well.
We have gotten word from production that we are working on getting another lobby set up, but meanwhile, Sheep, what do you think Occultists might need to change up to be more competitive in this series? Do you just think it's a case of they need to use this best of 7 here to get warmed up as much as possible? Do you think it's getting to the point where it's running away from them and they need to be focusing more on the next best of 7? Or do you think that there is still a chance they get back into this one?
I think it is still winnable if you are a Occultist. I think they can absolutely still take at least a couple of games here. I feel like Raids is a name we've not really mentioned too much, though. I feel like he can absolutely... Raids has definitely got another gear he can go up to in this grand finals, and I think if he does that, that will be where Occultist shines most, because we've seen what Taffy can do. We've seen a little bit of Tilted Waffle, but same note as Raids, I feel like we could also see more from Tilted Waffle. But yeah, if they can maybe get each other involved, I like the way they're doing physicality. I like the way that they play off the counter. We do just need a little more, more pace, more synergy, and everybody to do their bit, I suppose.
Yep, as we do have the next lobby set up, we do have the players on the pitch. We are getting into game number 3 of this grand final. And it is looking like Snap is going to win the kickoff, but it is going to be Tilted Waffle with the play. Raids going ahead there, looking for the demo. Not quite able to find it, but a little bit of disruption doesn't really do much. Raids gets beaten out, doesn't reach the ball. Cutie Pie is just there for the rebound. And it is just going to be Snap with the first goal of this game.
I just don't know how he always manages to get the catch on that. 7 boost, doesn't matter. I'm reading that, and there's nothing you can do about it. Opening goal 14 seconds in with Snap picking up right where they left off. they want to steamroll towards that bracket reset. They want that title. That upper bracket final loss was a wake-up call. They want to show everybody what Snap actually are, what they've been doing all season, and Cutie Pie just really putting the warning shots out there, because we could have a long night if Snap are going to keep doing this.
Yeah, Taffy Jones, just gonna outplay his teammate there. Doesn't think he deserves being on the ball, I suppose. Raid's gonna look to pass it back to his teammate. He does think he deserves hitting the ball. That one is centered. Dendo waiting patiently, gets it through, but it's gonna be off the post. After that small deflection there, Tilted Waffle gonna keep it towards that corner. Rage should be able to follow up, but what a dunk by Dendo, keeping the pressure on. And you can really tell Occultus is really starting to struggle to get out of that defense right now.
Yeah, it's becoming a repeat of last game now as well, where they need to... I don't really know how they're going to find a way, but they just need to find a way of, well, for one, trying to get out of their half. They had a moment there, but the moment the attack's over, it just gets boomed all the way back, and then Occultus have to start from square one again. Cutie Pie on the ball now. 25 boost, just letting Taffy Jones have that one. That's going to bounce off the sidewall, though, as well now. Leaving that one now for Dendo. Waffle is going to try and meet him and does get the bump as well. This one's a little bit awkward for the Snap defense, but Dendo will fix that problem in a heartbeat. Just trying to clear that one best he can. Now Ray's the man who we do want to get involved a little bit more. Trying to find a centre here. It's a good idea as well, but Jazz will stop it this time. And with the bump coming in as well, that last man just a little bit shocked on the side of Occultus because Snap have caught them on the break.
Yeah, it's Cutie Pie as well again. Just able to find the goals, and it's really helping Snap. If they are to win this, I think, coming from the lower bracket, usually you need to see a very early on win. And if they can just absolutely sweep their way through this first best of 7, which right now it looks like they just might be doing, they will be setting themselves up with a really, really good streak of momentum going into that second best of 7 after the bracket reset.
I remember having a conversation with Masters at the start of the day during the Snap versus Tide series of if they play like that all day, would we see them even drop a game? And I think right now we are seeing glimpses of that same Snap, and they're looking like the team that are just a little too good for anybody else right now. They're the team that just look like they're unable to drop a game. Of course, Occultus do seem to be the only team able to try that against them. Maybe a goal's going to come in here, but Tilted Waffle's just not going to be ready for it. But all in all, the synergy from Snap is just a little too good. But hang on, Raze is also just a little too good because he finds his way past this defense, past Javs, past Dendo, gets the reset, and finds a goal back for Occultus.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Raids go for a flip reset. The pre-flip to get back to the ball, then the nerve to go for a flip reset that late into the play, and it might not be the prettiest flip, but it is a flip, and it's well executed by him. And that is just what you need to do to score on Snap, I guess, because you don't see many goals on these guys. And that one just goes to show the length you need to go, the amount you need to be digging to be able to find a gap in their defense.
That's the thing, how good of a team must you be if you need to make Raze hit a flip reset to score on you? I mean, he can just pull that one out of his back pocket. I'm expecting to see it happen once again. But, well, come on, Raze. Give us some more. We would like a producer with the title here. Dendo now, just trying to bump Raze out, of course. But Tilted Waffle is just going to try and clear that one now. Dendo on the ball, looking for Javs in there, but Javs just going to get slimed out by the Occultus defense there. Taffy Jones going to clear that one away. They're looking hungrier since that Raze reset. It's just sort of spurred on Occultus to realise we are still in this series a little bit. We just need to find some goals. And Cutie Pie agrees. Cutie Pie wants to also find some goals, and very nearly did find one there.
Yeah, Taffy Jones with a slight bump, but it doesn't matter. J-Javs is able to get back to it anyways. Cutie Pie almost finding the gap, but it doesn't matter. Taffy Jones is going to help him get it over the line there. And it might just be closed doors for Occultus in this first best of 7 here.
It's just a tough moment. If you're Cutie Pie, you're having Taffy Jones show you up on how to score a shot. I wouldn't be having that if I were you, but yeah, 3-goal parity now for MPB. They're just looking the favourites to advance. It's become the opposite now of that upper finals. Maybe Occultus can take it to them, start that reverse sweep bid. But right now, we're just, besides that Raids reset, we're just not seeing too much from them. As I say that, Taffy Jones almost finds another goal. Raids, of course, man of the hour for his team, very nearly found the sidewall. I don't think I would ever stop talking about a Raid sidewall if he hit that.
That would have been insane. Raids gonna pop this one up. Taffy Jones helping, trying to clear it away, but Jav's just gonna launch it towards the goal again. And it's absolute domination in the opposition here from Snap. Really going to show how much you can do when you're on attack. It's not just about getting to get in attack, but also just staying there consistently. Because the more pressure you're putting on, the more of an opportunity you're gonna get that your opposition is just gonna make a mistake. And it's really going to show as Cutie Pie finds the 4th one in this game.
They've actually just pitched their tents in the occultist half. It feels like 3/4 of each game is just played in that occultist half. Snap just not letting them breathe, and of course all these goals that they are scoring, they're finally making those shots pay off. And we mentioned at the start of the series as well, occultists are good at scoring off the counter, but you can't score off the counter if Snap don't even give you a counter attack. Like, they are just shutting down everything before it begins. Cutie Pie trying the exact same thing, but there's a rare miss. Hang on, is Taffy Jones going to make this one count? 1-on-1, yes he will. Dendo too late for that one. And that's it. That's what it takes to beat that Snap defense.
Yeah, not much to be said about this play. Dendo tries to get the fake out, and he does fake, but the shot is on target. Makes it hard for himself to get back and save it. It is a bit too little, too late though, but maybe if we can see a spike of confidence going into this next game, maybe they can get a bit of a run and go on, maybe get some momentum going. If not, to get back in this series, to set them up to get into the next one. Because keep in mind, it is Snap coming from that lower bracket. If they win this first best of 7, it doesn't automatically mean they win the tournament, because Occultist does have that second life. From not going into lowers at all, they have won every single series they played in this upper bracket. So 2 best of 7s needed to be won for Snap to secure their title for this season.
Yeah, you see from some of these teams, that extra life is all that it takes. Sometimes all it is just that series reset to, give you a chance to start again from 0-0. Have you that first series to look at what went wrong, what can we do differently? And I feel like if that does happen to Occultist, which the way it's looking, it very much could and very much will, then all they can do is just look at what Snap have changed from this upper finals to this first this first series in the grand finals. Just seeing what they can do back, because of course we saw glimpses of what they can do in game number 1, but at the end of the day, it is MPB that are just all over them, as they have been all over Ignis all season. And that saviour of the Ignis tier, if you will, in Occultist, just being the one team that has been able to stop them, but it doesn't feel that way anymore.
Yeah, and timeout has been called from Occultist, utilizing that timeout. And I do want to mention we just had another server crash as well. So we are up to 3 crashes out of 3 games being played now. Really going on a run here.
Yeah, we're absolutely getting somewhere, aren't we? That bet of 5, we might be done by the first series, let alone the second.
Yep. I think we need to get into another lobby here, but we do have the timeout call for Cultists. And of course, you are management as well, Sheep. I've also been management. I believe you probably also coached a little bit before in your time. What would you be telling these guys if you are a coach in this position, Occultist? They are in a really tough position in this first best of 7. What would you be saying at this point?
Well, they've got an extra lifeline, so I think for the end of this series at the bare minimum, I remember trying to coach our prospect team against Snap. We were trying to coach Chinas, and for the first 3 games, we were just trying all sorts of ways to break through them, and it did just get to a point where they were just getting dogged left and right. It didn't matter what strategy we threw, and I think the last game, all I said pre-game was just have fun. So if Occultist can, we saw NRG do that in, I think it was the Stockholm Major all those years ago, where all that happened was one play, they all started giggling, and then all of a sudden they all started peaking. So and maybe that's all it is. If Occultist just go for some, you're 3-0 down in the series and you've got an extra life, go for some stupid stuff, see if it works, and if it does, you can take that into the next series if you get there.
Yeah. You're also playing a little bit around at that point. But we do have the next game going in. But I was going to say, you are playing around a little bit, because if you just then go on to lose this game, you not only do you go into the next series very quickly and helping out the team coming
That's
from
very
the lower
true.
bracket, but also just the amount of confidence you're going to be losing from not even taking a single game away, not even being that close to take a game away. Of course, there was the first game was a little bit close, but after that it was just all doors shut from Snap. They just absolutely dominated. However, in the beginning here, it looks like Occultus is building a little bit of pressure. Maybe they can make it count. As that one is cleared away, and the demo in the back line, can't Javs or QtPie find the back of the net? Indeed he can. Off of that pass from Javs, QtPie able to just bury that one in the back of the net.
Right, slight update. I think what my advice would be is for that last man to be as wary as possible, because you've got 3 diving Snap members who will look for that last man at any given opportunity. We've seen that just then. Does lead to a goal. So, look, already off the kickoff, QtPie just sweeping through, trying to take out at least one defender. So, I think that's just the strategy to watch out for here if you are a cultist. You want to be just taking glances left and right of where that attacker could be and maybe just trying to draw them out. Just trying to mess up their rotation a little bit, because you do get some players who chase a demo unnecessarily, like just following it if they can't guess it normally. So maybe it's worth giving something like that a go, just rotating a little. Well, if someone's coming for you, maybe just rotating a little bit off, which in turn throws them off, and going from there. Because once again, QtPie just eyeing up Raze there. You can't attack if you're dead. And I know that sounds obvious, but at the same time, yeah, it does make sense.
Captain Obvious here stepping in to save the day. Taffy Jones has a little go on net. Just not quite able to find the angle or even the touch, it looked like, as Raids was credited with that shot. He is going to boom it on the backboard, making Javs very uncomfortable. That shot should have been it, but it's not. Javs able to bail them out after what should have been an open net for Occultus. And that is the kind of moment that will make or break your run in this series, as you might not be getting another chance like that against a team like Snap, and they are just going to go straight back at your goal and send it back twofold. 2-0 up is Snap now in this game number 4 of this series.
Unbelievable. Yeah, they just have an answer for everything to Snap. Javs, of course, swiping that one away from the defender. QtPie nodding it home as well for good measure, and that just felt like it could have and probably should have been 1-1, if I'm being completely honest here. Occultus had all the minerals to make that an equaliser, but at the end of the day, it just didn't happen. But maybe Tilted Waffle's got something here. QtPie just a little too quick for him. Then that 50, of course, flying in the wrong direction if you are an Occultus player now. I don't really know what else. I mean, what have they tried? They've gone for demos, they've gone for counter-attacks, they've gone for full defense. They haven't gone for full send, but I think the reason for that is just the pace that Snap play at. If you try and full send it, they will just go even faster. I don't know about you. I don't see many other possible strategies you can really go for if you are a Occultus right now.
Yeah, I think just Snap is just completely locked in right now. You're not seeing a lot of mistakes coming out from them, and on the other side of Occultus, they're not playing with the same level of confidence or even consistency. It's just complete game diff right now, a complete skill diff between the two teams, and I don't know if you can just magically make that disappear. You need to bring the confidence if you're a cultist. You need to not only bring the confidence, but you also need to bring the gameplay to match that, and I have just not seen anything to indicate that that's what we're going to be seeing. But they are getting the chances, I will say, and if they can make them count, maybe just throw Snap off a little bit. Like if they score a goal or two in the beginning of a game, maybe that just changes the whole pace of how the game plays out.
I think what they need someone to peak, because you see what happens when someone peaks. It gives them confidence, and then all of a sudden they're just carrying this sort of swagger with them for the next few minutes. I think. Oh, I know Raids, and I know he brings up the atmosphere in whatever team he's in. So if I had to guess, if someone peaks on the side of Occultus, that would just bring the whole team atmosphere up tenfold. So all it might take is, well, even better for them, if they just launched a peak team play, kept possession for the entire length of the field. I think that could genuinely be a turning point if they can just find one of those passing plays between them all.
Yeah, Taffy Jones going for a little bit of a long shot. Doesn't make its way anywhere out of the half. In fact, it's just straight back in defense. Squeezes it past the one now, should have some space to try and get it around Cutie Pie, and does so off the backboard, but Tilted Waffle putting himself out of position, not able to follow that play up, and all of a sudden it's looking very scary. Taffy Jones buying a couple of seconds for Tilted Waffle to get back. A little bit of it will help as well. Taffy Jones makes the save, but it's still looking very scary.
Yeah, final 30 seconds. No goals found just yet. You need 2 minimum. It could very well be 3 as well. No, Snap have just been a level above in this first series. After the timeout, they have tried more things of Occultus. Maybe... No, actually, I have found one strat they haven't tried. They haven't... The thing about Occultus, they boom it quite a lot. I feel like maybe just to play for sometimes, it's just doing what Snap do, just keeping it close, playing a little bit of possession, because I mentioned the passing play not too long ago, giving that a go, but sometimes to do that, you just need to keep it close to your car, just keep it close to your teammates as well. Don't let Snap on the ball. I think that is just what they need to come out with next series. Just try and take possession, try and stop Snap from doing what they do best, from all this pressure, because if they don't have the ball, if you have the boost as well, they can't get that pressure. So if Occultus can give themselves just a little bit of control, if anything, I think they can win that second series, because of course we're resetting from 0-0, but that's for next series. This one, Vale, this one was an absolute blowout.
Yeah, indeed it was, and I don't know if anyone can keep it up to date, but I left that lobby and there was no server crash, so a new record has been set in this grand final. We have had a game without a crash.
75% crash rate, by the way.
That is insane. And still Cutie Pie has a better win rate on the Snap roster than the crash rate. That is insane.
that is just so stupid. That the more I look at that stat, because sorry, that is he's played 20 games in league play and he's won 19 of them. I've never heard of that ever. I've never heard of a personal win rate being that high of someone who's played that many games.
Yeah, it's insane. Snap been playing absolutely insane this playoffs. We are gonna have a 10-minute break before we head into the next best of 7 here. You saw this series stats on your screen. Also, the series MVP is gonna be Cutie Pie with 8 goals, 2 assists, 8 demos as well in only 4 games. That is some insane stats to be bringing. But we are just gonna have a 10-minute break before we come back with the bracket reset, where we can for sure crowning our champions, and whether it will be Snap just continuing on the train they've been running, or if it will be Occultus bringing something back, well, only time will tell. But Sheep, we will be back in 10 minutes.
We will. See you soon, everyone.
make it out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Welcome
John-
back, everyone. We are back with the bracket reset. Sorry for cutting you off there, Sheep, but I just
Nah, it's
realized
no
we were
problem.
going live. We have predictions on screen already. I went 4-3 Occultus. I hope that they come out showing that they're a little bit more alive than they were in the last series. I see your prediction down in the corner. Do you want to go over it, Sheep?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a repeat of last series. Game 1, Cultus they'll come out a little stronger, but then I think Snap are going to do the exact same thing again. Well, to be honest, you say you cut off. I didn't realize as well that we were going in, so I was halfway through asking, "Do you want to do intro?" And you did, so fair. But anyway, here's the bracket.
Yeah, here's the bracket from today. Umag is in that lower bracket, almost making it all the way to the grand final, but Snap ending that from them. And of course, you see Occultus coming from that upper bracket, swept Thunder up there, and then beat Snap in a game 7. After Snap almost did a bracket reverse sweep. Sorry, I'm getting things mixed up a little bit. It's getting late here, okay, guys? But without further ado, I think we've seen the bracket. You've seen it all day. You've seen everything all day. Let's get straight in to the best of 7. Let's see what you guys have been waiting for. Let's get the players on the pitch. Let's get this series on a roll.
Let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Main event of the night. The winner of this series will absolutely run out. Prospect champions. We've got Occultus. We've got Snap. We've got the third meeting between these two tonight. 1-1 in series. Who's going to take the elusive third and take that gold medal? Time to find out.
Yep, a little bit of scrambling in Occultus' half, but they don't get punished for it. Tilted Waffle is up for this pass. A little bit of a double commit happened, but it doesn't seem to go against Snap too much right now, at least. Taffy Jones is going to clear that one off to the side. Jeffs is going to hunt it down. Tilted Waffle is going to try and track this one down off the backboard. Is going to be able to get it. Gets it around Javs and Cutie Pie as well. But Javs then gets back and is able to clear it a little bit. Cutie Pie with a hard touch there is able to send it downfield. Tilted Waffle now has to get a good touch, but not the best. You need better than that. It's not going to be punished. Yet again, Cutie Pie up is going to whiff the ball. But Dendo tracking up immediately. Keeping the pressure on now is Snap as Javs is going to take a shot. It's going to be saved by Taffy Jones. Raid's gonna keep it in this corner. Is gonna get it around 1. Is Taffy Jones able to beat? Yes. Can Raids get this one mid? Yes, but there's no one there, so it won't lead to much.
There's more composure this series from Occultus. You can see it already. They're taking it with a calmer approach because it's 0-0 again now. We are at a new series. They know that this entire thing is reset now. This entire thing is up in the air again. And they can show us what they did in that upper final. Raids very nearly pre-flipping that one into the net, but unfortunately for him, he just couldn't quite get the touch. Now he's got to stop Dendo's attack, though. Does do so with a perfect backwards clear. As Cupid wants to get that one on the net, but Ray's just going to be waiting in the backboard to try and clear that one away now. Just letting him take it. That's going to go into the opposition corner now. Finally, a moment in the MPB half. That's going to go to the backboard, though. Jazz and Cutie Pie both ready for it, tripping over each other a little bit, actually. As maybe Occultus have got an opening here. Cutie Pie will not let them have it, however, as Dendo's going to put that one back in their half. Cutie Pie following suit, but Taffy Jones can't catch himself on the wall. We're still yet to find a deadlock breaker, but I am liking what I'm seeing from Occultus. They've come out a different team. They've come out hungrier, and they've just come out better so far.
Yeah, they're playing their game now. They're not playing into Snap and playing how Snap wants them to play. They are doing their own thing. They're slowly building the plays. They are not trying to rush things like Snap is, and I like that. We need to see more of that if they are to have a chance to get this series, because last time you saw how it went. They tried to play Snap's game and they got absolutely beaten in it. It's gonna be Cutie Pie sending us off in this bracket reset though.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, look, from Cutie Pie's point of view, what? There's just nothing to really say about it. I don't know how he does it once again. Javs just hits it into him and it's just in the net. Like, sometimes, yeah, sometimes you just got to raise your hands up and go, fair enough. How has that gone in? Can't stop it. Won't stop it. Dendo almost makes it 2-0. Cutie Pie will make it 2-0. And Snap, or Cutie Pie especially, will pick up right where they left off in the past series.
I don't have words for what I just saw. I don't know if it's two people choosing to fake that one or if it's just a complete whiff from both players and then just an open net for Cutie Pie. But either way, it's another goal for Snap. And they are gonna be looking pretty strong in this best of 7. Tilted Waffle gonna knock that one up. Opting to keep it out of the corner where Dendo is waiting. He's gonna get it in the end anyways. Tilted Waffle with a good challenge. Taffy Jones just a bit too late on that challenge. Now Rates gets a 50, but it's not gonna help him. Cutie Pie is gonna stick on it. And it's gonna try and lay this off to Dendo. But Tilted Waffle gonna take it away. Now off the sidewall, looking for Taffy. Not able to find the shot though. And now Cutie Pie taking it to the sidewall. Into the corner from Raids, but it's strong defense from Step right now.
Yeah, that. Oh, hang on. Magic moment. Look at that. Tilted Waffle finding a goal at long last. And you talked about that defense from Snap. Well, Tilted Waffle has figured out how to break that one open. And there's a Cultist finally on the board for what feels like the first time in absolutely ages. They've got a response at long last, and that is so needed for them.
And hold on. Immediately after the first goal, they find another one back. It's Taffy Jones. They haven't given up yet. But just keep in mind, last series, we also saw a very close game number 1, but then it all just fell down after that overtime. How is it gonna go this time? Occultists, they have scrambled their way back into this game. Can they keep clawing? Can they keep digging and finding even more to push this one forward and try and get this trophy over the line?
Can they? Can they? Well, I mean, whatever happens, this next goal is ever so important because they've Occultist now. They have come back from that 2-0 deficit as Cutie Pie very nearly finds his hat-trick, but not this time, however. Dendo up on that sidewall, looking for a second touch. Will manage to find it as well. Dunks, well, bops it below the defender, I suppose, as Cutie Pie will take this one middle. As Taffy Jones will let that one go, but Cutie Pie once again on the ball. I feel like we're just saying Cutie Pie's name every 5 to 10 seconds. It's always that car on the ball every single play. So if there is anything that Occultist can do that they're not doing already, besides maybe finding a lead here, it would be to stop Cutie Pie, because that just seems to be where most of MPB's attack stems from.
Or maybe just shooting the ball on target when you have a shot. Maybe that's a good start.
That's it.
As you see a couple players flying straight past the ball, Tilted Waffle is gonna get a dunk here. Javs should be awkward, getting bumped as well, getting absolutely sent everywhere on the pitch, and they still can't finish the job. It's still Snap in this game, and they have a chance here. Can Javs bury this one? No, he can't. Raids gets a go at that one, and just shuts it down. It looks like for the second series in a row, we're gonna have overtime in game number 1.
Come on, is this one going to win the other way? No, like, Snap, they are just like that big bad villain of the prospect here. Mentioned it earlier as well. They're the ones that have just slain absolutely everybody at any time of asking. Occult is just trying to be that hero of the tier, if you will. Trying to get 3 wins over Snap in a single season, being the only team to beat them. They've done it twice already, looking for that, and to start off, they would love an overtime win in this situation. Jazz going to hit this one off his own backboard. Dendo just following slowly, as Jazz will just let him go. And now Jazz on the ball, looking to go into the middle. Cutie Pie there. Dendo looking for the demo as well. Good avoid there from Taffy Jones to stop him from scoring. This one a little stuck now. Goes back into the MPB half there. Cutie Pie going to take control. Going to go middle towards Jazz. Ray's going to meet it. Ray's going to meet the ball there, but goes back towards Cutie Pie. Is this going to fall to Dendo? Yes, it will, but hang on. Won't quite fall to the goal just yet. Taffy Jones with yet another stop. I remember mentioning this guy last series. He's just that defensive wall for when Occultists need him, and he really does need to show himself this series if they want a big chance of taking this prospect title home, because MPB are all over them in this overtime.
Yep, Raids getting a little bit of interference there in the back line, but Tilted Waffle is there as well, so they're able to be able to get out of it. Tilted Waffle now looking for Taffy Jones. He's choosing to go for the dunk instead, which I like. Raids now lobbing this one over Dendo. Javs is putting that one on a platter for Taffy Jones, but he can't find the connection, and it will still be this overtime in engaged. We're still in this overtime. Raids is looking to get this one mid, not able to follow it up. Taffy Jones with a bit of a pre-jump, but Dendo now on a one-on-one with Tilted Waffle goes early, and Tilted Waffle making not one but 2 saves to keep them in this overtime.
Yeah, and a third as well, just for good measure now. As Taffy Jones will try and get this one out. Beautiful demo from Raids as well to really open up the play there. Dendo just with a quick revenge there, demoing right back, eye for an eye, if you will. That one's going to float towards the MPB net, as Javs will clear that one away, but Taffy Jones wait for the second touch, will end up beating him. Dendo in a one-on-one with Tilted Waffle, who will just make that as awkward as he can to stop any chance from coming in. It's lovely defense from Tilted Waffle in this overtime. He stops Cutie Pie as well, trying to find the counter-attack now, as Ray's now on the ball. Maybe another flip reset from this guy. We saw it last series. No, he's just going to go under them all and he's just going to score. And Occultus will have a game in this second series minimum.
Indeed, and it's Raids. Last time we saw him peak a little bit, it was a nice flip reset, but it literally didn't matter because it was one of 2 goals they scored against the 6 of Snap. This time around, it's an overtime goal. And you said if anyone can bring up the mood in that team, it is Raids. And what other way to finish that game 1 overtime than not only getting the first game 1 in this grand final for Occultus, but having Raids be the one to do it for his team as well.
What a guy. Found the way from 2-0 down against Snap to come back 3-2. I mean, look at the shot count as well, 16-8. I know we mentioned it last series, but that Snap always seems to have way more shots. They had 42 in 4 games last series. Another 16 to add here in game number 1 alone. So Occultus have absolutely come more ready this series with those saves, with those stops. Tilted Waffle I want to highlight especially. It just felt like he stopped them so many times in that game number 1.
Yeah, he did, but it's a full team thing. You see 4 saves on Taffy Jones, 3 on Raids, 2 on Tilted Waffle. And as you said, Waffle should have probably been credited with more saves, but it's the whole team just keeping that defense tight-knit. And if they can just keep it going for at least one more game, I feel like Snap will start to try and find other ways which might free up Occultus in the defense a little bit. Maybe let them, do their thing a little bit more. If they can just find another game win here.
Oh yeah, if they can go 2-0 up, that is so huge if you are Occultus right now. If they can pull what they did in the upper finals especially. But I feel like MPB after that game loss, after that 2-0, are going to come back hungrier. As that could very well be the first goal, but then they're going to stop that one. With the second touch, as Cutie Pie just sort of trips him up there. Not ideal. If you are Dendo, his Ray's now going to be on the ball. Jav's going to try and beat him to it. Will do as well, but no boost to follow that one up. Taffy Jones on his own goal line. Does beat Dendo to it, but unfortunately for him, guess who's waiting in the middle? It's Cutie Pie on the board again.
Yeah, but it's a poor clearance from Taffy. You can't help but think that maybe he could have controlled it a little bit better, but it is grand final. Nerves is a big part of this. But we do move on. It's only 26 seconds into this second game of the series. Taffy Jones now opting to control the ball. Does well, a good 50-50 from him. And a little bit of a flyby there from Cutie Pie. Now a centered pass from Raids. But Taffy Jones just not being able to get there in time. Tilted Waffle gotta keep the pressure up here. A little bit of miscommunication, but it's a good try from Occultus. They are not out just yet.
They're not out just yet. I mean, Taffy Jones looking for a goal back as well. Cutie Pie going to go towards it. Oof, very nearly beats his man. But Tilted Waffle, that's the thing. That's what we were talking about at the end of last series. Because Snap try and build it up so much, you've got to dive at it. And that's another play you do need to dive at. Because Javs just had a little too much time on the ball. And look at what he can do when he has that sort of space, when he has that sort of time.
Yeah, it's a nice little, I would call it a dunk, but many people might disagree with me, but he is kind of dunking it in off the crossbar. It's very stylish. It looks very nice, and it feels good to do that. And it's now going to be Raids, though, with a bit of time in the air. Gonna just pass it straight into Taffy Jones. That hits Raids again, and it's a little bit of chaos in the Occultist side. But they get away with it. They have the possession. Taffy Jones doing a little bit of a flyby now. Going for the interference. Raids now should have a little bit of time. Dendo off the ceiling here. Gets completely dusted by Raids, and this one is dropped onto Tilted Waffle that finds the back of the net. And Occultus is bringing it back once again.
Is that assist of the day? I think that is absolutely up there, because Raids just plays it over everyone and then under everyone in one fell swoop and just leaves it on a platter for Tilted Waffle to put away.
I think it might be. I mean, it's very well executed, and that could have very well been just the same thing we saw the last time, with them going down 2-0 and immediately bringing it back, but unfortunately, that shot just goes a little bit wide. And they will have to find another opportunity if they are to get back in this game. And it looks like it's going to be even more difficult as QtPie finds another goal for his side.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those chances where the keeper could have done a bit better, but at the same time, QtPie is just ready for them, just ready for the shot, ready to put that one away. It does so once again, and that's another 2-goal lead restored now for MPB. But don't forget, they were 2 goals ahead last game, and we know how that one ended. So that's not to say Occultus aren't still in this game, especially if Tilted Waffle can sink this one. No, QtPie is going to be ready for it now towards Dendo. Will beat one, as this is going to go flying back towards that snap net. Taffy Jones going to be centering towards Tilted Waffle, puts it out for a throw-in. Really not ideal if you're trying to look for a shot there, but Dendo beats one. Taffy gonna boom that one the other way now. Tilted Waffle getting demoed. That's going to be on goal though. QtPie forced into a last-ditch save. Very good save at that, but Occultus are not looking down and out right now. They're still trying their hardest. They're still trying everything. Physicality, dribbles, the lot. They're just not really able to find any goals with it right now.
Yeah, they do. You know, Snap is doing really well with dealing with the bumps, with the passes coming in from Occultus. And yeah, that's just been the difference this game. I think last game, it was more even. It wasn't just one team, you know, dealing with everything. It was kind of both teams equally did well on handling all the pressure coming in from the opposition. This time, Occultus is struggling a bit more. Snap has kind of found themselves to be in the rhythm again, and it shows with Jeff scoring another goal, getting the goal tally up to 4 now for Snap.
Yeah, this is it gets to a point. They just keep scoring. They rack up these goal totals so much. I mean, I know the defense was a little bit mangled there. There were 2 in the exact same spot, but Javs, of course, just knocking that one past both at once, because why not? And putting them up 4-1. Rays with another flip reset into a fake now as well, as everybody goes towards it. QtPie's bumped out. QtPie's bumped out into the save. No! They gave it a go to the Occultus, but sometimes you can throw the house and still not get a goal out of it.
What did I just see, Sheep?
No
If
idea.
that goal had gone in, I don't know, I would have known what to say. That was like slowly rolling and just 3 bumps coming in. Like, that's insane.
They're trying to
It's
rage bait
dedication.
QtPie.
It's dedication for the goal, I will say, but holy. That is taking it a bit far. Tilted Waffle now. Gonna look to find Raids on the backboard. Almost made it work. Taffy Jones gonna launch in as Birdman. Now Raids has to rush to get back in time. Dendo gets beaten out by Waffle. Jab's gonna beat out Waffle in turn. This one is passed straight into QtPie, and you know what that means. Oh, he didn't score this time, but it doesn't matter, because Dendo is following up.
Yeah, we do know what it means. And it means goal, just not in the way you think, because that follow-up is ever so deadly. Just reading it off the posters, Dendo, to now give everybody on Snap at least a goal to take home after this one game. They've still just managed to pepper Occultus to, you know, show what that game loss meant to them. As Raids, by the way, hugely impressive goal. Maybe there's still a little bit of hope in there.
What is that Raids, by the way? What is that? What's
Got a
that?
messy Raids.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's really been showing up today. He's cemented himself as one of the better players in this lobby. Despite having a bit of a slow start, he's definitely been one to look out for. And now Tilted Waffle gonna be having some space here. Goes for the reset. Actually, I think he ended up faking going for the reset and just dunked it below everyone and almost. Oh, what an angle that would have been if he scored that.
Oh, that would have been. But hang on, Tilted Waffle looking for the double. Tilted Waffle. He doesn't know how to put it on target, really, does he? Bless him.
That is crazy. All of a sudden, they see Raid speak, and now everyone is just going for Max. Even Dendo going for that musty, absolutely burying it in the back of the net with that ceiling. Crazy stuff we're seeing. You wouldn't, if you asked me, I wouldn't believe this is a prospect final, because the Max we're seeing is insane.
Yeah, people were just taking it in turns to put on a highlight reel this game, it feels like. But in terms of goals, the main highlight here is the 6-2 scoreline. I think Occultus knew that it was virtually over unless they absolutely sent it. And sent it they did. They tried everything they could, but, you know, you do get those games where it is just sometimes out of your control. As Demo off the wall comes in now. And the goals equally spread for every member of MPB, just trying to stat farm. So W stat farming, I suppose. Ray's trying to add another one for consolation, but Jav's going to center that one. I say that. Jav's going to miss that one. Dendo off the sidewall. Is there one more goal in this game number 2? It's not looking like it. We're going to move on, and MPB will tie up the series in convincing fashion.
Yeah, 1-1. And at least 3 more games to be had before we can crown a winner. And right now, Snap is getting into the rhythm. If Occultist cannot find a way to get back at them, might just be them running away with the show, like you predicted before the game even started. But
That's very true.
Let's wait with calling what's gonna happen before we see it, because it's still early days in this series. But Occultists are needing to find an answer to this hard problem that they have started facing.
Yeah. It's another one of those games where they just let MPB have a little too much rhythm. You saw at the start of the game, you saw the mid game, you saw the end game. It was all the same, just with different team members. Everyone had their own little moment in the spotlight, I suppose. Everybody on Snap, and even Raids actually. So I'd like to see more of that. We want to see more Mechie Raids. Everybody loves Mechie Raids. So game number 3, 1 flip reset, please.
What about we double that and give it to the next person and we get 2
Ooh.
flip resets, but it's one of them is from Tilted Waffle.
Ooh. Give Tuffy one of those as well.
Okay, so just for everyone in the bag. 3 flip resets from the side of Occultus. They're just gonna be like, you get a flip reset, you get a flip reset. And Raids, you also get a flip reset. Would be great seeing that, but it looks like we are gonna start off with a Snap goal as Cutie Pie. I've been saying that guy's name a lot, I feel like, but he is gonna get another one on his name right there. A nice demo in the back line as well. But it is gonna be Snap with the lead.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed this as well. I've just, throughout this cast, I've just found both of our voices getting progressively more knackered as the stream seems to go on now. Some of the energy is just going a little bit. We're still trying, chat, trust me, but, you know, it is very, very late. And look at all these demos. Like, come on, it's a different theme of game every single time now. Like, you've had your mechs last game, you've got all the demos this game, you've just got straight attack, straight defense, counter attack, whatever. But it feels like every single time, whatever the strat may be, it will be Snap with the lead, as it is, of course, once again now. Maybe Tilted Waffle looking for that lovely flip reset. I know he wasn't really, but of course, maybe there's another chance later in the game to do so.
Yeah, Tilted Waffle gonna have another chance for a flip reset. He didn't go for it. Maybe now, maybe now. It's a bad setup.
Maybe.
It's a bad setup. It's a bad setup. I don't.
Dendo, though!
Okay.
Showing us up.
It's the wrong player though. We wanted Waffle to get the flip reset, not Dendo. But you know what? It's a nice shot. It really is. Off the PBL, and just puts it in the top bins. It's a nice shot. But Occultist to find a way back. 2 goals down right now. Tilted Waffle, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the bottom of your car. Yeah, or Cutie Pie. You know, just score another goal. Why don't you? It's okay.
Also looking at the bottom of that scoreboard as well, we've got an 8-point raid here. A bit of a sitting duck this game. Not looking ideal, as on the other side of things, I'm sure that MPB Snap voice chat is going absolutely ham with Char Char Binks and co. Every time they go and score. This one could be 4-0, but a good stop from Tuffy Jones is Tilted Waffle. If he went up, I think he could have got the flip reset, but maybe not this time. There we go. Hang on. Are we going to get a goal out of it?
Ooh!
What?
It's an own goal! It's an own goal, Sheep! Maybe the confidence is shattered. Maybe Waffle has just done it for his team. Oh! It's a nice shot too, and it's Cutie Pie! Maybe the composure is just completely gone from it. What do you think? What do you think?
It all stemmed from that accidental flip reset from Tilted Waffle. Really just making that Snap defense tremble as he almost went for it again there, but you've had your fair share now. You best pass this one over to Tuffy. He needs his own moment in the sun. Tuffy now on the ball, but going to go back towards Tilted Waffle. Man of the hour. Well, now crowned man of the hour, who can hopefully bring a little bit more magic to Occultus to try and bring them back into this game from what has otherwise been an MPB whitewash, but maybe there's still some moments left in this. Tuffy will try and find the centre. Dendo going to keep it controlled. Tilted Waffle trying to find a pinch there. I like the mechs on display from him. I like the pace from Raids. I like the mechs from Raids. If he can beat Javs on this ball, and yes he can, that's going to drop straight downwards, but once again, Cutie Pie is just going to read it.
But a triple commit on the backboard here opens things up for a counter from Occultist. Never mind, they are too slow and they are on 0 boost in the back. Wait, is that one just... Oh no, Cutie Pie's back. Wait, surely, right? Yeah. Javs is gonna clear it away. And now it's gonna be Cutie Pie in attack, trying to find Javs. He is gonna get it through. Is there gonna be a save? Nope. He passes it straight into Dendo, so it will be 4-1 for Snap here. Running away with this game a little by little now.
Brain rot gameplay. Top of the leaderboard is Javs. 0 goals in a 4-1 lead right now. Playmaker of the century here. 3 assists, 1 save. Poor old Rays at half-time, sat on 26 points. Just been completely left out here, put in detention, put on the naughty step. Doesn't matter what you want to call it because he's just not been involved in this game. Javs taking this one now over to Dendo, but Tilted Waffle will touch it over him. And speaking of the man, can we get a poll in chat? Does Tilted Waffle hit a flip reset in this series? Yes or no?
I would like to see that. Tilted Waffle, maybe he goes for it now. No, he just goes for the pre-flip there. Dendo is gonna carry it forward. Tilted Waffle, maybe now? No, it's gonna be Javs clearing it back. Raids off the corner here. He's looking for Waffle. He knows what we're trying to make him do, but he just doesn't want to go for it. And I respect it, but please, Waffle, we want to see that flip reset.
We really do. You know what, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do.
It's a nice little shot. A little bit of hesitation on the back line there as Javs and Dendo overcommits a little bit. Cutie Pie going for that corner boost. You won't see that often, but it is going to cost him this time around.
Yeah, and I can't imagine the MPB VC will be happy with that one. So, there we go. Hate Watch going very well now. I say going very well. Slightly well, just not for very long.
Yep, as the bomb is found in the back there. Dendo flicking it in. And yeah, I don't know what Raids was thinking. Maybe he was thinking, I'm gonna go wee, and then he flew past the ball. And then it was just... It's over before you know it.
I love this. This is just a whole series of caster brain rot because everything... I don't really know what's going on anymore. They're throwing I say they're throwing every trick in the book. I think they've just given up. They're just throwing the whole book now. Because there's goals coming in still. We're on for another 6-2. Cutie Pie on the board. Dendo in the on the assist sheet once again. Poor old Javs still not had a goal in this game. They've scored 6 and they've not let their teammate have 1. Come on, a little bit selfish from you two lads. And well, at the very least, if you with a small highlight, Raids has now crossed the 100-point mark.
Yep, Taffy Jones is gonna take a bit of time here. It's gonna looks like he's gonna give it away. Yep, Dendo is gonna go up now. Has the ball in his car, nice flick. Can he get the rebound? No, he goes for the wave dash, gets it past. Cutie Pie with the shot. Taffy Jones in the corner now. Gets beaten out by Dendo, but Taffy Jones looking upfield for Tilted Waffle. Could be it, but no, not quite. Jones to Raids though. That shot looks good and it's in! 54 seconds left and we have broken the 6-2 streak.
Show him up, Occultist. Come on. Give Raids that ball. Look at what he can do right over the top of one. Dendo, not a chance, pal. Look at what Raids can do. There's still a minute left. 2 kickoff goals and all of a sudden we'll have a ball game. And honestly, we could use a kickoff strat right now. Unfortunately, Cutie Pie proving to be a little too good of a goalie. Going to try and find a second touch, but it's going to fall to Dendo now. Trying to beat Raids as well with a low touch, but Jav's going to go for the second ball. Trying to bump Tilted Waffle off as well, and he does, but Taffy Jones will clear that one. Now Cutie Pie into the middle towards Dendo. They're just eyeing out more bumps. This is cringe. I know it's a part of the game, but it's cringe.
You heard it here, gentlemen. I believe you're a rival player, right, Sheep? And you're calling demos cringe? Elite, okay, so it's even worse. An elite player calling demos cringe, guys. Okay. Okay. Well, call Vitality cringe then, because I see them going for a lot of bumps. But we move on. 27 seconds left, and it looks like this game is just gonna be over. And it does look like Snap is just gonna make it 2-1. I am interested to see if Occultist will maybe have learned something from last series and maybe call that timeout a little bit earlier while it's still savable.
That's very true. Oh yeah, because they did get a game this series. They can still call a timeout as the cringe factor amps up to 100 with yet another demo found by MPB, but thankfully they won't find a goal out of that one. It's only going to be 7-3 this time, unless one more is going to come from Cutie Pie. Will it ever be in doubt? You know what? I didn't even say what net. It could fall into their net, but of course Dendo not going to let that one happen. Would not be surprised. And yes, that is a timeout called by a Cultus. There's a lot to unpack here. They've conceded 13 in the last 2. So where do we start, Veiled? What would you do if you were going to fix a Cultus?
I don't know. I mean, I know what I would do personally, but I don't know if they can do what I want to do. You know, they have called the timeout though, which is nice to see. That's a good start. But I don't know. I think they're just getting ahead of themselves. I like the fact that they're throwing in curveballs, but when you're in a 2v2 in defense on a counter attack coming in from snap, maybe don't send your first man, all the way in. Maybe don't send him all the way to Africa, because then you just have one guy in a 1v2 if he doesn't get a piece of the ball, and then it's just a bit, jover. I think that's a good start. I think keeping the confidence high, because they have been able to create chances. They just need to create a couple more chances, and I think if they just play a bit more consistent, I think that would come naturally. I think that's how you start doing it.
Yeah,
And maybe just keep Cutie Pie demoed 24/7. Maybe that's also a good strategy.
Very true, very true. I mean, we've already debunked the whole lag switch thing, how Cutie Pie can just lower the ping by walking into a room. So that's off the table, unfortunately. It may just be a case of having, say, Taffy Jones locked onto Cutie Pie the whole game, because if he gets taken out and it's just a 2v2 with Dendo and Jabs against Frades and Waffle, I would fancy a Cultus there, I'm not going to lie.
What, sorry? I zoned out for a sec.
If, say, there was a strategy where Taffy Jones just chased Cutie Pie the entire game, and we were left in a 2v2 between Dendo Jabs versus Raids and Waffle, I'd back a Cultus to win that.
Maybe. I mean, the Mex is definitely on Snap side still, but maybe they just get ahead of themselves because they're used to having Cutie Pie saving absolutely everything that Occultist is throwing at them. But maybe without Cutie Pie, maybe there's just nothing to do.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, because I remember us saying earlier, it was one of the series. At some point, I remember us saying that Cutie Pie does seem to be the orchestrator for everything that MPB is going for. Like, he does the saves, the assists, starting the chances, finishing the chances, the goals, the demos, you name it. Cutie Pie's name is already there. Also, if you are new to the stream, it's now 2-1 MPB. That's how the timeout has been called. That's why the timeout's been called. It's not just a very early timeout from DXT, but of course, now 2 games off the championship are MPB, looking to carry on the gigantic goal streak that they have been, building up these last 2 games. 13 goals in their last 2. Something needs to change from Occultus, and maybe Veiled, Utopia is the arena that they can do that.
Maybe it is. But I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't think the map is going to make us even the tiniest difference. I think it's the players making a difference. And I think Occultus, they just talked it over. They've listened to Raids laughing. And if you know anything about Raids, when you hear his laugh, you immediately become very happy. And you do everything for this guy. If I had Raids on my team in a grand final, I would do everything in my power to get the trophy in that guy's name. Because he deserves it.
Very true. I mean, I remember teaming with him one season, and there was just times where we would just be down in the series, and Rays would start giggling, and we'd be like, "Oh damn, we got to work for this guy," and then we get swept. But that's besides the point. Anyway.
Absolutely the opposite way around of what I said. But that's why we love him. That's why we love Raids, man. He's the GOAT. I would love to see him step up. I've already seen him hit a flip reset this series. I've already seen him, I believe, a double tap as well.
And that pass as well.
What more can you ask from Rage?
Triple
Yeah,
tap.
that's right. Yeah, off the backboard and popping it down. That's right. What more can you ask from a man like Raids? He is doing everything in his power to bring this trophy home.
He really is. But it's just the unfortunate part for him is the fact that there is Cutie Pie on that other team with Javs and Dendo in support. So you've got a well, a three-headed Hydra isn't really putting it strongly enough because they just offer absolutely everything. I know we've said it. We say it like every game. MPB have just got them downloaded, to put it simply. Unless Occultus can bring something from this timeout to flip the series on its head, maybe Rage can flip his car on his head, find the reset, just like Waffle did in that one game. But we'll have to see. We'll have to find out. We're not quite there yet, but I'll tell you what is there. That's Javs' ball in the net.
Indeed it is, you know. And I do love the jokes coming out. It is late. Bear with us, you know. Some of us have to go to work tomorrow after casting all night, and just bear with us. But it's nice, you know, seeing some nice goals being scored. At least for now, it's not Cutie Pie scoring a goal for the 10,000th time in the series. Tilted Waffle, he's going all the way that time. Raids playing this one low. He's not going for that flip reset, and that's where that play went wrong, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's where all those problems stem from. You've got to turn your car over, Raids. Unless you're going for an on top of the ball reset, you've got to turn that car over if you really want to find these goals and not let Javs or Dendo or Cutie Pie find their billionth goal of the series. Is it Tilted Waffle faking the aerial there? That's a new one. I don't think I've seen that one in a long time. So out of anger, Taffy Jones is just going to absolutely wallop Javs, but now Raids finds the net. Just the slight problem is it's his own.
Yeah, maybe he should go to the eye doctor and see if he's colorblind, because that's the wrong color, Raids. Need to put it in the orange goal, not the blue one. But we are gonna have another kickoff. 2 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. Taffy Jones gonna be beating his man Dendo. Gonna be passing that one over to Tilted Waffle. Is the side where Raids is. Can he get the reset? No, he spent all the boost on getting to Supersonic right there. Taffy Jones keeping it in. Waffle also doing the same. Dendo, not a lot of boost to work with. Tilted Waffle now has space. Can he get a beat? No, he cannot. Javs is going to lay this one off to Cutie Pie, who's going to put a shot on target. Bump coming in from Dendo, but a bit too late, so it won't be too much from the side of Snap. Taffy Jones here, playing it slow. Raids going to be tracking back. Will that boost spawn for him? Nope, it won't, so no reset incoming.
That's so unlucky. Just missing the boost by... I think that was a frame. He just barely missed it. Look at it, just taunting him by respawning just when he doesn't need it anymore, because that's going to be just poking that one home, putting the circular ball in the square hole, if you will. Very niche. But 3-0 now to MPB, looking to have their third thrashing in a row. Maybe Ray's has got something to say about it, but it's going to stay 3-0 for the time being. Taffy Jones off the corner, trying to beat one, but unfortunately you got Dendo there just on the backboard. Javs in there for the follow. Trying to drop that one down, and does get the dunk as well. Goes towards Dendo, looking for 4. Over Taffy Jones, over Tilted Waffle, and honestly, I really like the goal scoring ability now from Occultus. I think they've scored as many as Snap have in this game. Just the only problem is the scoreline is 4-0 as opposed to 2-2.
Can we give Occultus 2 goals? Because technically they have scored 2 goals, and just remove 2 from Snap.
It's 2-2 with an asterisk.
Yeah, it's 2-2 right now, in my headcanon at least. But we are gonna get the game moving again. Tilted Waffle is gonna have a bit of possession in the corner, but it's gonna be Cutie Pie keeping it away, and he's gonna stay on this one and putting it on the backboard. Tilted Waffle not liking that one bit, and he gets bumped as well. You see what they have to deal with, all these bumps, so cringe, as B-Ping Sheep would say. So cringe, not letting these guys touch the ball. That one almost finds the back of the net, but they regain. Javs has an open net. Does he make it good? Yes, he does, and it's 5-0 now.
Yeah, it is 5-0. I mean, they tried returning the cringe favor, did Occultus, but it just doesn't work, apparently. Javs gonna throw that one into an open net to complete the hat-trick now, and... We've got 11 shots to 1, a 5-goal lead for MPB, and a minus 18 goal difference for Occultus in these last 3 games. I don't really know what to change, because from the way it looks, MPB are just walking to the prospect title with, the way it looks, not even really getting out of second gear. Now Dendo, downwards. Tilted Waffle going to 50, but it's going to fall towards Cutie Pie, who for once, I think the first time in the whole series, is yet to get on the score sheet.
What is that shot? How does that go in?
Clip it. Just clip it. I've jinxed again. Just clip it.
How does that even go in? That's
That's a
crazy.
good question. Cutie Pie aura.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of a cutie pie diff, ain't it? At least it looks to be, as Occult is really struggling to deal with that one player. Of course, don't get me wrong, Dendo is a good player as well, and JJabs is not bad either, but it's just the one player making all the difference right now, as Dendo going for a little bit of an armored redirect there and not quite able to find it. Tilted Waffle gonna be beating out JJabs now, a 2v3 on the side of Snap's half, but just not a lot happening. Raids now, not a lot of boost, so won't be getting a flip reset this time around. Taffy Jones pushing up as third man, and I like the riskiness that they're taking, the risks that they're taking this late on in the game, but it's unfortunately a bit too late, and they won't even get a goal for it. It's a 6-0 smashing from Snap to put them on triple match point now.
I don't really know where do we go from here if you're a cultist? Because
Too bad.
you've just got to call it off. Sack off the series. Go to bed. Save the goal difference. Collect the medals because this series is. I think I would bet the rest of my channel points this series is done and dusted. I would bet every channel point I'd ever own that this series is done and dusted. And if a cultist proved me wrong now, that would probably be that could be up there with the best comebacks we've ever seen in a series because goal difference a little skewed right now in favour of MPB, but we've still got at least one more game to play, and maybe Utopia definitely wasn't the one for it, but maybe Beckwith Park is where Tilted Waffle finds his inner flip reset, Raids finds his inner win, and Occultus bring themselves back from the dead after MPB have just been beating them to death these past 3 games. Maybe. There's still a chance for change.
I mean, you can always say there's a chance, but I mean, what's the overall scoreline at this point? I think every single game Snap is winning by like 4 or 5 goals. It's like it's not even just like a hard thing to overcome for Occultus at this point. It's like a literal mountain. It's like climbing Mount Everest, you know, the chance of dying there is insane. And even then, you know, just getting to the top, like the chance you're not just giving up like halfway up there, it's insane. But you know, everything is possible. I've seen more insane things happening before. You know, I've seen a comeback in once completely just from kickoff goals. I've seen so many things happen, and it wouldn't be the craziest, but it is gonna take a little bit of Raids hitting some flip resets, and the boost taken away from him means we won't see that. But it is in Snap's half. Can Tilted Waffle get a piece of this one? Yes, he can. Off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Yes, Tilted Waffle laying it off perfectly, but Cutie Pie is just reading everything.
Yeah, nothing new there from Cutie Pie there. Dendo going to clear that one out now. And you are right, we have seen crazy stuff in the past. And this would be absolutely crazy, but I have seen Stranger Things as well as many other Netflix shows. But enough about that. Now Jav's going to leave that one to Dendo to take that one out. Taffy Jones just putting that one back in the centre. Maybe Tilted Waffle's going to be ready for it. No. Cutie Pie is going to read that one once again. The Gibraltar genius, if you will, really staking his claim in the Prospect Hall of Fame right now. As he looks for Dendo in the centre, looks back towards Cutie Pie, tries to look towards the goal. Tilted Waffle almost finishing that one as well. It's certainly clinical with his own net last game, as was Raids, but guess what? I don't even need to say the name. Somebody has scored again.
You're all cute. You're all. I can't even speak anymore, man. It's everyone's Cutie Pie getting another goal on the board here, and you know, being on match point, you would think Occultus would be bringing a bit more heat, but they are really looking gassed out at this point, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them one bit. They've been absolutely thrashed for what, like 7 out of 8 games in the past, like 1.5 hours, 1 hours.
Yeah,
it's not been good.
It's been an absolute pasting, to put it simply. I don't really know any other way to put it past it. The problem with the Cultus is that they're not scoring as many like this. That's one less problem to worry about. Taffy Jones with an equaliser, and for the first time with 3 minutes to play, we've got, so far, we've got a close game, Veiled.
Yeah, and I just look over in my chat and I just see absolute copian coming in from Shattered. If you give that guy an inch, he will try and take a mile, and it doesn't matter how outrageous it is. You know, him and Raids being in the same arc is really amazing to me.
It's poetic.
Yeah, it is. It is. There's something special about it. Taffy Jones now should have this one. No, Raids is gonna cut it off. Doesn't get the boost, so no flip reset this time. It is gonna be Taffy Jones saving this one away. Raids sitting on 0 boost there. It's gonna be Tilted Waffle. Has a bit of a free shot, but you know, with the big brain that he has, he goes for a pass, and it almost actually leads to a goal. And Occultus might have woken up, but maybe I'm just getting a bit ahead of myself.
Honestly, I think I can actually. I think I can actually back that. I can back that. They are waking. They are waking up
Maybe
a
stop
little
speaking. Maybe we just stop speaking for like 10
now.
seconds.
Maybe we do.
Just enjoy the show for it. Yeah, let's just enjoy the show for a second or two. Let them get out of defense. Maybe.
Then we can sort. That's good.
Oh, good? Oh.
Hang on. That's fine. They'll be fine. They're not conceding here. If they concede here, I'm not going to do anything because they're going to score.
Keep calling them bad. Maybe it works. Wait. Oh. We are out of defense. I mean, we're back in defense, but we were out of defense. I think we're safe again. Tilted Waffle here in the corner. Gets absolutely dunked on, and a double commit. This doesn't look good. But a win up in net! Yes! It's a win in our book. It's gonna be Tilted Waffle. He has 100 boost. Will he go for the reset? No, he lost control. But he is gonna set Raids up for the flip reset. But Taffy Jones taking it away. Is there anyone there? Waffle, what a dunk. Is there anyone to follow it up? Cutie Pie laying it on a platter for Taffy Jones. But it's not the best first touch. And it is gonna be defense. It is gonna be Raids once again. Gets the bump. It's gonna be chasing this one down. Is he gonna get a piece of it? No, but Cutie Pie gets forced into a bad clearance. Taffy Jones not making the most of it this time though.
Yeah, we really need a stronger shot there from Taffy Jones because it's those chances that make the differences in these rare occasions of a non-blowout, in a rare occasion of a tighter game. It's a good 50 from Waffle if he was facing the other way, but hang on, that's going to force Taffy Jones into a bit of a panic clear. Cutie Pie on the goal. Guess who scored again? It's 30 seconds to play. That might be the difference maker. That might be the series winner for MPB as they look to absolutely romp their way to the prospect title.
They are really making a charge now. 27 seconds separating Occultus from either bringing it all back or having to go to bed knowing that you just weren't good enough to be bringing the trophy home. They have an open net here. Will they be making good on it? Yes! Taffy Jones bringing it back, giving us a chance for an overtime in this game number 5.
Maybe. Look, an overtime ending is always cinema. If we can have nobody score except maybe Dexterity if they wanted to for the next 21 seconds, that would be absolutely calm. I've got no problem with that, especially if it's a tilted waffle clip farm or if it's a raised clip farm as well, looking for it, but Cutie Pie's going to block. Now Taffy eyeing it up the net here. Dendo, hang on a minute. We may have another game in this, Fails.
We might have. Could you imagine the scenes if these guys, you know, I will not say it, but imagine, just imagine for a second, okay? That would be crazy. Okay, I have seen teams struggle to bring it over the line before, but that would be absolutely insane. Taffy Jones now is going to challenge this one. 5 seconds left. Yep, I like that Waffle. Just boom it absolutely away. Fake them even. Just do everything. You don't even need to hit the ball. Just make them think you're hitting the ball. Just don't let Cutie Pie take a shot. That's what we need. Occultus is keeping on going, keeping us going for another game here. And what a hero performance from Taffy Jones, getting a hat trick against the Snap team.
That was the biggest smash and grab performance I've ever seen from a Coltis there. You can't really take the timeout if you're Snap either, because there's no reason to take the timeout. Apart from if you're Dendo, I suppose. Only a 100-point game. Is what it is. Regain. We're at 3-2 right now. Beckwith, is that wake-up call if you are a Coltis? And could it Pudir, wouldn't it be fun if we could have a Game 7 here after the most one-sided start to the series I think I've ever seen from Snap? Could a Cultus... Could they? Could they?
Megan, nothing is impossible in this world. But I think we need to stop getting ahead of ourselves, because when we did that earlier, it turned bad real quick, okay? So let's not hope too much. Let's just enjoy the show and let it slowly happen, you know? Maybe we see Snap absolutely dominating our Cultists in this next game. Maybe we don't. Maybe we get maybe we get an overtime and we see absolute cinema. We never know until it happens. But what I will say is, our Cultists have come a little bit alive, being pressured into that match point in this last chance to take the trophy home.
Yeah, maybe they have got the kick that they do need. Maybe they realise that there is a trophy on the line here, because we've got Neo Tokyo coming in. Is this where it all ends? Or do Occultus have one more trick up their sleeve? I tell you what, Cutie Pie has one more goal up his sleeve, minimum.
They do indeed, and we're just gonna have to wait a little longer to get into this game. We have 2 seconds off the clock. 1 goal going Snap's way. Rates on the kickoff. I do like this. It's gonna go towards Taffy Jones. It's gonna take his sweet time though, trying to lure Cutie Pie in. A low boost on both Rates and Tilted Waffle though, but doesn't matter. They pass it straight to Taffy Jones. Now Waffle 12 boost and a dream, and he makes Cutie Pie overcommit. Dendo gets dunked. Jabs. It's gonna hit it high. Taffy Jones is up for the challenge. Cutie Pie to the corner to Dendo, trying to find Cutie Pie again. And it looks like he will find Jabs instead, and that is 2-0. Very cringe. Very cringe.
They're at it again, aren't they? If you can't score, bump, I suppose, whatever. I mean, look, granted, that was one of the best bumps I've seen of the night from Dendo there. It was so nonchalant of him. He didn't even care. Just move, man. Taffy Jones gets absolutely sent. That goal goes in. And with 30 seconds in, it's 2-0 MPB. And they're looking favourites, if they weren't already, for the title. Although, that being said, of course, last game, they did score in those final 30 seconds to put themselves ahead. And we know how that game ended. So maybe there is another twist in the tail. But, of course, Occultus do need to find these goals. Well, very soon, ideally. As maybe Tilted Waffle's got one up in his locker here. But Ray's going to find the middle now. Going to find Taffy Jones on the low boost. Going to try and find his way up the wall. But unfortunately, when Jazz and Cutie Pie both have 100 and you have 0 and Dendo is flying at you, it's a bit of a difficult situation, Bale.
Yes, but Tilted Waffle is hanging on. He is pushing it forward. Dendo now, 79 boost. He doesn't have 100. And that is a positive takeaway here. Tilted Waffle is gonna just make it a little bit easier for Raids to handle that one, but 0 boost on every single player on the side of Occultus is gonna make this defense very hard, but it's well played by Raids. The Cutie Pie making a mistake is few and far between. J-Jabs on top of that, and this one's open if Tilted Waffle can just absolutely smash it. He gets it forward, but it's not on target. He flicks it up for Raids, going for the shot on the backboard. Taffy Jones could secure it, but no, not today. Tilted Waffle is having to do some defense, but Dendo just putting it in the corner for the opposition. So not much defense needed right there. Tilted Waffle now has a chance of some possession. Cutie Pie looking to pinch it with Dendo. Not quite, as J-Jab's keeping it in now. Tilted Waffle, a lot of boost. Is he gonna go for it? Is he doing it? He fakes it out. He makes us all think he's gonna go for the reset just to bail out. And I think he's toying with us here. Cheap.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's just a betrayal if you ever see. You deserve that, Tilted Waffle. You deserve that for not going for that reset. Like, it could have been 2-1, but no. You had to fake out the reset. And because of that, look, Cutie Pie's going to score once again. It's 3-0 MPB with half a match to play. Neo Tokyo could be the burial ground here because not a single Occultus player has passed 100 points, and it's half-time already.
Yeah, it is. Time is ticking away for Occultus. Last life. This game, everything that is keeping them in this tournament, and it's gonna happen. Taffy Jones burying one. We need another hat trick from this guy if we want to stay in this one. I say we, but I mean Occultus. But you just can't help cheering a little bit for the underdog. But Snap is also playing incredibly well. I wouldn't be upset with seeing them win this final here.
Yeah, it's either a coronation or a lovely underdog story, but of course, when the Welsh wizard is, you know, whizzing about on the field, it is a wonder how he does not manage to score as much as he does, because, you know, everybody loves a good portion of Taffy Jones there. Maybe another hat-trick, as you said, another goal at the very least, would be enough. It would suffice for a good Grand Finals performance. He's going to take this one upfield now. Dendo, last man. But hang on, good 50 from Taffy. Unfortunately, that is probably the worst bounce, I think, ever. So unfortunate, but Tilted Waffle going to take that one all the way to the other side. Bounces up towards a full boost Cutie Pie. Worst sentence to ever say if you are a cultist right now. That one's going to go towards their own net now. Cutie Pie looking for the follow, but Raze does win the 50. And Tilted Waffle going to follow that one up. Now Taffy on the wall. Nobody there. The bumps are coming in now. It's not cringe because it's a cultist, remember. It's very selective here, but now Raze, low boost, can't get the touch he's looking for. Neither can Cutie Pie, but Javs sure can. 3-goal parity restored. And is that gonna be the magic one from Javs?
You might even see more at this point. You know, at this point, if you're a cultist, are you still keeping on hoping that you can bring it back home? Because it is getting slimmer and slimmer, the chance of staying in this. Cutie Pie is just gonna make it harder, but that whiff from Dendo opens things up. Javs got it under control though. Tilted Waffle going up with what little boost he had makes Race a bit uncomfortable, and it's just coast to coast from JJavs.
It's such a good last touch. That poor old Raze. He's left on skates there. He can't find his way up in time. There's not a chance. Javs with yet another picture-perfect shot, getting a hat-trick in this crucial game number 6. Doesn't want it to be taken to 7. He prefers 6, not 7, does Javs, and, you know, it could very well end on Neo here. I'm expecting, at the very least, 1 or 2 more goals here. Maybe a Brazil to crown yourselves as prospect champions would be a very fun way of doing things, but of course, I'm sure Taffy would not allow that with a rugby-esque shot. You meant to go below the bar, Taff?
What if I raise you a 6-2? Just another
6-2.
one of those. Because we've had a couple of those in this series, I believe. So just run it back. Another 6-2 to end the day off. Taffy Jones is looking to make that happen as he charges forward now. Goes to the backboard, looks for a bump on Dendo. Can't quite find it. And he goes straight over Tilted Waffle. Taffy Jones now tracking back. A nice little backflip there. But it opens up the goal. There's the 6. Now we just need the 2.
Well, I mean, look, let's be real here. MPB of 1. We've got our prospect champions here. It is MPB. Barring 5 kickoff goals here from a cultist, MPB have got it. So if we could just get a 6-2 as well, that would be lovely. Javs, though, he wants the Brazil. He wants one more to be able to Cutie Pie wants one more on the tally. That is just such a good fake. He's faking the goal now as well. Waffle faking one more reset in the road. He's faked his own teammate. He's faking the casters. They're faking the net once again. It's going to be over. Maybe it's one more 6-2. What a touch from Waffle!
You know what those fakes reminded me of? You know that old clip of Ibrahimovic at Ajax? Where he faked out the cameraman like 5 times? We are gonna end on a 6-2. It is gonna be Snap being your prospect champions of RSC 17, I believe we're in. It is gonna be JJavs, Cutie Pie, Dendo, and Papa Spada being your champions of this season, and it is very well deserved. Almost not dropping a single game in this playoffs, only dropping to Dexterity, but they sure got their revenge come in this final, both taking them on in the first best of 7, completely sweeping them, and in the bracket reset, taking it 4-2. And well played from them. Here's your post-series stats. It's 29 goals to 13. It is undisputed, and your series MVP once again will be Cutie Pie. And even though he only played half the season, I would say he has a strong case to be the player of the season from this side. And yeah, as you see on your screen, your prospect champions. It is Papa Spada, Rex / JJavs, Dendo and Cutie Pie, and Flossie, Wessel, and Hodge as your management on MPB. Their first season in this tournament, and they have gotten a trophy to show for it.
Yeah, Cutie Pie is going to go down, I think, as a Hall of Famer, because that's the closest to smurfing that I think isn't smurfing in terms of performance. Because honestly, his whole season, the fact he went 19 out of 20 in league play, the fact he just bounced back from that loss against Dexterity and just wiped the floor with them in the grand finals, in that first series especially. But that being said, in the second series, it's just so many goals to be had from Cutie Pie, from Dendo, from Javs. Everybody played their part. So congratulations on a statement win from Snap, really showing why they are that best team in Prospect. And look, fair play to Occultus, being the only team all season to take a series off them, doing it twice for that matter, once in league play, once in the upper finals. But unfortunate for them that they couldn't do it on the biggest stage of all. It's going to have to be waiting for Taffy, for Raids, for Tilted Waffle. And in 5 minutes, while everybody does their trophy checks, we're just going to warm up for some interviews. So just give us a couple of minutes.
Addicted to the rush, I never meant to
Welcome back, everyone. I am Veiled, and with me is Sheep. And we've just cast the grand final, and now we have the possibility of crowning our champions of the prospect tier for this season. And we have them on MVC and Sheep. Anything you want to add before we go into questioning them a little bit about their run tonight?
Well, I suppose we've got quite a lot in here, actually, that being the franchise management and the entire 4 involved in the roster. So I think we said everything that was needed to be said in terms of, you know, just generic stuff. So I suppose, yeah, let's get on with the questions. You know, what have you got for him, Vale?
Yeah, okay, so my first question would be, well, looking through your bracket run, it looks like it was pretty easy going, but you did have 2 moments that looked a bit shaky. Let's start with the first one, that upper finals. What happened there? Because that was your first real challenge, and while you almost did the reverse sweep, you couldn't quite bring it home. So what was the struggle that happened there? Any one of you can start answering that if you have an answer.
Go on, someone talk. I'll just pick someone.
I can. So I think in a way, we had too much hype, I think, and then the first loss, we like kind of, because we didn't lose a game before, so I think it affected a little how we played, and it got in our minds. And then we tried to bounce back, but unfortunately we didn't. But we're here at the end of the day, so we're chilling.
All right. Yeah. Sheep, I think you had a question after that as well.
I did actually. Yeah, I've got something else for. Let's put this one towards. You know, this is also for any of you, although Dendo's already answered, so I suppose anyone else. What changed between the upper finals and the grand finals? Because it felt like that upper finals was, you know, a cult has sort of had your number for some of those games, but in comparison, that grand finals was an absolute whitewash. So did you just talk about anything, you know, in between these series, or was it just more of a momentum thing?
I mean, it's like discipline really. Just understanding the way they play and how we can counter them.
Oh yeah.
Right. Going off of that, because I mean, you might have a different opinion, but just from watching and just from seeing Omagis's run in the lower bracket, I don't know if you were aware at the time, but they were like started from the first round of lower bracket and made a run all the way to the lower finals where they had to face off against you. They looked a bit tired, but I would say that was probably the biggest challenge you had all night. Of course, dexterity in the upper bracket, but it didn't really look like it was as tough to play. It just looked like you kind of got in your own head a little bit. But was that Umagis game also really, really difficult to get over?
Well, I think mainly like we've scrimmed them a lot, especially at the start of the season, and we won a lot of them as well. So I think we were really confident against them. But I will say they stepped up a lot in this lower bracket run. So like they kind of caught off guard a bit as well in the series. But I think we just managed to stick with our own game plan and like put it through.
Yeah.
I suppose this one as well, we're going towards PewDiePie. Were you aware of your league play win rate before this whole thing started? Because we pulled it up before loads of the series, and it turns out you won 19 out of 20 league play games, which might actually just be one of the highest win rates ever. So, how?
I've got Dendo and Rex on my team. I don't have to worry about anything. They clean everything up for me.
W Glaze.
We love a humble king.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's mainly because he didn't have to play with me in those games. That might be it.
I'm just gonna direct the question towards management because, of course, you built this team. It is a draft season. There was no pre-mates. So, what went into the draft here with getting your place? Because I believe you got 3 out of the 4 players on the team right now from the draft alone.
Okay, so Rex and Dendo were day 2. They were so Dendo was a recommendation, not Dendo. Rex was a recommendation from Sparta, who we drafted I think around 3. And then Dendo was kind of.
Can I pull the quote? Can I pull the quote?
You can pull the quote.
Quote from Flossie in the draft on day 2. I don't know what the F Dendo is, but he might be good. I think he was pretty good.
Yeah, I will say having
I-
having scrimmed you guys a bit during the season, I think Dendo is definitely a good draft pick.
I'd like to say it's just vision. So
Yeah.
I saw it, but yeah, quite unlucky for the guys we drafted day one that our day two was um like it was, but yeah, shout out Kath and Nico for doing their best, I'd say.
But I mean, even though it sucks being drafted on day one and then not sticking on a team, it also is like a nice thing to have a draft league and still knowing that you have a chance to prove yourself to stay on a team, even if you didn't immediately come across the mind of the team picking you up.
Yes,
Do you
that's the beauty of RSC.
yeah? Do you have any more questions, Sheep?
Yeah. How are you gonna celebrate?
Lots of mushy peas.
I'm gonna jump in my bed. That's how I'll celebrate.
Very
Same.
respectable.
Same. I got work tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got college, so
Yeah.
sick.
Minecraft speedrun song.
Alright, well, I
Also,
think
shout out Brooksy. Shout out
And
Brooksy
yeah, shout out
too.
Brixie, right?
Yeah.
Shout out Brooksy.
Yeah.
Our fifth player. Just top.
I was gonna say just a bit of an open mic for the entire floor. Is there anything you want to say? Anyone you want to shout out on the back
Yeah.
end? Anything you want to do before we get the thing rolling and let everyone be able to head to bed?
Keep by
I
your
mean,
cousin, bro.
obviously, Phoenix, our coach, couldn't have done it without him. A wonder session.
I want to shout out
And-
Yokai. Thank you for not keeping me.
That's crazy.
One person I really want to shout out here is Char. I feel like obviously he started on MPB at the start of the season as GM, and due to some personal circumstances wasn't able to continue. Now Flossie Wessel, you know, they've done an amazing job at picking things up as you know, as Char's also stuck around in a sort of unofficial AGM position and still helped out. So I feel like, you know, despite how much MPB as a franchise has gone through, everyone's just done their best to keep holding things together. And Char has certainly, you know, still been here, still been on hand to help for, you know, any scrims that might need filling, any advice that players need, and has essentially acted as a fourth AGM.
So wholesome. That's so wholesome. I don't.
I'd
I
like
rarely hear
to-
people be wholesome towards Char. It's nice.
And to be
Well, I
fair,
love Char, he's great.
We don't
Gary
like him that
Costa.
much.
Char was
So
also
generally,
Char was also a prospect player, so him stepping down also made sure that we could play instead and win the tier.
See,
Yeah,
exactly.
true, true.
It's positive.
Char is doomed to never win a trophy. It wouldn't have
Also,
been
just
as good.
Hey,
massive shout
not
out to all
while
the
I'm
players
playing.
as well.
That's it.
Massive
small
shout out to
shout
these
out
guys.
to Big Man D and Pirik, who have been with MPB from the start. Before it was a franchise, and kind of helped build what it became at this moment, with our first major win here in the prospect tier. So big shout out to those two.
Yeah, and I think with all that being said, you know, once again, big congratulations to you all, and enjoy your your moment being champions, and make sure you don't let this moment slip by, because before you know it, you'll all be in different directions in life, and you might not be talking as much anymore. So make the most of your moment and enjoy your time being champions here, because next season will come before you know it. And if anyone has any finishing notes, if not, then
Can I quickly just say, I'm massively proud of all the players here for everything that they've given across the season. I know it looks easy from a perspective of people who watch this roster and see, yeah, it's just, you know, a goated roster that just, you know, can just do this. But I know coming into today, there was, you know, situations going on in people's lives, which was potentially, not going to make this an easy day, not going to make this a day that was, I mean, I was honestly coming into this thinking it was going to be 0-2. I'll be so real. But massive respect to the players for how they've handled themselves, the resilience that they've had the entire season, and, what they were able to get done at the end.
It's good to hear. And also, just to finish off this stream, I would like to thank our sponsors, Badass Studios, SpartanWare, trophi.ai. And if you're picking anything up on the Epic Store, make sure to use code rsc-eu. And also thank you to Masters for producing on this main stream and on the B stream, B Shake, and for all of the other producers and casters on standby, really making this able to happen, and just doing this all for the community.
Shout out
But
everybody.
yeah, and it is getting quite late now, and I do have a lot of Europeans, and it's Monday tomorrow. So without further ado, thank you all for joining us tonight, and it is gonna be all. So have a good night, and we'll see you again Tuesday, I believe. I don't know if there's RScast tomorrow, either Tuesday or tomorrow. Make sure to check in because we have a lot of more Rocket League coming in the next 2 weeks.